You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 7/13/2026. It is 7:41 p.m. Eastern time. We got a panel that's coming up in a little bit. The topic is a little bit strange. I don't know anything about this, and feel like I need to look it up a little bit first. Look into this for a moment here. Where's your Stewart sweater vest and bow tie. I do have some bow ties. I've worn a sweater vest and bow tie numerous times on this show. Give me a second to pull this up. You guys see this? The Sophie chick did this. I was impressed that she had a booty. I don't know. I mean, I guess you would expect somebody who plays basketball and is athletic. Yeah, I need some better, like, I don't really like sweater vests all that much. I have some, not a big fan of them, but I do like cardigans. I really like having a cardigan over a collared shirt. And Alex the other day was telling me, she's like, I don't like it when you wear short sleeve dress shirts. I was like, I don't ever really wear those in public though. Like, I wear those under other things. Like, I might be on a video call with her on it with a short sleeve collared shirt, but outside of that, I don't really. 3-piece suit. My 3-piece suit is gone. I have like $1,000 3-piece suit that's literally gone. All I have left is the vest. I went hunting for it about 2 weeks ago, and it's gone. I have no idea where it went. So, I mean, the vest is still nice. It's a very nice, but it is like the blackest suit you have ever seen in your life. It is by far the blackest suit you've ever seen in your life. It does not shine. It doesn't, it's not velvet though. Like, it's very just stark black. Go get a Goodwill suit that's too big. No. I have enough suits that are too big that I'm not gonna wear. Funeral style? No. No, it's much nicer than that. I mean, it's a 3-piece suit, so obviously not. Alright, so this is the prompt for the debate, okay? It says, an initial design has been submitted for America's Global War on Terrorism, GWOT, Memorial. Global War on Terrorism Memorial. Like other war memorials before it, it seeks to provide a space for future generations to remember this decades-long conflict. However, unlike the other memorials, the conflict it focuses on is still ongoing. Furthermore, the design is ambiguous as to how we should feel about the GWOT, where other memorials are far more definitive. On America's 250th birthday, how should we feel about the GWOT? What do you think of America's actions since the 9/11 attacks? Should America be celebrated for its actions in fighting a dangerous but ambiguous enemy, or should it be condemned for the many innocent deaths that resulted? And do you think America is living up to its self-image as a benevolent, shining city on a hill? So this is the design. Without interpretation, the memorial to America's longest period of conflict risks becoming an elaborate version of "Thank you for your service." That's what it's supposed to look like. The initial design of the National Global War on Terror Memorial drew sharp criticism for its ambiguous message. But that, argues one veteran, is its greatest strength. The initial reaction to Kengo Kuma's design for the Global War on Terrorism Memorial has not been kind. Criticism seems to fall into three buckets: its abstract design, the absence of a clear heroic tribute, and a lack of a roll call or list of names of the fallen. Representative Derek Van Order, a retired Navy SEAL, now in Congress, called it a jazz hands monument to our fallen brothers and sisters. It is. Senator Jim Banks, another Navy veteran turned lawmaker who served in Afghanistan, referred to it as disconnected abstract art. Online, many veterans questioned why there isn't a display of names or images of the more than 7,000 killed in these conflicts. Some of the criticism aimed at Kuma and the 23-person advisory council behind the design is fair, but it should not stop us from taking a closer look at what the design actually proposes. My deployment experience in the GWOT was with Stryker Brigade during the 2007 surge in Iraq. I'm now research and tech as I don't think that's supposed to say I'm. I think that's supposed to say I. I now research and teach as a college professor on the experience of American military veterans and as they have come back to the nation they served. Each time I teach a class and each time I meet a veteran on campus, I hear a new answer to what the GWOT meant. If the 20 years of GWOT, Global War on Terrorism, have a central story, it is still evolving. I believe the most interesting aspect of the proposed memorial is not what it includes, but what it leaves out. Kuma's design does not glorify a war whose mission shifted for 2 decades and whose outcomes remain genuinely contested. It avoids flattening 20 years of varied conflict into the heroic narratives of special operations and infantry troops that pervade current cultural storytelling. And it chooses open space over architectural closure. That restraint matters because the alternative is well established. Many memorials resolve their subject before the visitor arrives. The Marine Corps War Memorial, with its flag raised in bronze certainty, is a beloved national emblem. But there is no mystery in this message. Similarly, the massive nation World War II Memorial, with its arcs and gold stars, reflects the size of the war and America's mobilization to meet it. Memorials like these do not invite interpretation. They deliver a conclusion. A design that refuses easy resolution is making a bet that visitors can sit with ambiguity. I think this is a smart bet because the legacy of the global war on terrorism is still being written. One of the foundation's renderings shows people gathering informally on a lawn, something closer to a meeting than a monument. If that becomes the memorial's actual function, a place where people convene, talk, and exchange accounts of a war that impacted American society in countless ways, then the design has succeeded at something harder than commemoration. It has made room for conversation. I mean, I do think that, yeah, like, that sounds... It's a horrible prompt. It really is. It's we don't get great prompts. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like we get very good prompts for Prime Kai's panels. It's rarely something that I'm like, yes, this is what I want to talk about. But I do think it's cool that it is very abstract. Let's see.
From our earliest days, Americans have resolved, as Abraham Lincoln put it, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. War memorials are created not to glorify the fight, but to recognize those who have sacrificed for our nation. Since 2015, a small group of veterans, military families,
Oof, I don't know if it's the smartest thing to have George Bush as the person introducing this either.
and devoted citizens has worked together on a simple but profound mission to ensure that every individual who has served in the global war on terrorism is honored with a permanent memorial on the National Mall. None of us will ever forget September the 11th, 2001, especially those who served in the war on terror that followed. Millions defended our country with courage and resilience. Those who returned home did so changed by their experience. Some never returned home at all. The Global War on Terrorism Memorial will honor them all and help us show our gratitude for their selfless service to the United States. It will remind us that the foundation of our nation is not only the ground beneath our feet, but the brave individuals who step forward when called. Join us as we build a place to welcome our warriors home.
So this is a YouTube channel called the Global War on Terrorism Memorial Foundation. And their oldest video is 6 years old.
Hi, I'm Michael Rodriguez, President and CEO of Global War on Terrorism Memorial Foundation. We're a foundation started a few years ago when a group of like-minded patriots came together with the sole mission honoring the service and sacrifice of every single individual who served in the Global War on Terror. I served 21 years, as did my wife, both of us deployed multiple times in service of the Global War on Terror. Now we're the proud parents of a son who recently came home from his very
There's no like news pieces done on this. Holy shit, dude, the chat keeps resetting to top chat. It's gonna drive me crazy.
The National Mall, it really is a living museum to the history of America, right? Vietnam Wall, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial. Like, hey, the new design came out for the Global War on Terrorism Memorial.
You sent me the photo initially. I thought it was a joke. I will say straight up, I think it's terrible.
That's why I got pissed off and started going through all their financials. The CEO tripled his salary. Why? They lost $489,000.
This is not representative of the guys that fought over there and the guys that died and made the ultimate sacrifice. And everyone can objectively look at it and say this is not.
I think it's important that it exists before the people who fought in the war don't, you know?
Yes,
It's
that's
a
exactly
matter
right.
of time.
Yes, I agree completely. Let's build this while the people we're honoring are still here to see it, right?
Right.
I mean, there's already so many.
I mean, that's interesting. Do we normally do that? Do we normally build memorials to a thing while the people are still alive?
Who won't be able to. And that's such a tragedy in and of itself. And to wait even longer is just,
That's right. Yeah.
they deserve better. You deserve better. Everyone who's served in this, who's made that sacrifice, deserves this to be up and deserves to be able to see it.
Yeah, and one thing that got me with the concept behind it is it's going to be designed for everybody who
Yeah.
is connected to the global war on terrorism, including you
Yes.
as a Gold Star
Right.
child, including people who served in uniform, like myself, the ones who didn't make it home, like your father and my
Yeah.
brother and others.
Yes.
It's there for the people who served not in the military, but maybe in the CIA or the FBI. All of those people, it's all inclusive. And it's not just
Yes.
Iraq and Afghanistan. We think of those as like the
Yeah.
big ones, but it's anybody who served in any capacity in any of the theaters of operation in the global war on
Yes.
terrorism. So to me, it's just a awesome thing because it allows everybody who was involved in that to have this place to come to. And so
Yeah.
that's the beauty of this memorial, right?
I agree completely.
I think it's important that it exists before the people who fought in the war.
This podcast is for everybody to learn more about the foundation and our work that will eventually lead to the dedication of that memorial. During season 1, which will be this plus 6 more episodes,
This is what it currently looks like. Is that a black flag and an American flag? POW flag? Why is stuff about the Gulf War there?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
All right. All right, well, let me pull up the studio. RIP headphones, yeah, I bet. Music is scary. Alright, I think we're set up. I think we're Gucci. The colors are really working well right now. That filter too, but I hate how he always has like the very light blue background. It's always like, it kind of hurts my eyes. It's like it's too much. It's too bright. Woo! Soft pastel. I mean, that's... I normally try to keep everything like a softer color for my stuff. Yo. Yeah, see, there it goes.
No one can hear you.
Yeah, you're muted.
That's true.
Corey,
Not
how's
hear
my
you.
camera? Please.
Crisp.
Thank
really
you.
top
That's
notch.
all I'm looking for.
Real good.
I gotta...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. Actually, I'm a lot jealous. actually. I don't know what it is that you do, but you're doing it well. Oh, and so okay, I want some insight. Like maybe I'll wait for Prime to come back so we can hear it.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, on a scenario, I want to give like as like the bare minimum information as possible. Okay. Or at least, yeah, I'll only reveal information as needed. So, okay, this involves 3 people, okay? 2 guys, 1 girl, okay? And let's say, yeah, we have guy
Sounds like a
A.
party.
I've seen that video.
We have guy B,
Yeah.
okay? And guy A and guy B, pretty much, they only know of each other's existence. That's all, okay?
Okay.
That's it.
A and B do?
Yes. Guy A and guy B, pretty much, the only information they have about each other is that they are aware of their existence. That's it. That's all. Okay. And this is in the situation of a gym. Okay. Maybe inspired by real events. Maybe, hypothetically. So let's say, for example, okay, guy B goes up to speak to girl or woman, okay, And
Woman, girl or woman? Which one? Woman or
woman, definitely
Okay, that will
above the
change
age
things.
of 18. That is.
Gotcha.
Thank you for letting me clarify. Yes.
Okay.
Good question. Fantastic. That is crucial information that I want to reveal. Woman. Okay. Now let's say guy B, okay, goes up to speak to woman, okay, and by coincidence or circumstance, okay, guy A is like 20 feet away, but guy B is unaware of it. Okay. Guy A, okay, as in guy B is speaking to the woman, and after about 30 seconds of speaking, okay, guy A, who's about, I don't know, 20, 30 feet away, okay, walks up, stands right behind girl, okay, and just stands there, okay. Now guy B says hi. Guy A mutters back hello. Guy B looks back and forth between woman and guy standing right behind her. Guy B says to woman, "Are you going to be at the gym tomorrow?" She says yes. Guy B leaves. What do you think has transpired there? Or do you need more information?
Okay. Well, I guess I'll get us started. I mean, so far, not really much of anything.
Sorry, let me make sure I understand. Is this a question for me? I don't.
It's actually for everybody.
If I don't need to be involved, then don't involve me.
I would want you involved because
Corey,
your
be
insight
real.
may be valuable.
Do you just want me involved because I'm here?
No, I want you. I want you to be involved.
You're actually married, right? You're a proven ladies' man.
I'm married.
Yeah.
I'm married twice. I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
I mean,
judgment on my part.
You're good at fooling
Probably
them at least
worse,
twice.
right? Probably it's like this shit ain't don't mean much to me. That's a joke.
But
My
yeah,
wife,
so
if
what
you're
did you
listening, I
want?
love you. Okay, so they're at a party. There's a
No,
girl,
this is in a gym setting, at the gym.
They're at the gym, and
Oh, I
then
thought you said they
one
were at a
dude
bar.
like walks up like right behind the other dude, and she goes,
No,
"Oh,
behind the woman, behind, as in like, guy B is speaking to woman. Let's say face to
Okay.
face, as in
Yeah.
guy, and then 2 feet away the woman.
And then the dude is like, see you at the gym.
No. Guy
The woman
B,
says that.
As in, once
He
once
hasn't
guy-
revealed their contents of their discussions yet.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, there wasn't much contents of discussion there, but guy A, okay, stands right behind woman, okay,
Mhm.
and then guy B, okay, just says hello to guy A, or hi, how you doing?
Uh-huh.
Guy A says, or like mutters under the breath hello. Guy B like looks back and forth between woman and guy A. Okay, nothing appears to be happening. Okay, and so guy B asks the woman, "Are you going to be at the gym tomorrow?" She says yes, and then guy B just leaves.
Quite important is that they're probably Canadian based off of their pronunciation of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
Was they're all
relevant?
Canadian here? Yeah.
I was gonna
I'm
ask,
Canadian.
does he say it? Does he say tomorrow like that, or does he say tomorrow like a regular person?
Based.
Yeah.
We're like one of those quivering little pussies up north. All right, which one does he say like a normal average cool person,
That really changes the scenario.
or like a little bitch? Which one does he do?
Well, we're all Canadian, so I guess we're all bitch made, right?
Great, cool. Just checking. Thank you for being honest.
But yeah, it just sounds like, all right, guy B, like guy A gets close to woman, right? And guy B thinks to himself, oh, do they have some sort of pre-standing relationship? He looks back and forth between them. Don't know what conclusion he might have drawn. But then he just finishes up the conversation. Hey, are you gonna be around? And she's like, yeah, I'll be around. And then he leaves. It seems like nothing in particular happened really.
And what if I reveal the information that actually woman and guy B don't meaningfully know each other and they're not romantically linked?
That's what I was.
Wait, hold on. Guy and who?
That's what
Guy
it sounded like.
and
yeah.
the woman.
No, which guy?
Guy B.
Guy
Face to
B.
face dude.
All of them.
He's in front.
Probably.
Then the guy behind is trying to assert dominance, like get the fuck away from her.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to piss on her.
Yeah. He's like, yo, this is my chick. Watch it, punk.
Okay, yeah, I think
That's
I
what
think
I
that's
think.
fair.
But I might need more.
Yeah,
context
he's
on
calling
why that's
dibs. The
wrong.
guy who says, "Are you going to be here tomorrow?"
And
he's
do you
calling
think that's
dibs.
an actual
That's what
sign
he's
of?
doing.
Do you think that's an actual
no.
sign of dominance?
No, only if you're a pussy.
No,
Okay.
guy
Hold
A
on.
is establishing dominance, not
Any
guy B.
dude who does that shit, who goes, "Don't be talking to my chick," loser. Probably Canadian.
Well, wait, by the way, to be that's like, they're not romantically linked.
Wait, I thought you said they were.
No, listen.
No,
no,
he
no.
said they're
Oh,
not.
no, no,
Pay
no, no.
attention.
Yeah.
You have
one
ADHD.
Of them, one of them is sorry.
No.
The ones face to face aren't.
None of them are romantically linked to the
None
woman.
of them.
No, none of them are.
Yeah,
You
I
None
would
of them
say-
know-
I would say
none
one
of them know
is
her.
asserting, "Yo, this is I want to be talking to."
He's
this
calling dibs.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
It's pussy behavior. I will be for real. It's sorry if one of these is you or if person. Hold on, I forgot who was who. I think it was person.
Guy
A
B
is
was the one in
You have
front.
trouble
Guy A
tracking.
standing
I
behind.
understand. You know, I'm
No,
using
no,
guy
no,
A
no.
and B.
I got
but, like,
confused because the first person of the story was person B, which is.
I know that's
confusing.
very confusing to me too. I didn't understand that either. But like,
Okay, I don't know. Okay, you can use the letters, whatever letters you want.
No, I
That's fine.
can't because they need to comport
have
to your
to.
understanding of the
yeah,
letters.
Yeah, sure, fair. Guy B was the guy that walked over
That
and
guy's a
stood
loser.
behind the woman.
That guy's a loser for sure.
No, let's use the original because we're going to confuse ourselves. So Guy B
No, that is
was
that
the
is
one
the
in
original.
front.
Guy B.
I thought
was,
that
is
was
the
the
original.
original.
That was-
Guy
No,
B was in
Prime,
front.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
right,
Guy
Prime.
B was in
I
front.
think he swapped
I
around.
thought,
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
So
I'm
okay.
confused.
So originally, hold on. Originally, I'm fairly certain that Guy B is the one who said, "Are you gonna be here tomorrow?" I'm almost positive
Yeah,
in the very first one, Guy B said, "Are you gonna be here
I
tomorrow?"
might have
So-
got lost in my own narrative. Okay, then.
I accept your apology, Corey.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I apologize if
Okay.
I confused my own narrative.
If
No
no,
problem.
you did.
Okay, I did. Even though
But
you,
I don't
I
fucking
think,
know.
yeah, I know you don't know. That's the problem.
No. Oh, so look, Guy B was in front, so we're gonna use that. Guy B
Sure.
standing in front. Guy B, he checks, "Hey, you're gonna be here tomorrow." Guy A is standing behind, right? Looking, I'm assuming, slightly menacing or puffing out his chest or whatever the fuck, right? So that's what happened. And now,
Or it could be like
revealing, yeah,
you know?
revealing later. That's
It
what
could
committed
it
case.
could be. Well, here's the thing. It might not be a back off. If are the guys homies?
No,
I
they're
already
not.
said. Already said.
said they
All
don't
they
know
know
each
is that
other.
they are
just
aware
know-
of their existence.
Aware. Yeah.
See, you're not tracking. Hunter.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, you just said relationship
not
with
clocking.
a girl. None of them are in a relationship with a girl. But if they're homies, then it's fine.
They're not.
Because
They're not.
homies
not
get
homies.
called dibs on.
They're not homies. They are just aware. I tried to emphasize that
Yeah.
point from the beginning. They are just aware of their existence.
I don't
But
think
does
there's a
guy one
problem.
know-
Okay,
know
well,
the
hold on.
girl?
I don't. There's not a problem
That's a
with it.
joke,
No,
Corey.
none of them.
I get it.
Okay, so none of them. There's not a problem with what it is he's doing. Obviously, Guy A still has the ability to still hit on the girl if he wants to, but Guy B is obviously trying by saying, "Are you going to be here tomorrow?" He's trying to get his in so that the other guy backs off. But he has no responsibility to back off or anything. It's just that this is just him making his move. Yeah. What is the quandary here?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I was trying to reveal, but this was obviously no surprise. This is based off a real life situation. Okay. Yeah, I know. Now the reveal.
Holy
Poof,
shit.
magic. Okay. Where whatever
Two guys were hitting on
whatever
you.
lettering you want to use, I am the guy that walked away. I'm not the guy that
You're Guy B.
walked.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
I predicted you're a Guy B. You're not a Guy A type of person.
You were just talking to the chick.
So I walked up, and this is a girl that
Can
I
I
had
be-
seen.
You were
Yeah.
the guy just talking to the chick.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're not the loser.
Well, I still might be a loser, but
No,
let's say in that situation.
Not in
Okay.
this circumstance. Not because of this.
But so this is a woman that I had seen regularly at the gym. Okay. And whatever, and I let's say had some, very minor interactions with them before. Okay. But then I went to go and speak to them, and then after 30 seconds, the dude walks over, okay, and stands right behind her. Okay. And I was doing the calculations in my mind of okay, that could be a boyfriend, that could be nobody, that could be a friend. And let's say I was trying to give like the most charitable interpretation, as in like, I thought if if that was their boyfriend, okay, I kind of like would assume, but it's not a given that like maybe she like introduce or something, but she did not appear to react.
She knows that guy is behind her.
Yes, because she looked. Okay. She didn't say anything. That's when it's like, I looked at both of them. I was sort of like, I gave like 1 second for, one of them to say something. Okay. And then that's when I said, are you going to be at the gym tomorrow? She said yes. And I walked away.
Guys,
He's the one who said tomorrow.
I only learned afterwards that they were not romantic through future conversations that I had with her. And, I actually did the litigation, as in like, I was not going to litigate the situation in the moment. Okay. And like, let's say in the moment when I was doing the calculations, speed running, it's like, okay, I've either like miscalculated and turns out, they do have a boyfriend. Okay. That, I just hadn't seen around, or like for whatever reason, like this is someone they know and they're not introducing.
I'm still confused as to what you needed us to sort out here. Like, I don't understand.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. I still didn't get the answer.
That's fair. Well, no, as in like, because I that's when I asked Hunter, like, okay, who is the dominant one in your scenario?
Nobody's dominant.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's particularly dominant.
I wouldn't say dominant. I would say one of them's a bitch.
Okay.
One of them is trying.
Who demonstrates insecurity?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by bitch.
Yeah,
that's
I agree
guy
with
A.
you.
Yeah, guy A, the one behind, not you.
If I'm getting his intentions correctly, which like maybe he was just like chilling there. He's like, oh, am I close? Actually, my bad.
Was he in line for like a machine or something? Like
no,
maybe maybe
turns
he
out,
misread.
It turns out like she has spoken to him before, okay, but like again, no meaningful interaction. As in, like they're also sort of like,
I understand, but I'm just
they're
saying,
like acquaintances.
I'm saying it's possible.
Okay,
that he didn't
I give
mean
up.
To stun.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you can get.
maybe he was like.
I understand it's difficult to
sometimes
track
when you're
triangulation.
Sometimes when you're a little autistic, you accidentally get a little too close to people, and then you're like, are people reading into what I'm doing here? I'm just standing here.
Yeah, that's true. That's a thing
that could be what. Like, I don't know the situation. Maybe that is what's going on.
I didn't. Well, like,
but
I'd be curious, like how you would evaluate the situation, like at the time.
It's
like,
so hard to do without me seeing it, because like a lot of the information that I'm looking for is going to be nonverbal.
True. Yes, I agree.
So if he was just sort of like standing there awkwardly and he looks awkward, I wouldn't think anything about it. But if he was like looking, he was like kind of glaring at me a little bit.
When I say he like stood right behind her, I mean right, as in like invading personal space behind her.
Okay.
Yeah. So it seemed on purpose.
Was he looking at you, like directly at you the entire time?
As in like, so let's say she's in front of me, like 2 feet away, okay?
Yeah.
And then he walks up right behind her.
Yeah.
Okay, and like again, I would say, invading, unless they are actually romantic, like I would say uncomfortably close.
I'm a big believer. I'm a big believer in not letting these bitches win, and so I would bring him into the conversation. I go, "What's up, dude?" And like try to like bring him in, even though he was like clearly trying to communicate something. I would like pretend like I wouldn't understand what he's talking about. I love doing that shit because then he has to either say it explicitly, which he won't because he's a little bitch, or like you know what I'm saying? Like there's no.
I agree.
If you're communicating something stupid, I have no obligation to receive it. That's my philosophy.
That's a good.
And do you think, let's say, assume, I think it's a fair assumption that I think everyone sort of concluded that, the guy that walked over is trying to like stake their claim type of thing.
Yeah, that's what it sounds.
It seems like she's
seeing it.
Here's the real question: if she seems into it, fucking run away from her.
Oh, good point.
I agree.
Run away.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. I 1,000%.
Watchdog.
I 1,000% agree with you. Okay. And that leads into my follow-up of like, do you think overall this would like in general on average like increase attraction to this person or decrease, as in that would make a woman
either negligible or decrease. It can't decrease, or no, it could if she's like, what the fuck are you doing, and embarrass him. Then it's like, come here. And then
yeah. So I would say that yeah, if she's the type to want like two guys to be fighting over her, right? Like oh, this is the positive development, right? Like two guys are like,
As in, she wants the attention, right? And like,
yeah.
exit.
I
agree. I agree with that.
That's my kind of girl.
I agree with that assessment.
And like send her number to Tom. Yeah. So if not, right? Like she like looks back. Maybe she also doesn't like want to make a scene, right? Like some guy. She's
No,
she's
totally.
a woman.
That's the
She's
neutral.
been there for a while, right? Like she's been a woman for like a while at this point, and she like looks back. She's like, okay, I know exactly what this is. I'm not going to say anything, right? And hope this like diffuses.
Yeah, that's a neutral interaction. That doesn't affect my attraction for her.
Yeah.
No. As in, like, how do you speculate the woman's attraction to the guy?
Oh, yes. I would speculate negative for sure.
Okay. Yes. Then I would agree with you. Okay.
I would bet that I don't know. I would really like a lot of this is going to be.
That's why I said like on average, as in like generally speaking, in broad average. Like I agree that there's going to be some. I would say, in my opinion, minority of portion of women that like will respond positively to that behavior.
But it depends on the subsection. Like if you're like at a bar in like Miami, then like maybe the average woman would be really into that.
What if I told you this woman prefers women only gyms?
Yeah, then I would say for sure.
Maybe
I would agree that it plummets dramatically.
Okay. Yes.
Do we have this hottie's Instagram? Do we know?
Prime just wants to look. I'm not necessarily Prime is that dude who's behind, just lurking. Fucking.
No, I'm not. Not that guy.
But like, not even to back off. It's to invite him in. He's like, let's look together.
I can tell you, like, I now have additional like information because it's like I was like processing them because like there was a moment in time with like I didn't actually I had my suspicions of what was going on in terms of like everyone else's suspicions, but like I more or less got the story from her. Okay, as in he was uninvited. They're not romantically linked. Okay, and she was frozen and didn't respond to the moment because understandably I think everyone sort of recognizes that's an awkward situation. Okay, but then she let the guy know afterwards, hey, that's not cool. Don't do that again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, then good. That's positive. It sounds like what?
I know I was gonna say, but then because I'm just curious of like what the calculation of the other guy is of like it's hard for me to like understand that mentality because like basically as of now, okay, it's like well, I'm more or less like incentivized to interact with her as much as possible because like he now knows now that as long as I'm around, he can't come up and talk to her.
Well, the answer
now, if he walks up, you'll be standing behind her.
Yeah. Well, no, even then that would be creepy.
Well, I mean, already behind her.
No. Hold on.
Okay, sure.
That's
if
not
she
creepy
requests
when it's
it.
reciprocal. No, it's not creepy when it's reciprocal. It's awesome when it's reciprocal.
Yes.
You go, bitch, look who's got her now. And then it only matters to him. It only matters to you because it matters to him. It only matters to her because it matters to him. Then it's like, now ownership is cool.
But you
it's
seem
like,
to
you
intuitively know.
care about property.
You seem to intuitively know that like, probably on average, I don't know, at least 51 or I don't know, 60% of women are gonna view that as unattractive.
Yeah, for sure.
And
It seems as clingy. And clingy for like a relationship that's not even
like,
yours.
He
it's
is
like,
not even her boyfriend.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, if it is your boyfriend, then it's different. If it is her boyfriend, then
I would disagree.
It's very
because
different.
like I've been in the
it's
position of like
different.
well, okay, maybe slightly different, but like I've been in the position of like being the boyfriend and watching my girlfriend interact with another guy. It's never crossed my mind of like I should go stand behind her as if she can't.
No. It's different because you would have some sort of like inside information on whether or not they're bothered by people coming up to them and talking to them, or like things of that nature, right? Like you would have.
But that's the only.
You would have like more intimate information.
But I would never do it with the intention of like scaring the other guy off or like staking my claim.
Hold on, it depends. That would be pretty funny. I could see myself. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
scaring people off.
You're doing it as a joke though, not necessarily. Yeah, but
of course.
like not in a serious way of like, hey, I gotta
Sure.
stake my claim to my woman like some.
You just
caveman.
walk
that's
up like
pretty
this
pathetic.
behind her.
Yeah.
Ah!
I'm not gonna lie.
Biggest follower.
I'm obviously biased, but it seemed like he was like, flaring his lats and like trying to like broaden his shoulders.
That's
Because
awesome.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He like buffed out
Yeah.
his chest. 100%.
like he happened to like be holding his phone like this and like texting, and he like says hi, and I'm like,
I will
Stuck
say
his
a lot
elbows
of
out a
guys
little
are
bit.
under the delusion that that genuinely looks good on them. That like girls appreciate that.
but I have like the clear indication that she did not appreciate that, and like now explicitly told him like, hey, like stay away with.
Okay.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like you had most of the answers. Like, I don't know how much of this you need.
Well, no, because like I'm reasonably sure there's some proportion of men that would be like, I just like submitted, like since I'm the one that walked away.
but the problem is Lacto is not here.
No,
True.
see,
That's what.
that's that.
what pops.
That's such a. That's you.
Because
that's you losing.
in
Because-
my mind, like he has let me know through his actions that he is threatened by me, like flat out.
No, Sorry.
What makes you say no?
because it doesn't matter who's talking to her. Any dude who's talking to her, those types of guys.
Well, you
are
think it
so
was like
protective.
some 3 foot, I don't know,
Yes.
little person?
Yes. Who looks ugly?
No, but it does mean that anybody
know what the
who
little
talks
person
to
has to do
her,
with
he's
anything,
going to be
Corey.
threatened by. No, it does mean that like anybody who talks to her, he's going to be threatened by,
That's what I'm
and
saying,
that just
yeah.
by walking up to her, if he's already standing up, and Corey continues to talk to her anyways,
Yeah, it's
then
not
yeah, I
about
would say
feeling
that like the
threatened,
guy
yeah,
is
it's-
like no, I would say that that's like it means that like
No,
he
no,
would
but
be more
everyone's a
threatened
threat
by
to him.
somebody who continues. Sure, but I'm saying that like if his intention is thinking that you're going
Everyone,
to
even-
like
even
not
another
talk
girl?
to her, and then he does talk to her anyways, then I'm saying that like now it's more like, okay, I gotta keep an eye on this motherfucker because I can't just stand behind her and scare him off.
I mean, yeah, like I take your point, but I don't know that it would be like every guy. Yeah, I agree it's possible, but I don't know. That behavior.
You're
seems-
that dude. You're that dude is what you're saying.
Which dude?
That dude. Can you say it for me? Prime, you say it. You're that.
You're that dude. Yeah. You're that.
No,
dude.
you're fine. Okay, never mind.
Oh no, I get what you were saying.
Fucked it up.
Oh, all right.
You did, you
Okay,
fucked it
whatever.
up.
It's fine. Fair enough. It's Brian's fault. So in terms of the stream,
I needed you to say the N-word for me, but
Oh,
we're not in sync. We weren't in
was-
sync there. It's all right.
I wasn't gonna do that. I'm sorry, Fred.
Do you identify
I'm-
as black, Prime? Because you're Haitian, right? Am I getting that right? Am I not even a little bit right? I'm sorry. Is that not right? I'm sorry. What? Is that a stupid
The
question?
big,
I don't
the-
know, like how
the
to
big gap in the
even-
teeth. Is,
I don't have a gap in the teeth. I have
the
no
fuck?
gap. I've never had any sort of gap in my teeth. Excuse me.
Hold on,
Well,
Prime.
well, then never
Where
mind.
am I? Where am I
Then
wrong?
he's
Did I
not
offend
Haitian.
or what?
Oh, sorry. Oh, the light's too bright. Maybe. Try to turn it off. Are you better? No. Yeah.
I don't think you have
Yeah.
a gap in your teeth. That's the joke. Is that? Yeah,
Oh.
Haitians generally have a gap in their teeth. But
The
They
joke
don't
is that
generally
those-
have a gap in their teeth.
Yeah, I
Like
don't know
some
what you're
people do.
talking
They don't generally have
Tomfoolery,
gaps in
a
their
master
mouth.
of race relations.
True.
Yeah.
those fucking monkeys over in the
No, those
area.
gap tooth
All right.
monkeys.
True.
Oh my god. Okay, so any which way to
Wait,
deal
Prime, did I
Hunter.
offend?
You didn't. No, you didn't. To be clear, friend, you didn't offend me. No.
Okay.
I think
it's
you're
just like-
racist.
I don't know what the reaction was.
I think it's an awkward question. It's weird
Oh.
and strange, awkward question. Look, so I am black. Of course, I identify as black. Yes, absolutely.
Hold on, I
right?
met a ton. I've met a lot of Dominicans who don't like identify as black.
Oh,
and they're very-
Dominicans. Okay, yeah, Dominicans. Okay,
I've never
great.
Yeah,
met a lot
I
of
just looked it
Haitians,
up.
and
You
it's right
guys are
next door.
fucking
Maybe that's-
gaslighting me.
Hold on.
Haitians
hold
do
on.
too
This
generally
isn't
have
I
a
can
gap in their
update-
teeth.
No,
You guys
they
are fucking
don't.
lying to me. Yes, they
Gap in their
do.
teeth is crazy.
Yes, they do.
He goes
I'm
into
doing-
Haiti and then like everyone's all poor and
No,
like, no one has his teeth. and
They
stuff.
do. I
guess
just fucking
Haiti-
looked it up.
I guess Haitians.
Google
have
says you
yellow
guys are
teeth.
wrong. I'm right.
Weird thing here. I guess Haitians like to sleep on the floor. They like huts.
Yeah.
Thing
You
about
guys
Haitians.
just like you're floor sleepers. No, hold on. Multiple things are happening here at once. Okay, all right. Dominicans are a special beast. I will talk about them later. But Dominicans are not like Haitian. They're not like most anyone in the fucking Caribbean, right? So like, let's put Dominicans to the side now.
Okay.
And okay. That's a wild thing. Maybe it's a wild thing to say, but I can understand that you, Hunter,
Dominicans don't have gaps in their
understand
teeth.
that there might be. That's a wild statement, right? To compare like Dominicans to Haitians in that way,
Well,
right?
Well,
like,
wait,
no,
can I
no,
be
stop,
super-
no, come on, you keep interrupting me. I keep trying to like
okay.
answer
I
your
thought you were
question.
asking a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a wild statement. Like especially considering the history, considering like everything about fucking Dominicans. Yeah, no, like these aren't the same, right?
Okay.
So whatever your Dominican friends are, which I can probably guess as to what they're actually saying. Yeah, that doesn't apply to most other black-looking Caribbeans. Okay.
Sure. Could I?
Okay. So I identify as a black
Sure.
American. Okay. All right. Or
A
African
black.
American.
He identifies as a black.
I know that there's some people. I only learned this like honestly coming online during for Twitch, that there are some black people who make a distinction, right, between like
African American.
you know, the immigrant communities, right, and then foundational Black Americans, and if you're not an FBA, you're not actually a Black American. You're something else, some other label, right? I'm not one of
African American
those.
and Black
All the
American.
people I grew up with aren't those people, right? F that. So I just I lump us all together because guess what? The cops do.
No, fair. We all
yeah,
look the same,
so-
but the cops ain't that good enough. Who said that?
And that actually I don't know who said that, but that's a good line.
Childish Gambino.
Okay. And then now we're gonna go to the Dominicans for a second, okay? All right.
Yeah, sure. Can I clarify my statement a little bit though?
Okay.
Look, I it's not just Dominicans. I have a Brazilian cousin who looks blacker than any Black American I've ever met, and my wife worked in Brazil, and they identify as Black down in Brazil, but then the moment they go to America, then everyone's like, "You're not Black. You're not Black. You're not Black." And so they go, "Oh, I guess I'm not Black. My bad. I didn't even know that."
Brazil. Okay. So the thing.
This seems like a. Sorry, let me just say this real quick. It seems like a common experience for a lot of people with dark skin color who aren't born of or who aren't like African American to not be considered Black. So I was wondering where you fit into that situation, and I was asking your opinion. That's where I was coming from.
Okay. Sure. So Brazil is not the same as Dominicans.
I know it's not the same.
Brazilians, but I don't. So it sounds like what you're saying is that they identify as Black, and then they come to for the Brazilians. They're coming to America, and then they're being told otherwise.
We had this conversation with Cherry back in the day about the Dominicans and how she always said that people said she wasn't Black.
Right.
Well, hold on. Again, let me get to the Dominicans in a second, because they're a special, they're a special snowflake there. But no, for Brazil, right? They have interesting racial history, right? The racial categories are quite interesting. They had a campaign to breed out the Black out of the Blacks, right? So unlike with an American racial segregation where it was segregated, where they're like, oh, we're just keep the races apart, right? And it's a taboo to intermingle. In Brazil, they're like, oh no, it's the opposite. Okay, we're going to breed civilization into you, right? By all the white people you fuck, the brown people, right? Yeah. So
there's an aggressive. Sorry. In the education, my wife worked in the education system in Brazil, and it's very, very common to get skin colors or makeup that makes you look as white as possible, and obviously there's a stratification system, but then also because racial systems in Brazil only exist in terms of colorism, it's not really based off of ancestry. You'll see college administrations where they flip it, they reverse, they try to look as Black as possible to sort of capture the affirmative action. So it's they're very obsessed with color down there.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. From
Yeah.
my
Unlike the
understanding
U.S., no obsession with color.
Hold on. I'm not saying that we're
I know.
perfect up here.
I know.
And there's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
no,
of
no.
worse shit we do up here that they haven't done down there. but
I'm
just saying,
joking.
Well, we also have a very different concept of race here, where it does
Yes.
like ancestry
It's
is a big
based off
part of it,
ancestry,
like
right,
facial
right.
features, skin color. Like there's so many other things. So we're
Like the fact
like
we call
somebody
logic
like a
black is like a weird thing
exactly.
to a lot of other countries.
Mhm.
So okay, so I thought you were coming at this from another way, because sometimes, like, Brazilians who might otherwise be called black, like, don't embrace the black moniker because of like their whole racial situation. That's what I thought you were going with, but that's not what you were saying. Okay, fair enough, right? Let's talk about Dominicans for a second. Dominicans, right?
Here we
the
go.
Black
Here we go.
ones.
Don't
the
get me
black
started on
ones.
Dominicans.
Show your racist. Show how racist you can be, Prime.
Yeah.
Talk about how much you fucking hate Dominicans.
I don't know. I don't have a. Well, I don't. I have a problem with the Dominican
You see how
Republic.
he's like,
No,
well, I don't.
I have a problem. No, just like. Well, actually, no, it's not the same. But like, I have a problem with like the Dominican Republican government. But I don't have a problem with like ordinary Dominicans, right? I don't make any assumptions about them when I meet them or anything like that. So that's not a problem for me. But like, it's as a black person, it is an experience to meet a black Dominican. It's a crazy. My first time like interacting with one personally was in college, and holy shit,
What do you
amazing,
think I
right?
won?
Like
one of them. One of who? Huh? Prime.
black Dominicans. What I just said. So
One of
Kind of
those
weird how he
people.
organizes these people and stratifies them into their own groups.
So black
Prime?
Dominicans, right? So many of them. I'm not going to speak for all of them, right? I'm sure there are many ones that have different opinions, but it seems to be a common theme that black Dominicans pretend they ain't black, right? They'll just say, "Oh, I'm Dominican," or "I'm Latin," or some shit, right? But they'll go through a great pains to say, "Yeah, I'm not black." So it's got to be some for some deep anti-blackness that happens within the Dominican Republic, right? I don't know what happens when these young kids are getting raised out there, but like you'll see some black Dominicans, same exact color as me, have very similar facial features as me, will swear up and down, "No, I'm not black. What are you talking about?" And they get like super fucking offended. And I'm like, and I remember when I first like I just couldn't like wrap my head around this, right? And I remember like because I like end up talking to this guy for years, right? And this became like a constant undercurrent, right? Between us. And like I couldn't understand it. And then it wasn't until, especially when I met some other people who had similar experiences, they're like, yeah, like with Dominicans, they'll do this. They'll just pretend they're not black, right? They pretend like these racial categorizations like don't exist, or they're outside of them, at least within the American context. Of course, none of these things are actually real. They're all social constructs, but like within the American social constructs, like, yeah, you would definitely be categorized as black. They will deny it up and down. Like their fucking life depends on it.
Well,
and
to be
maybe it
fair,
does, I don't know.
just to throw
Yeah.
some nuance in there, a lot of Dominicans told they're not black by African Americans. You know, they're like your ancestors because ancestry matters.
I've never heard that. So like,
Really? You've never heard? Oh, okay.
No, it's the opposite. I'm saying
Okay.
the exact opposite.
No, I know.
The black
No,
people-
hold on. I'm saying that exists, but also the other thing exists too.
Well, that is what Cherry was saying, though. Is Cherry was talking about the fact that black people are always gatekeeping her out of the black community,
Right.
saying she wasn't black enough.
Yeah, like I said, those types do exist. Yes, like, and I identified that at the very start. But like I'm talking about black Dominicans who want to pretend they ain't black, and they get very upset when we pretend otherwise. And it's really stupid. So anyway, the Dominicans are a special beast. I haven't seen that in any other type of immigrant community. They might exist. I'm not saying it doesn't, but like that type of behavior, that seems to be a Dominican thing specifically. But again, it might be in other places as well.
Hey, Kendrick Lamar says that Drake isn't even black, so who knows anymore?
I would
I'm gonna be
say,
super
Drake is-
clear there. He does not say that he ain't black. He's saying he ain't black. You know what I'm saying?
Hunter, do you know what you're saying?
Of course. I listen to Not Like Us. Come on.
He's still trying to
That
figure
was the
out
song
guy
of
A
the
and B.
summer.
Okay.
I love
Alright,
Kendrick. Kendrick's one of my favorite artists.
Okay. All right.
What are you judging me
let's
for?
So
He's like, who's
to
this
be hon-
fucking white kid talking to me about black culture? I'm not even explaining anything. I'm not even like mansplaining shit.
I didn't say I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
we
say
all
anything.
heard it.
Okay. All right. Look, to everyone. We got a bit of a situation here. So in terms of attendance,
Yeah.
two people are sick. One has a migraine, and one has the shits. They're on
They
tour,
found
and
out
you
I
know,
was here, and they got
and
scared.
you know
And the
who
third
it
one has
is
migraine
because
induced shits.
Admiral Admiral Gibbs has gone through this many times. Apparently, like this is a pattern of Admiral Gibbs, like getting food poisoning or whatever. At least that's his excuse, right?
Wait, who's got a migraine? Is
So,
it lactoid? Is he not coming?
no, Lactoid is dealing with some other thing that he let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he put it in a group chat, right? Or whatever. It doesn't
Yeah, he
matter.
did.
He said he's coming late, but I didn't know.
Well,
who
he
else-
said a bit late, and I don't know what the definition of
But
bit.
Ollie and Riddell and Gibbs and Lactoid should all be here, and none of them are. So I don't know who has the migraine.
You don't have to know. I wasn't like trying to. Like,
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I
to
was just,
let people know.
curious. My bad.
He's not even gonna
How
tell
dare
us.
you?
That's
That
fucked
is.
up.
Don't you know the HIPAA laws?
Yeah. And then
trying to make conversation. My bad.
Then one other person just like hasn't contacted us at all.
Who? Prime, out them now.
Who's flaky?
Yeah.
Who has no integrity?
So looks like we might be rolling with this crew. And this is a great crew. I think we can make some content out
We all
of
heard
this.
that, right?
What are you? What do you?
Prime, we all heard your tell. We got to roll with these guys, I guess.
That's all the white
I said this is
guys.
a great crew. These guys are fantastic. Okay, whatever.
And isn't Hunter leaving early?
I did say that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's. So we might as well get started then. I'm not wasting more time, especially if one of us might have to leave early. It's unfortunate, these things happen.
I will say we can make this stream about abstract algebra, and I can study while we stream. That is an option that I will throw out there.
Okay.
Prime. But if your panel
Isn't all algebra pretty abstract?
That's
You have to
true.
Educate me.
That's true when you think about it. But that didn't really work on my teacher. I tried explaining that to him when I just did the time.
You should bring her onto the panel debater.
Yes.
I'll moderate.
Oh, who's
We're
her?
talking about abstract
true.
art,
True.
anyways. So
Yeah, it's true. Yes, I'm a huge misogynist, so I went with her.
So let's. We're going to get started. And we'll see how it goes. No, I guess none of them are here. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to do something else. But thanks all for being here. If you enjoyed that intro, which involved Corey, was it mogging the other person? Was it?
Red pill. Like,
am I using mogging?
Mogging. You're using mogging correctly.
I mogged by walking away and recognizing.
I can tell you as the urban representative of the panel.
But yeah, so we dealt with Corey's lady troubles, right? And as a reward, Corey will give us the Instagram of the hottie he was talking to.
I'll do that in private.
So he was like, I don't know what Corey's into though. That's the thing, right? I know he's into one particular actress.
Prime, you're getting mad because I said who has a migraine, and you're like, I need to see what Corey gets hard to.
The only thing that matters, I can tell you, you'll appreciate this, Prime. She is on Team Rhaenyra.
So that's he likes the actress who plays Rhaenyra in House of the Dragons, the adult Rhaenyra. And so like that's the only person I have seen he's been into. So I'm just a little curious. I'm still curious as to what she might look like, but I'll leave that alone.
I can send you the Instagram of another person who, let's say, resembles whatever that person to a very loose extent.
Just send me a photo. If you got a photo of her, just send me the fucking photo. Just send me a photo. I'm not gonna spread it around, friend. Like
I know.
Just send me the photo. But okay, so anyway, that's just personal thing. But I can leave that alone. We can move past that. But yeah, so if you enjoyed that conversation, and then you enjoyed Hunter's crash course in like Caribbean race relations, then
Hold on, I was inquisitive. I was not.
I didn't
Don't
say
forget,
anything.
don't forget Tom's mastery of race relations. with the
Hunter,
gap
why are
tooth.
you so sensitive today? Like I didn't. I just yeah. Like you ask questions and then I answered them. That's the
Well,
crash course.
You said it like it was like I was giving.
Yeah,
you
yeah. Like I said it in a way. Yes, I said it in a way. I had a tone, didn't you? You sound very female now.
You people
okay?
always
like,
have a
female
tone.
thing to do. Right? Oh, you said it in a way, a tone. Oh, I don't know. Right? Like I know the words you said, but it's the way you said it. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Okay. Right.
I don't
I'm being
appreciate
very
that
direct with you,
tone,
Hunter.
Prime.
Trust me, Hunter. As you know, when I have a problem with you, I make the world know. So you're fine for now. But anyway, which way? If you enjoyed any of that, consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, get bits or gift subs. If you're on YouTube, consider using a super chat. Always great. We'll talk about your super chat. It'll be the whole big thing. It'll be fun. So consider doing that. Okay. So we're going to get started with the topic, and we'll go from there. But the topic. An initial design has been submitted for America's Global War on Terrorism Memorial. Like other war memorials before it, it seeks to provide a space for future generations to remember this decades-long conflict. However, unlike the other memorials, the conflict it focuses on is still ongoing. Furthermore, the design is ambiguous as to how we should feel about the global war on terrorism, where other memorials are far more definitive. On America's 250th birthday, how should we feel about the global war on terror? What do you think of America's actions since the 9/11 attacks? Should America be celebrated for its actions in fighting dangerous uh, but but ambiguous enemies, or should it be condemned for the many innocent deaths that resulted? And do you think America is living up to its self-image as a benevolent, quote-unquote, shining city on a hill? So yeah, there's what kicked this off is someone sent me an article about this memorial. Yeah, and the article itself is actually more of a breakdown of like memorials in general, and like what we do as a culture, as a society, to remember these moments in time, like the amount of space, the energy that we put into it, and what like these things say, right? And how this memorial seems to be especially unique. But then I went, so that's what got into my head, but I wanted to expand it past that to talk about like, okay, well, how should we like think about this conflict in the first place? Like this conflict has been fought for either the majority or the entirety of some people's lives, right? Like everyone of the panel's lives, right? Like like most of our lives, or if not all of our lives, depending how old you are, have been during this period. Some of us can't remember the time before the global war on terror, and it's been one of the most defining parts of American life. Now it's not the same quite as like what it was like immediately after 9/11, right? Immediately after the attacks and like the security treatment and like the culture, right? Like culture, all that these things have shifted, but we still had one, not just a surveillance state, but also a like a foreign policy outlook, right? That is centered on this moment, right after the post 9/11 attack, post 9/11 era, and it was stated at the start that the global war on terror would be one against like an ambiguous enemy, right? That one that like will be done in the shadows, right? And will span different countries, different continents, right? It would be like a war unlike anything else, and I mean that certainly came true. But yeah, so I want to take some time to like think about that, to think about uh, like what do you want future generations to to take from this, right? To take from this moment in time. I mean, if you have children too, actually, that would be curious, right? If you have children, or if you will have children in the future, like, what will you want to tell them about this? Like, because they definitely not going to remember a time before this. How would you like communicate all of this? Help them make sense of it. Yeah. So we'll start from there, and we'll see where we go. So we'll start with our friend Corey.
So I have mixed feelings about this, and let's say I'm on the fence, especially when it comes to, at least from what I understand, based off of what I extracted from the article about this memorial. But let's say, yeah, like in general, like I'm against like memorials and especially like whatever statues celebrating a particular historical figure. I don't think it's generally a good idea to like put
Oh,
individuals.
actually, no, sorry.
That's it.
No, I just about to say. I just realized it's not that other person didn't uh get back to me. They said like they had a flight that got canceled. Actually, yeah. Um, forgot to say. Sorry, never mind. I didn't mean to interrupt your intro.
That's okay.
But yeah, this is just
Important stream update.
It's just they sent it to me before. I forgot that they said that to me, but like, yeah, just scheduling for this has just been awful. Like I had a full complement, and I was very happy. Right?
I know. I
We're
saw
having
like
full-
9. Ooh, gonna be packed.
Yeah, we haven't had a full complement for a while, and then no, like literally like a half hour before we had to go stream, everyone's like, I can't make it. So,
and if anything, like you
ridiculous.
you overbooked, and like you expect like 7 out of the 9 to show up.
Yes, that's what I was expecting. That was even worse. Okay, but it is what it is. But yeah, thank you. Sorry.
We'll salvage something out of this. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm confident we will. But yeah, all that to say is I have mixed feelings about memorials in general, especially war memorials, and like statues devoted to historical figures. I'm not sure it's good to like lionize or have mixed feelings or on the fence, and I could be swayed like maybe either way. As now I lean towards like not the greatest, but when it comes to this specific memorial, like what is the global war on terrorism? I think as of now, like, and as it alludes to in the article, like we're still like teasing out, our positions or our feelings towards it. I think like as of now, in retrospect, it seems like largely, I think overall considered, uh, at the bare minimum, not the most just war. If anything, categorically unjust. And so, like, is it good to memorialize that? I understand there were still soldiers that lost their lives, but I'm curious of like, because like I don't know, memorials. Not that I have visited many, but it's at least it seems to be sort of like in the vein of like a celebration, or yes, remembering these people, but like then also in my mind maybe like stripping away some of the realities of war, of like should it be included in a memorial, of like if you're including names, although it seems like this specific memorial is not including names, but like if someone died by friendly fire, should it include in there in the memorial, like died by friendly fire? I think that should probably be included if we're actually going to include that, or at least include some of the realities of war. Of like, yeah, they were part of the war, but they were a victim of friendly fire. Maybe moving forward, we should think better of like if we're going to go into a war, we have to recognize some of our casualties will be our own. And so I don't know, to keep it short and get to like the panel. As of now, this one I don't seem to be all that in favor of, just because like, yeah, I'm not like, I think as of now, my stance is towards the global war on terrorism. I think as of now, largely leaning towards an unjust war and largely a mistake, just as I think everyone now more or less agrees, or let's say even Republicans don't want to recognize, they ignore George W. Bush. Never happened, and all his mistakes for, Iraq and Afghanistan. And so I think those fall in that category. But when it comes to, let's say, more quote unquote just wars, or that wars that are more justified, I'm more in favor of memorials like those. But this one seems, but maybe the ambiguity is reflected in the design of the memorial. But as of now, this seems not the greatest. I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey. And again, sorry for interrupting.
That's okay.
I just like
It's your stream. That's an
exclaimed
important
in the
update.
middle. I did no, not when you were talking. I didn't mean to exclaim while you were going. Sorry, never mind.
I'm white. You can interrupt me all you want. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. You have carte blanche.
I see what you did there. Hunter, I would love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. So I would love to hear Corey's reservations. I think it seems Good. The memorial, and I have I have a lot of frustrations with the war on terror. But it seems like the memorial is trying to reflect that. It's trying to be contemplative, and it's not just trying to assert this is necessarily a good thing. Um, that like we should be um this isn't just like a hoorah moment, and I really like memorials that sort of do that. I don't know. I definitely don't have reservations in memorials in general because I don't think that they necessarily lionize people. I don't know if the statues or the memorials do that. Maybe the conversations could be better around in those areas though. Um, but you asked an interesting question, Prime, and that's mostly what I've been thinking about while you've been doing, which is what would I tell my kids? Because I've got two kids. They're too young to even really have a conversation, but obviously, eventually, they're gonna want to know about what happened here. And I think, I don't know, depending on their age, it would be a lot about how human the war on terror is, and basically as bad as a way as that's a bad and good thing at the same time. Like it's a very human response to when you get hit to want to punch back, even if it's not the person who hit you. It's just like you got to hit something. And that's obviously I'm critical of that response. Obviously, it's not a great response to just indulge, but it's something that we should be aware of that when in the brink of, 2001, 2002, we were in so much fucking pain and we just wanted to hit something. We just wanted to fight something. We just wanted to tear something down. And yeah, I mean, obviously the war on Iraq was on false pretenses. Obviously, we were in Afghanistan for like fucking 20 years. It was crazy. I have a lot of frustrations with what happened. But yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think that it's good to be contemplative about this and having an area where you get to be where it's not just hoorah America is probably good. I guess I don't even know if I'm saying anything. So maybe the conversation will go in a specific area, but those are just the things I'm thinking.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Abstract opening statement.
Well, it's an abstract memorial. It reflects the memorial,
along with your abstract algebra.
Yeah.
Unity.
Okay. Maybe just submit a picture of the memorial to your teacher and you'll pass the test.
Hey, they had to use algebra to design this shit.
Yeah.
Probably.
Let's go to our friend Alex Kirch, right? Who was the only white person with the grace to stay out of that conversation about
The
black
grace.
people.
I was inquisitive.
But thank you.
Bro, I'm right about Haitians and their teeth, dude. Black? It's not even.
I don't know the fuck
you
you're
guys are
talking
just
about.
wrong about that.
You're
shit.
gonna have to give me a source here, right? I'll deal with that later. But thank you, Alex, for kindly being here. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. First things first. Thank you, Prime, and thank you for everybody for contributing to this panel. So, when Oliver Stone won Best Director for the movie Platoon, because he was a Vietnam veteran, he made it abundantly clear that if we repeat, another Vietnam, we obviously didn't learn our lessons, basically, which is 100% true. That definitely applies to the global war on terrorism. Now, for the record, September 11th, 2001 was my fourth day of basic training. I was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and I actually thought that the drill sergeants were playing a trick on us. They weren't, though, of course. That's something that we actually found out. So when it comes down to the global war on terrorism, the global war on terrorism is never going to end. It's going to be a never-ending, perpetuating cycle, essentially, because we're still involved in fighting a war on terrorism as we speak. Like, if you really think about it, we've got troops right now that are possibly on the verge of possibly being deployed, and hopefully no boots on ground happens in Iran. But the thing is, the war on terrorism is not exactly going to end. Now, based upon what I've read about this statute, they kind of wanted to leave it a little bit ambiguous, not any one in particular, because we have to remember something. Global war on terrorism just didn't apply to Afghanistan and Iraq. We're talking about Syria as well applies, parts of Egypt, pretty much all the countries where there's Islamic radicalism. That's where essentially where the war on terrorism kind of comes into it. But the thing is, like, they kind of like left it open-ended for people to make their own determination about what it is. And because, like I said, there is no simple ending. Like with World War I, the Civil War, it's conflicts that were very direct. they all had a specific purpose that was behind them essentially, and they all pretty much ended essentially. Now with the global war on terrorism, if you want to, they don't actually have any names on there just yet. Now, if you want to put names up for Iraq or Afghanistan, that's one thing. But the thing is, though, is like you can't just put every name of every person that was killed in the conflict, essentially. And while I agree with Corey that, some deaths might, need to be put like their cause of death, essentially, I don't know if they're ever going to do that because some of it's like really kind of hitting close, like kind of like Pat Tillman's a great example because there's a lot of controversy involving his death, which was as a result of fratricide. It's going to require like a lot of input because here we have to remember something. Like the first Vietnam memorial that was done by Maya Lin was also criticized as being too abstract, but now it's considered one of the most powerful memorials in the history of our country, basically. But some veterans don't think it looks like a war memorial. And like I said, it lacks the names of the fallens and it's too abstract for future generations. No one's going to understand what this means, essentially. It's not going to be specific enough. It doesn't really tell a good story. And here's the thing we need to understand, though. There are times like where people in this country like to lionize and make it seem like, yes, we are always the good guys on things. Well, let's be perfectly honest and let's just call it for what it is, okay? America did not always do good things, especially in Iraq. If you want to talk about the Mahmadiyya massacre, a platoon of soldiers actually went across the street, broke into a house, murdered an entire family, raped the 14-year-old child, and yes, they were sentenced to life imprisonment. But the thing is, these things did happen. And this is something that people need to understand. And these things are war crimes, and people need to understand that war crimes are never okay. And I don't want to hear, oh, well, shit happens in war. No, listen, honestly, that's just like glossing over the fact that innocent people have died. But here's the thing. How do I feel about this? Honestly, I'm a little on the fence myself because I don't mind there being a memorial, but memorials should not be our main focus. If we really want to pay tribute to our veterans, we got to make sure that they got plenty of funding. We got to make sure that their VAs don't close down. We got to make sure that the people that work at the VAs are well taken care of. We also want to make sure that, we're not just throwing drugs in the direction. We actually want to make sure they're getting actual quality care regarding this. That's what I care more about. Now, listen, when every veteran or like especially homeless veterans are off the streets, then we can talk about memorials. But I think our priorities are a little fucked up right now, honestly, because we dedicate more to like memorials and stuff like that than we should be focusing on our civilian populace, especially the veteran community. Now, I don't know how far people are going to want to take this, but that's just my initial beliefs on that, and I'll land there.
Thank you so much, Alex. Let's go to our friend Tom.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I have like much thoughts on this overall. Like I personally don't know if I even give a fuck about it at all. But I do think that like memorials are lionizing things. I think that necessarily that's what a memorial is. Like we don't have like Nazi memorials or Confederate memorials. We do have museums that will talk about these things, but we generally don't like memorialize them because it is lionizing to some extent to have the memorial. It's just, what is it lionizing? And I think that having the paying tribute to the troops who went over there to fight, I do think that there were things to fight in the war on terror. I do think that there were bad guys to go after. I think that there were people to that should have been found, but whether or not they were actually doing a good job of that or actually even trying after a while is a different story. But I think I was going to say, similar to what Alex said, is it seems like a lot of times we spend a lot of money on stuff like this that could be going towards much better use than some weird looking art project for them to feel good about what it is that they did. I think overall, like, the government needs to make being a military member look like a good thing. They need to make sure that they are I guess paying tribute to those people and making it seem like a glorious job. And so regardless of how we feel or whether or not they did good things, I think the government still kind of has to make it seem that way one way or the other. So I don't really fault them for any of this, but yeah, I don't know that I have like very specific feelings on it myself.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Lagtwit has just made opening statements. Thanks for being here. I'm sure things were hectic in your life, but I appreciate you still making the time.
Muted, I believe.
You're muted.
In StreamYard.
As much as I prefer it, I still think.
How am I coming through? Am I coming through now?
was
Sound pretty good?
amazing.
Yeah.
Привет, comrades. We are here to talk
All right, you should go
today
back on
about
mute. Back on mute.
Memorial. Giant statue. Okay. I mean, look. This is apparently not funded at all through taxpayers. This is apparently entirely funded through donations. It's pretty based, right? That's pretty cool. I'm not buying it. I got no problems with a memorial generally, like if it's dedicated to the lives lost of our American servicemen and women. So that's pretty cool. I think that as much as I despise a lot of the international entanglements that America has gotten into, especially in the Middle East, a lot of people have, given a whole bunch or everything to fight for our country. And unfortunately, I'll say it too, a lot of them were unfortunately misled to their doom, which is sad. And I think that we should remember that too. I think the fact that this is an ongoing war, I mean, you have to pick at some point a time to build a memorial. I'm not confident that there ever would have been a time that we could build this memorial in which we could say, oh, the Middle Eastern wars, thank God they're over. I don't know if we're ever going to hit that point. It seems like this shit keeps coming up over and over and over again, all over the fucking area, and that it's going to keep coming up. And so I think at some point you're going to, make a memorial. This is non-taxpayer funded. It's a memorial to remember the men and women that have died, not the blunders that we've been involved in. So I think it's pretty non-controversial. I think it's pretty good. I would like, though, for when we look at stuff like this, to remember, same thing with the Vietnam Memorial, same thing with maybe less so with the Korean Memorial, but to think about, yes, these men and women gave their lives. And the follow-up question should always be for what, right? That should always be the follow-up question, because the whole point is to try to avoid these kind of memorials in the future. Ideally, we should be building things other than memorials if we can avoid it. So.
Thank you for that. Tom, we have Confederate memorials. What was that? I don't understand. We have Confederate memorials in this country.
Yeah, but I do understand his point, because they are criticized for memorializing and lionizing.
I mean, they're
being taken down a lot.
Were,
like, seriously.
But those were.
Oh, you're talking about, yes. In general, there are Confederate memorials. I'm saying there isn't a Confederate memorial that is that is considered a part of this country. It's not like a.
Or
it's not something that our federal government. Yes, yeah. It's not something that our federal government would do or anything like that, right?
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, we had Confederate statues within the rotunda, if I'm remembering this correctly. In terms of remember those in fact, hopefully I'm not getting misinformation here, but
right. But that is the whole argument against them, though, is that this is literally. I live in Georgia. When I fight with people about this, when they're like, "Well, this is part of our heritage," I was like, "Well, that's bullshit. We're not celebrating it. It's just part of our history." No, it's not. Germany doesn't have fucking Nazi statues up of Hitler and shit like that. You put it up to memorialize it, or you put it up in a fucking museum. It's one or the other. But if you're putting it up in the middle of your fucking city park, then yes, no, you are memorializing this. You are lionizing it.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of these statues that the Confederate statues were put up, they weren't even put up after the Civil War. They were put up well within the civil rights movement. Let alone the fact that in the capital of Tennessee, outside their state capital, they had Nathan Bedford Forrest, a bust of his head. He was actually one of the founders of the KKK, actually. So they were memorializing it. They had this creepy statue off of a main interstate in Tennessee, glorifying this guy. And I know like people say, oh, well, you know who found the KKK. It's like, oh, come on, please. It was offshoots of the Confederacy. They realized that they lost, so they fucked off to Tennessee, and then they formed the KK, and then went on from there. Basically, that's the history of it. I mean,
Look,
that's just the condensed version.
I could easily have my mind changed based off of the conversations that are happening in the memorial, but there's probably quite a bit of a difference between a couple different things. The first, which is a statue of someone who's like objectively evil or like has objectively done harm to the country, like a Robert E. Lee type, or like
But there
a
are Robert
David
E. Lee
Duke
defend.
type.
From what, if I remember, there were
Yes.
people defending.
Correct, and
So-
I'm against those people. I think that it's silly to have a Robert E. Lee
Courageous.
statue.
But that,
Even he thought so.
But yeah,
Even
you
if-
say
but,
you say
even-
objectively evil, but like
Well, even
and I
Robert
don't
E.
think-
Lee said that there shouldn't be statues. He was actually very
What
much
did-
against statues.
What's your point, Corey?
No, I'm just
No, it's Corey. What's your
Oh,
point?
okay.
Well, I in my mind, I could be wrong, but like using the language of objectively evil is a little bit loaded.
Okay, fine, sure, whatever. Things that people usually tend to
Everything's
not like.
subjective, Hunter.
I mean, look,
Everything. You
I
know
do
that.
believe
I
it's
didn't say
subjective
that.
ethics. I'm not going to get into
It's not the
that.
conclusion.
Language
You know,
is
like-
subjective.
Something we
really.
all agree on.
Largely speaking, Americans aren't in favor of, and think is bad. Okay, I can use my language a little bit more carefully here. That is probably different from like a Thomas Jefferson who has extremely muddled legacy, right? Like obviously quite a hypocrite, obviously raped his slave, obviously still wrote our foundational document that we still use to this day. So like having a statue of him and then also trying to recognize that sort of contradiction is probably okay. Like that's probably different from having a Robert E. Lee who's just
But
like,
is that like I'm a fan of Thomas Jefferson, but I don't think that he should be memorial. At least I don't think there should be like dedicated. I don't think he should be lionized. I think that puts.
you
him
don't
on a
think
pedestal.
anyone should be lionized. So
Yes,
like that doesn't
I-
really
yeah.
count.
Be true, fair. But like
Okay,
so.
but-
Okay, go ahead.
I've even really gone through my thing. There's a difference between
Well, too
one
bad.
dude
I'm
who's
gonna
like
interrupt
bad,
one- no.
one dude who's bad, a second dude who's like muddied, and it's kind of like I don't know, like there's definitely some bad things, but that's not what we're memorializing him for. And the third thing is not a person at all, just like an event that was hard to grasp. And I think that like the first one is like definitely bad, and the second one is like the second and third are all right. Like, and I think that we muddy the waters when we start bringing in the conversations about the first thing.
I would argue that you were like I think you remove the nuance from individuals like Thomas Jefferson because like that's where I don't think people like but due to the fact that he's put on a pedestal, people just automatically granted,
Hold on.
oh, he must be like an exceptional person.
Hold on.
Without-
There is literally a memorial of Thomas
He
Jefferson
was
in the
exceptional.
in the Black American History Museum in DC. I went there and it was fucking incredible. There was this statue of Thomas Jefferson, and then behind him it said, "All men are created equal." And then you walk into the next room, and it's it's dedicated to Sally Jennings, and it's like, well, like it's meant to show that hypocrisy. So
Okay,
like
yeah.
you just going like, well, we can't put a statue up. It's like, well, we can't have these conversations actually, and we
Okay, no,
can.
that is a fair.
Wait a minute, hold on. That's not a
criticism.
memorial, though. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Maybe we might actually want to take some time to define what a memorial is.
Sure, I
Um,
can. Sure,
Yeah, yeah.
I understand
Because
what
like
you're saying.
I'm not sure. Yeah. So like I'm not sure if just a statue becomes a memorial, right? Like I haven't been to that museum that you're referring to, but from your very very short description, right? That just seems like a display that like shows that's supposed to show that a contradiction, right? That's supposed to be like
Or a more
like
comprehensive
a
view of the
diametrical
person.
against. Yeah, right. So that seems different from a quote unquote memorial. But I'm
Sure.
willing to get pushback on this one. But
Sure, but I'm in favor of any sort of like whatever little tablet or no, what are they called? The fucking thing.
Plaque?
The plaque.
Plaque?
Thank you. That's the
Plaques,
word.
Fucking
You got that
Judge-
vocabulary.
Got all
Yeah,
that
the-
abstract language.
The plaque in front. I think you could put some controversial stuff in there. You could say, hey, he's a conflicting figure. I think Thomas Jefferson, it's okay to mention that he had slaves and he had daughters, he had children with those slaves, and I believe he enslaved those kids of his, which is fucking crazy. That's crazy. I could be wrong about that. I don't remember it exactly, but I don't know.
So, well,
maybe
are you
that's not
done
even-
your
Yeah,
point?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So a few things, both to Hunter and to Lactoid, but starting with Hunter. So, okay, let's say, for example, magically somehow the war with Iran is ended, next week or next month, and then Trump wants to immediately erect a memorial for that. Are you in favor of that?
Sorry, erect a memorial for what?
For the war with Iran.
It depends on what that like. I don't trust it because it's coming from Trump.
Okay. Okay. So you're not in favor of
If
every
it,
memorial.
if it was if it was to the people who like the U.S. service people who died.
It's in the same vein as like your typical like pretty much whatever, come up with abstract art and then names of the people that lost their lives or were injured.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that. But like, what I wouldn't be okay with is like a giant statue of Trump with like his head, like foot on like Khomeini's head, or
Right,
whatever.
right,
like
exactly.
holding up a rifle.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, there's gotta be-
I'd have a problem with that.
Yeah, but Hunter, you would be okay with a standard
Be
memorial.
kind of badass, but it'd be
It depends. It depends. Not in standard. I wouldn't say standard because standard has a lot of load-bearing language there.
Sure,
I wouldn't,
fair, yes. Okay.
Like I think that in World War II, I think it's fair to go a little hoorah. I think it's a little fair to go, yo, we fucking.
I
beat
don't
the Nazis
disagree. That's
here.
why I think I said in my opening statement, like
Yeah,
I
I
lean
would
more
consider
towards the-
that a standard memorial, and I don't think that would be appropriate for the war on
But
terror.
you
or
said you
for the
seem to be in
Iran war.
favor of like just about memorials in general, as in like
Yeah.
you shouldn't. So why not?
You
one with
said
a-
standard, and I'm pushing back against that language.
Okay,
I think that
fine.
we can memorialize things and contextualize them in like that. Like I think that the memorial does, and like I don't know, maybe people have different interpretations, but it seems a little like, hey, we're not going to just memorialize every single person who was killed in this war because it's complicated. I think there could be bold statements being made. And it definitely doesn't scream hoorah, and neither does the Vietnam War Memorial, which I've been to. Like neither of those really scream hoorah. It's
I don't
a moment
disagree.
of like.
I did say in my opening statement that the ambiguity of the global war on terrorism might be reflected in the design of the memorial.
Yeah. And the Vietnam War is very contemplative. There's like a mirror, and it's very like you sit there and you feel, and it's just sort of like it's kind of dark.
Oppressive.
It feels, yeah, definitely. Like it's not a great feeling, and I think it's on purpose, And I think those are good memorials that are like, let's think about this, and like,
well, then, like, is it really a memorial? I get
well,
that's
okay.
a philosophical question, but like,
well, then I would say what we're discussing right now, the war on terror, is not a memorial. Then
okay, no, that's fair.
So then your conversation about a memorial is not part of this conversation.
Applicable, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. But then to Lactoid, would your feelings change on this memorial if it was taxpayer funded?
He'd just be against it on principle.
Be against it on principle, I think, mostly. Although, I mean, I would just be, but I'd be pretty mildly against it, right? I mean, I don't think this is going to make or break the U.S. debt crisis.
Yeah, that's another.
The fact that it's not taxpayer funded makes me a lot more okay with it. I'll say that.
That's another thing. I'm gonna criticize a little bit. Shoot, I'm sorry. The what is your name?
Alex?
Going after my friends here?
I'm going after Alex. I apologize. Not by that much. Not really by that much. But like this conversation about like why don't we give vets healthcare? Why are we giving them a memorial? Like it is pennies to thousands of dollars in terms of, and that's in reference to a penny. It is probably 10,000 times the budget of this memorial. So the conversation about a budget often gets like I'm happy to have conversations about big scale items like that, but in terms of a memorial that probably costs like, I don't know, how much did it cost? Like $1 million to be made? I don't know. I made that number up. Maybe it's not, but it always feels weird in terms of like giving every vet healthcare is such a huge cost. That's like, I would bet like 5% of our budget. I don't know. I also made that number up. Who knows? But
I did. I watched a bunch of like other people from
Make up those numbers on that math
war
exam tomorrow.
in a bunch of people from like the war in Afghanistan and crap talking about the fact that they've like kind of been waiting for this for a while, and that a lot of them are upset that like so many people have continued to die after like not even being part of the war anymore, and that they would like for it to be built soon enough to where it's actually like some people are still alive to actually see it. And to that point, I guess that makes sense of it. When I look at I think it was the Vietnam memorial, even though the World War II memorial I think was built in like 2002, the Vietnam memorial was built in like the 80s. So there's it seems like some of these are built fairly quickly, and then others are built way later.
Well, here when it comes down to memorials, like I've already stated that like I'm a little on the fence, but I'm okay with them putting it up there. But like I said, if you're gonna put down like Iraq, you're gonna put down those that were killed in action, fine. Afghanistan killed in action, fine. That's great.
What about friendly fire? Does that happen even? I don't actually know.
I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think it's
no, as in like it's included in the memorial. Like this person died by friendly
as
fire.
a name. Yeah.
I'm guessing they probably just list them as killed in action.
They're just going to put it down as list. They're not going to put it down as killed. That's all it's going to be, like killed in action. Like you could literally like die in a rollover and you're still technically killed in action essentially. But the thing is like there's actual websites that actually tell you like how people died. Like I can't remember. It's like Faces of the Fall, and you can literally look it up and it'll tell you how that person actually died.
AI
Like,
says
AI
says that they're routinely included in lists, but that's whatever. Obviously,
which model? Which
Google?
Oh my
I don't
God.
fucking know. What does Google use?
Gemini. We'll move on. Come on, Alex.
Yeah, but the thing is like my only thing is just like a memorial is a great way to like take kind of reflect on it. And like I said, they keep it kind of open ended to like let everybody encourages reflection instead of just telling people what they should be thinking. But again, like when it comes down to a concept of war is a very, very complex thing, and I'm a firm believer that
That's why we need to
because of
fix the reflecting pool.
Well, and the thing is, like, war happens because of failed diplomacy, and a memorial. I see it there, but it's not really going to tell. Okay, why did this war happen? Because we all agree on here that the war in Iraq was not justified, and I'm sure some people's like, well, there are some like positives to it that like we overthrew a dictator, but that's not why we went there. We went there for supposed WMDs and stuff. Afghanistan, like we were there for 20 years and we gained nothing from it, basically. Like, and these are hard lessons and hard pills for us to swallow. But the thing is, though, is like it's people that make these decisions. Most of the people that are okay with sending us off to war never even served one day in the military, and it's unfortunate. Like, but the thing is like in a monument like this or a memorial like this, yes, you can have the memorial, but where's the actual lesson? Like, is that for somebody else to teach, or are they just going to expect people to kind of like, oh yes, we went over there, we kicked ass, we took names, end of story? Like, that's the thing I'm worried about. Like, everyone says, oh yeah, we did such great things in Vietnam. No, we didn't actually. There was like the My Lai massacre is a great example of, U.S. troops going way over the fucking top and committing massive war crimes. But we don't like to teach this stuff in school because people don't like us to be portrayed as the bad guy, and that's a problem. Like, listen,
I'm gonna be so honest.
Yeah.
I would like Vietnam War is definitely nuts. Like you could maybe provide some massacres for like World War II. We definitely go hoorah.
Yeah.
I think Vietnam we for sure go. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I think, and even in the moment, there was so much public backlash to it. There was like, I don't know. I think that we are a little bit nuanced about the Vietnam War. And I don't think anyone really, I don't know what people you're talking to, but I've never really met people who are in favor of the Vietnam War.
Admiral Gibbs.
Okay, well, he doesn't count as a person, so
I think we could have prosecuted Vietnam in a way that I would have been okay with, but I just don't think we did. And I think that's like I think the other side of the argument is because nobody's going to call Vietnam a success,
right?
Admiral Gibbs probably would.
No, I don't even. No, not even Admiral Gibbs. He would say like, "Fuck, we lost it. We got to go back in." That's what he would say. Fuck.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance actually said at least we got Rambo out of it, which is pretty funny though.
Just when they
that's a good
when
point,
we see it coming. Now that we've lulled them into a sense of security, right?
Yeah.
By
The
being
long-term
allies with
strategy.
Vietnam, right? Yeah, by being allies and major trading partners with them. Now's the time to strike.
They're not expecting it coming. Yeah.
Our plan all along.
Yeah.
And I like the circular nature, like the nature of the memorial. Like it does to me feel like it's never ending. It's like it would have been better if they turned it
Is
into
that what
an
you
infinite-
want? A never.
Well, no, that's not what I want. But that's reflective.
This
Yeah,
this shit continues.
What I would like them to do is to like twist it into an infinity sign. That would be awesome. That'd be really good.
That would actually be more accurate.
It is
because the
really
thing
pretty.
It's because
I'll be
it's
right
never
back,
gonna end.
but I can still
like,
hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The war on terror is something that's never. If you want to be completely realistic, it's never gonna end. There's always gonna be some asshole that's just gonna detonate a car bomb someplace somewhere, and it's gonna affect us, it's gonna piss us off somehow, and we're gonna have to go do something about it. I mean, it's a never ending cycle essentially. I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but it's just true though. I mean, like the best movie that I can think of that accurately portrays global war on terrorism is the movie The Kingdom with Jamie Foxx. I mean, yeah, granted, they're not going to solve a crime that quickly, but that's exactly how the cycle is. You don't know who the good guy or the bad guy is, and you'll never find out until it's too fucking late, basically. That's like why I say it's one of the best movies out there when it accurately represents the global war on terrorism.
Well, I think what's really interesting is, we were all saying, yeah, it's sort of cyclical in that like it continues on, and we all sort of agree, like, man, that is what happens. And then Corey's like, yeah, but is that what we should be like? Is that how it ought to be? And like, obviously not. I don't think that memorial is supposed to reflect how it ought to be, though. I think it's just like it's a look at ourselves as human beings and go, isn't it the case that when we get smacked and you're the biggest guy on the field, you want to go bash some teeth in? You want to go smack someone on the concrete and smash their face in until they bleed out, and you get to feel good about yourself and you get to feel like no one can hurt you? Like, isn't that just a recurring cycle of nature that I would hope we can move forward? Obviously, we all think we should move forward from that.
Well,
like,
I don't know that's obvious, but I take your point.
everyone
really
here
depends.
does, though.
Yes.
Well, it depends on what
Gibbs
field
isn't
that you're
here.
fighting on. It depends on, like, if you're fighting in a predominantly urban conflict, it's gonna be way different than how you're fighting a rural conflict, like out in the middle of, Korangal Valley in Afghanistan. Like, the way you wage war, it's like, that's the thing. Like, it's an ever-changing battlefield. And the thing is, like, even over there, like, while we say we're on offense, we were actually playing a lot of defense over there, because here's the thing. Like, the Taliban is a great example. These guys were terrific when it came to utilizing the terrain against us, because the one thing that, and this is also happening in Ukraine and Russia, is if you knock out a logistics supply line, because logistics were the most attacked units in theater, and there's a reason for that, because they know if you knock out a logistics convoy, it's going to get harder for them to actually be able to deliver those materials to whoever needs those things. Like in Korangal, there was like this mountain, like, now I wasn't in Korangal, but there's like this mountain where it was like really just a straight drop down. The Taliban actually attacked the front vehicle and the rear vehicle and basically pinned them. They had nowhere to go. It really kind of depends on how the wars that you waged are fought, basically. And if your enemy can actually control the higher elevation or control the terrain, they pretty much have a high advantage. It doesn't matter if they have, like, rocks and slingshots and rocket propelled grenades. It doesn't matter. Like, you could throw whatever technology you have. They could bury themselves inside. It's really, really, it depends on the scenario you're in. But the thing is, we just don't seem to learn from these things. And that's why if we were to put boots on grounds in Iran, it would be devastating, because it's much more mountainous and it's much more devastating terrain than it was in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is pretty mountainous. I don't know. I think it'd definitely be harder.
I
than
don't
with
think
Iraq.
Iran is the same as Afghanistan. I think Iran would be
I also agree
way
that
easier, especially considering the terrain.
I would also say that sometimes I think we're mixing a lot of the intentionality of these wars, which is sometimes, I don't know. I don't like the war on terror definitely does seem to be its own. I don't know if I would classify. Is Iran
It's like the
considered
war on
part of the war on
drugs.
terror?
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
let's be
Trump
honest.
probably considers it.
Let's be honest. The war on terror is just U.S. involved conflicts in the Middle East. That's what it is.
Sure.
I mean, that's what it is, straight up.
No,
and maybe North Africa too, and maybe like a little bit of Somalia. Like, just generally, like that band of like geography, like that is what we consider to be the terrorism, the fight on terrorism. Even though does it actually happen elsewhere? For sure. But that's what we're talking about. So we're talking about Iraq. We're talking about Afghanistan. I think those two mostly. Probably a little bit of Iran. And then, maybe some like Libya, Syria, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if we lost
it
anybody.
sometimes feels so weird because
Libya.
the conflicts have evolved so much over the last 20 years. Like, as much as we're saying it's so cyclical, like, I don't know. I do think the reasonings for these wars are pretty fundamentally different. And
Yeah,
American
I feel like
patriots-
Iran.
Really?
I don't know.
I feel like Iran is drastically different.
I so disagree. Every time, what's the justification? They have a weapon of mass destruction. Or they're about to get a weapon of mass destruction. We got to stop them, or they pose some kind of national security threat. I mean,
the big distinction I'm gonna point to is American attitude, and it is vastly changed since like early 2000s and now. Like, back then, we were wanting someone to go to war with. Like,
well, that's because
I still remember that
you had
fucking
September 11.
Yeah, we got hit pretty hard on that one.
No, of course, that's what I'm saying. No, I know that. Obviously, it's not justified. It's explainable. It makes sense why we did it.
Sure.
Why we were so angry.
Which had nothing to do with Iraq, by the way. But a lot
No,
of
of
people
course. I know.
merged
Like,
the two.
no, obviously. And fucking Bush, he recognized people just wanted to go to war with someone, and so he's like, well, fucking all right.
That guy's kind of evil, right? Let's just
Yeah. And Iran definitely feels like I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's for American. It's because Americans are cheering for it. It feels like it's because Trump just sort of wants to suck Netanyahu's dick, and Netanyahu attacked them. So I don't know. It does. Maybe that's a distinction without a difference. I don't know what you guys feel, but
Well, no, in 9/11 we were actually attacked though, like, and there was like terrorism happening. Whereas with Iran, they're like it's true that they're like the biggest state-sponsored terrorist country, but the difference is that's not the reason that we're going to Iran. We're not going to Iran for this. When you say like,
no, I agree.
Oh well, it's they have weapons of mass destruction. It's just not at all similar to the scenarios before, because in this case they were it's not at all. It's not at all, because in this case they were actually enriching uranium. They like it's a drastically different thing.
Hold on. Wait, stop. I'm talking about in terms of the justification and the what's being proposed here for our action. When we went to Iraq, we had Dick Cheney saying that Iraq was either had or was imminently about to acquire weapons of mass destruction. Dick Cheney said this.
And you'll be
yes.
treated as liberators.
He sold this to the American people. This is the exact same justification for going in. The primary, are there other ones for sure, but there was other ones when it came to Iraq too. Saddam Hussein was not a good guy.
Right.
And yes, in Iran for sure is a major state sponsor of terror, including Hamas, which just, October 7th carried a massive attack on civilians. And then we have the fucking Houthis and, it's a problem for sure. But the main justification that kind of goes back to is this, they have a weapon of mass destruction, or they're imminently going to get one. We have to intervene to stop them. We use this with Iraq. We use this with Iran. We didn't really use it with Afghanistan, but with that one, it was more we already had the attack to justify that one, right? Like they're not working with us when it comes to getting Osama, and look what he did to New York. So obviously we have to go into Afghanistan. I think we did have a different justification for that, but ultimately it was sort of the same underlying justification, which is national security. This is the thing that's sold. We have to go over there so they don't fuck with us over here. That's
every intervention, just justified by national security, basically.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying. I don't disagree.
The Germans were a little more honest about it. There was we want to live there, so move or die. That was pretty much what they said.
Would you be in favor of that U.S. foreign policy?
No, I would not be in favor of that U.S. foreign policy, although it would be nice if I didn't get told that Iran was on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon every 5 years. At some point, the verge needs to be,
Well, it can't now because it was obliterated, I think, last year. They have no capability.
Yeah.
I
guess we're good now.
You can talk soundly now.
Netanyahu's been saying for 30 years that they are 2 weeks away, 2 weeks away, 2
2
weeks
weeks
away. He's
away,
been saying it for 30 years. He's been saying this crap, and he's been wrong every single time. So that's one person we definitely got to get rid of, but that's never going to happen. That dude's going to be in office until he freaking dies, probably. So unfortunately,
there is a little bit of boy who cried wolf though. We know that Iran has centrifuges, right? It is possible that they do actually get a nuke at some point, and then, maybe I might have egg on my face if they actually do something crazy with it.
Well, honestly, they were but the thing is, even the IAEA chair said that they were nowhere near close to it, and even Tulsi Gabbard, which I can't stand her, but even she said that they were nowhere near close to being a threat, and they said, "Fuck you, we're gonna do what the fuck we want to," and they just did it anyway. So it just goes to show, it doesn't matter
nothing she says really counts.
What?
She's fantastic. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
All right.
So fantastic, she resigned, although I guess due to illness.
Well,
her husband's illness.
Due to being a fucking
she was one of the I think I said this before in the panel. I think she was the one I was most excited about.
Yeah, you've said.
Oh my
times.
goodness.
For her, and I liked Elon as well, but I was really pumped for Tulsi.
How's your SpaceX?
And now
stock?
she's leaving.
Is it going good?
Yeah, I think so. I bought it at
Well, that's
IPO,
why you were so bullish on the war with Iran, because you're like, no way is that going to happen?
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah. I had
Wolsey's
so
in
many.
charge.
I had so many good reasons to think that that wasn't going to happen. The first one being is that back when I'm still positive on my. Yep, still positive.
How much?
$3. So with hey, that's $3 I didn't otherwise
It's
wouldn't
looking
have.
up.
Still beats inflation. But like you have
No way.
John Bolton, who's like the big pro Iran hawk. He gets fired by Trump because he can't stop talking about wanting to bomb Iran. And I thought I thought we had a lot of the like kind of more neocon hawk Republicans sort of sequestered into at least a little bit of geopolitical irrelevancy. But apparently, Lindsey Graham, he's going to get his wish. There's a whole bunch of shit going on now that he's wanted forever, wanted. He's dead.
Hooray.
Well, I'm not going to say hooray. I disagree with him
Don't worry, I'll do
geopolitically
it for you.
strongly. But yeah, I really did. And then Tulsi Gabbard, who literally sold shirts saying no war with Iran, and I was like, you
Yeah,
picked
but
her.
They got.
This is gonna be
She-
based,
she
and
will
then it
always-
happened.
She will always. How do you not recognize that she's going to do whatever that is to her advantage? As
I
to
don't
her
think
actual
I
principles? And
I don't know. I don't think she did anything when she did not come out and support Trump's actions in Iran. She didn't come out and be like,
Well,
let's
but
bomb Iran.
she didn't condemn them. She didn't like reiterate her
Yeah,
message.
that's tougher. I agree. When you're hired by
Exactly,
somebody,
that's how you stand on principle and values. Is actually doing the tough thing.
yeah, getting fired immediately. You're right. You're right. Getting fired immediately.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sure.
Lose
all power. Yep.
She did change her tone on Iran when she got frozen out. We saw that. And in any case, right? Who else sold T-shirts? Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris sold T-shirts. She had T-shirts ready to go. When during the debate with presidential debate with Joe Biden, she hit with that line. I was that little girl talking about the school busing thing, right? And then later on,
it was a
she was
bullshit
like,
line.
yeah,
And Tulsi eviscerated her.
And then later on, she you're right, actually, yeah, she did. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, she did.
She actually
But
did.
then,
Yeah, I
but
forgot
then
about that.
later on, she took it back, right? It's like, oh yeah, I would do the same thing for busing. I'll make the same decision that Joe Biden made in terms of trying to end school busing or not supporting school busing.
Tulsi never
Very
said
much
she
like-
would go to war with Iran. I would do the same thing Trump would do. She never said that. There's no way.
Oh, hold on. Did I say that?
No. Kamala said that. He's saying.
No,
Kamala
I
said
know.
that she
I
would
thought
do
you were
this.
drawing comparison between what Kamala did with Biden and
direct
what
announcement.
Oh no,
Tulsi did with.
no, exactly. I'm just saying
Okay,
that
sure.
you can just put lots of things on a shirt. It was my only point.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Put lots of things
Yeah.
on a shirt. Yeah. You one order
good.
online, really. You can put whatever you want on a shirt.
So
Kamala would have been 100 times better though.
so
Don't
Iran-
talk to Prime about that.
Yeah. He's
Boo.
trying to beat me. It's cool. But in terms of
No, he just expected you to be a rational human being.
Yeah,
speaking
just
about
expected you
memorials-
to be a
No bait
human.
there.
Yeah,
Here, I got a
just a
question.
human, really.
Speaking about memorials, what do we think about funding a country that has literal Nazi memorials? What do you guys think about that?
Shut the fuck
What do you guys think about that one, huh? Literal Nazis that worked with Hitler. What are your thoughts on that one, huh?
I think it's weird that my taxpayers.
You talking
dollars
about
are going to a
Donald
country
Trump?
with,
No, he's talking about
Confederate
Ukraine. Are you guys
memorials.
fucking dumb?
Yeah, we are of that.
No, we know what he's talking.
Okay. Yeah. So
Wait. Here's. Wait, I'll kind of relate it to the topic real quick.
It is
Okay.
related to the topic.
So, for example, Poland recently stripped their Order of the White Eagle because Ukraine held a funeral service for Melnik, who was a major World War II kind of Nazi figure. Do you think any country should strip us of any orders or recognition, depending on what kind of memorials we do? Like we talked about, maybe not this one, but like the Confederate ones are pretty bad, right? Like, would we find it disrespectful if like Mexico said "fuck you"?
I wouldn't.
Or what about once the Mexican-American War? I mean, we took a bunch of shit from them.
I wouldn't want them to do it for the memorials. I wouldn't want them to do it for the actual racist, destructive, imperialist actions that we take. Right. That's why punitive action should be taken against us. But so something more substantive than that. Okay. So going back to again, I apologize because I had to step away for a little bit. But I was hearing what you were saying. Yes, the Iran War, right? There are clear parallels between the Iran War and the Iraq War. I think our friend Lactwood was correct there. In terms of like why we went there, the excuse that was given to the domestic audience was quite similar. In fact, they just kind of like speed ran the Iraq War a playbook, right, for Iran, right? Like they didn't bother to do that. The very long build up. They had to say, who knows? Like there's a lot of weapons, and like this evidence just keeps piling up, and then going to the UN doing all that. There's like no. Like Israel told us once again that they're seconds away from a nuclear a mushroom cloud appearing in Miami, and so we had to go. We had to strike. So like yeah, these are clear parallels here. Also, Iran should get themselves a nuclear weapon. That only makes sense for them, right? The U.S. is clearly untrustworthy. Once again, we're
Canada
back
needs
in
a
war.
nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Sorry, Canada.
Over my fucking dead body.
I
will
mean,
go to
yeah, I
war
mean,
with
they
Canada
can
so fast.
they can
They think they deserve
have a nuclear
anything.
weapon once they've been annexed by us, right?
Yeah, once they're the
and we'll be-
51st state, they will have
Yeah.
a nuclear weapon.
No,
Exactly,
we need to
right?
crank up our centrifuges.
They'd
There
be
are a lo-
50. We combined 2 other states. I can't fight for a country 51 states.
100%. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that works,
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
We'll
OCD,
combine
I
the
can't.
Dakotas. I don't fucking
yeah.
care.
No. You guys, no. If you guys get a blue state, we got to combine 2 of the blue states. Keep it fair.
That's all right. Well, what do you suggest?
Something in fucking
New
New
England,
I
maybe?
mean,
Yeah.
like New
Nah, it's
Hampshire,
either the
Vermont,
Dakotas or
Vermont
the
and New Hampshire.
Carolinas.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Anyway, Iran is similar in the way that our friend Lactwood was pointing out. And it's interesting. I think the question of like what counts as a global war on terror. I think Iran definitely counts just for no other reason, right? Ignoring everything else, for no other reason that George W. Bush, in the State of the Union address, listed Iran as part of the axis of evil, right? That was, I think it was Iraq, Iran, and North Korea, if I remember correctly. Someone can correct
that's
me
right.
if I'm wrong. Yeah. So like that was a huge moment in time when he said those, right? Like those nations, when he labeled that like framed how the nation, right, the American nation, society, viewed it. Who is the enemy? What had to be done, right? Like what are the targets? Literally, Iran sent like condolences like after 9/11 because they didn't have anything fucking to do with it, right? They weren't part of that. They sent condolences to America, and then they were surprised when that statement happened, right? And it was just like one like it wasn't like Bush who came up with that. Bush was a moron, right? Yet another idiot Republican. But like it was one of his.
Well, with Trump as the
I mean, in
baseline-
comparison
with
to
Trump as the
Trump,
baseline, yes, Bush.
No,
Yeah,
no,
he's
no,
very
not
smart.
not in comparison to Trump. I'm saying generally, as the presidents go, he was relatively high IQ.
Yeah, the guy who says nuclear.
His own words. He tripped over his own
He
words.
tripped over his own words a lot, but he for sure like was not stupid. Unfortunately,
He was just no. I would say Bush was easily influenced because I think Dick Cheney was a smooth talker. That dude was a snake oil salesman. He was thinking, oh, big money for Halliburton and all the other fucking KBR contractors. Like that's I wouldn't say like George Bush was very easily influenced by the people that he surrounded himself with.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract us. I didn't think I would get pushed back on like George Bush being smart. Okay, interesting. We'll have to talk.
I think he's the worst president, to be clear. But I don't think he was stupid.
We can bookmark that conversation. But in any case,
based.
the point that I was trying to get to was that it was one of his speechwriters, right? Was it David Brooks? I don't know who was the one, right? But like it's a name that's known among like the political intelligentsia types, right? Whoever, someone can look it up, right? Who put that in to
can we?
the axis of evil? Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
it's out there. It's,
I appreciate that,
yeah.
guys. We can
But
all
anyway-
look things up if we want to.
Okay, I'm the point is that like that was placed within, and then like George Bush was like, oh yeah, I guess this is fine, and I'll read that, right? And Iraq was also surprised, right? Because Saddam Hussein was like, oh, the United States is going to come to me, right? Like we are going to work together, we're going to get these guys. I'm going to be their man in the Middle East, just like I was before. And it'll be a collaboration. But then they're being told, oh, you're part of the war on terror. Like they were fighting these motherfuckers for years beforehand, right? Like Al Qaeda was their enemy. Like these types of people were exactly the type that like Saddam was keeping a lid on. He was shocked. But anyway, yeah. But still, again, like the point of where I was going with this was like what is included in the global war on terror, right? Like, okay, well, if it's the people who directly attacked us, okay, well then within Afghanistan that makes more sense. But Afghanistan itself didn't attack us. It was, a group that was in Afghanistan, right? Like we would feel the same that group was based in Canada. I don't know. We would feel. I'm curious if we'd have the same reaction. But it was a group within Afghanistan. They attacked us, and so we attacked Afghanistan. Okay, part of the global war on terror. And then Iraq was, we were told, yes, they were also part. They attacked us too, and they're about to attack us again. And so that's part of the global war on terror. And then I like what our friend Alactua had talked about before, because he expanded this, talked about like what was happening in North Africa and maybe more Central Africa as well, where we've had, it's not part of our national conversation really, but like we've had massive bombing campaigns against like those various splinter groups, right? Al Qaeda splinter groups or other terrorist splinter groups. That just like happens in the background and we don't even discuss. I mean, people get killed, right? And some people get killed over there, but like we don't even talk about that stuff. Like I can't like even give you like a good accounting of any of that, but that happened, right? Hey, here's an honest question. Should we count Liberia? I think that's what one I'm thinking of, as part of the global war on terror, right? Where the president was, killed, sodomized. Liberia is what I'm thinking of. Hopefully, starts with L.
You're thinking Libya. You're talking about Muammar Gaddafi.
Libya. Thank you.
Yeah,
I always get that confused. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, Libya. Thank you so much. Libya. Yeah, should Libya be considered part of the war on terror? Right?
Isn't it classically or no?
But I mean, but is it? I mean, like again, like it wasn't for like it was like what the U.S. did was we intervened against like the government, right? The Liberian government against Muammar Gaddafi,
Libyan.
right? With sorry, my Libyan. Fuck me. I do apologize.
It's all good.
Everyone.
It's all good. It happens.
Yeah. But we intervened against the Libyan government and with a bunch of groups that were there that were fighting against them. And so, like, is that part of the war on terror? Like, I don't know. Like, do you guys like? Honest question. Do you guys think of it as part of that?
It could be classified that because like we've seen like a downfall and like we've seen an increase in activity in those regions. So it could be counted as that. Now, if you deploy troops to that area, like the Sinai Peninsula, they might see action there. So yes, it could be classified as a war on terror. But what happened in Libya and Egypt when we ousted Mubarak and then Morsi came in from the Muslim Brotherhood, then he was ousted eventually. That was all part of the Arab Spring, which that was one of the worst decisions that Obama ever made, ousting all those guys. Like, listen, don't get me wrong. Mubarak wasn't a good dude. Gaddafi wasn't a good dude, but that's not we ousted him for really stupid ass geopolitical reasons and whatnot, and we completely destabilized all those regions across. So it could be counted as a global war on terrorism because then, of course, you'll hear the favorite Republican buzzword, oh, Benghazi, their favorite buzzword. They still don't shut up about it, basically, even though it's been investigated from here to fucking Timbuktu, basically.
If only Gibbs was here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know, but like the thing is like it could be classified as part of global war on terrorism, but it's like it's not the main focus of the global war on terrorism. I know that was long-winded, but you had to go.
It was an honest question. I'm not sure how to characterize that. It's an intervention that we made in that area, right? Like if we're going by our friend Latoy's definition, then maybe it should be counted because it's within that geographical area. It's against. You would count it, okay?
Yeah.
Why would you count it?
Because it's within that geographical area, right? Because our justifications for it were, just like all of the other conflicts over there, were, with exception maybe for Afghanistan at least the beginning, were pretty kind of nebulous, not super like clear exactly. And so yeah, with Libya, we declared a no-fly zone and there was a bombing campaign. Arguably, for whatever we care about it, Obama very well may have violated the War Powers Resolution on that one. So, because he was there longer than
another
60
reason to put
days.
him in jail. Great, agreed.
And we bombed the shit out of that, and in large part because Gaddafi was a war criminal. Gaddafi was bad for this reason, supporter of, kind of regional terrorism. And then he since has, not a good guy, of course. Now we have a failed state, which is has no stability and open slave
A
market.
source of terrorism. Yeah, and a source of terrorism because that's of course there's no government to oppose them there. So anyway, that's my thought there.
But it's all. I also think that terrorism has a definition that you can use accurately or in
Or
specific
broadly
contexts,
for whatever you
right?
want.
I guess you could. But I think that the common the meaning the word has taken on really has been just like American intervention in the Middle East and North Africa. When we talk about Haiti, where arguably a lot of the gangs there operate as terrorists, or the cartels who operate as terrorists, we call them cartels, or in Haiti we call them armed gangs. Or the vernacular the Americans use is just different when it comes to those areas, despite the fact that activity is very similar in a lot of regards. Really, when if somebody commits a mass shooting in Iraq, or if the person is from the Middle East who commits a mass shooting in a different country,
motivations
we
are
call that
completely
terrorism.
different. No, that's stupid. The definition of terrorism is about political motivations. When we're talking about a fucking cartel, their motivation is to make money and sell drugs and sell guns and shit like that. To try to say that this is anywhere similar to what's happening with actual terrorist cells where
no, it makes there's everything's on the spectrum, right? And these cartels have actually fought the government, or tried to destabilize the government, right? They've kidnapped government officials.
Right. No, wait, hold on. I'm saying that it's not all that nebulous of a term where you're saying that we just use these terms all interchangeably depending on that they could all mean the same thing, but we just if it's in the Middle East, then we just call them terrorist cells now instead of a cartel or something like that. And I'm saying that that's fucking ridiculous because obviously they have religious and political motivations instead of just wanting to make money like a cartel.
I get where I get where Lactoid's coming from as far as because the thing is that a lot of these cartels are embedded within the Mexican government or other parts of South American governments and whatnot. That part could make sense, but here's my only real contention with that is the thing is if it was completely a war on terrorism, then we would also
but they're embedded in the governments for money. That's why it's for money.
No, it's not just for money. They're also want to become the government in certain areas. There are certain areas in which the cartel governs, and they have propaganda videos, and they quite literally have political conflicts with each other. And then in Haiti, you have armed gangs, which are I could call them terrorist groups, that they're quite literally are occupying and governing certain areas of Haiti. And when there's a central government that tries to do anything, the terrorists fucking shoot them and blow them up and do all sorts of I guess it's not religious, but it definitely seems political. It definitely seems political. Maybe not religious.
But I gotta finish my point though, because here's the thing. The real difference here is that if we really were fighting a war on terror against cartels or drug dealers or something like that, then we would be doing the exact same shit. We'd be treating every single drug dealer or cartel member that's here in the United States the exact same way, but we're not though. Because the thing is when we see these boats, we blow them up, but we know absolutely nothing about them. Some of them actually turn out to be fishing
But that's
boats.
exactly what I was trying to jump in to say, right? But but to push back against what you're saying, and that now we're expanding this language, right? Calling them, those boats, right, narco terrorists.
Yeah,
right? That's the language being used, and I want to use that to compliment what a friend Lactwood was talking about, how the language has been used, and how we deploy these things, because it's actually very important. This is extremely important because yes, who do we call a terrorist, right? And then what is the natural response once this person or group, right, is noted as a terrorist? Because the way it works in America is that once you're given that moniker, then we can have a national security response, right? Then it bypasses any. One second, I'd love to hear what you have to say. It bypasses our court system, which is why we can go and assassinate Anwar al-Awlaki, right? And was it in Afghanistan? We just kill him and then kill his family members in separate strikes. and say like, well, even though he was an American citizen, he was a terrorist, right? And for national security, whatever, right? Another reason we should arrest Obama. That we can just take him out that way. And then so when we're talking about these narco terrorists, well, why are we doing this, right? Like, okay, if they had drugs on the boats, when most of these boats don't have drugs on the boat, we have no evidence of that. They present no evidence of that. Every so often, some of them have weed. But like in any case, if for these strikes, right? What's the point of calling them terrorists? Well, like that means we don't have to like detain the boats, right? The thing that we would normally do is detain these boats and then put them through some sort of justice system. But we don't have to do that anymore because now it's national security. And now what we do with national security, we drone strike. We've established that already, right? Once it becomes national security, that means extrajudicial murders is what we can do. These are the powers that are unleashed just by framing it as terrorism. So like now we have a narco terrorism. That's a brand new thing, right? Narco terrorism is a brand new thing. Not that like in Afghanistan we didn't have drug dealers, because we did actually, right? Drug dealers part of because of the poppy fields.
Opium.
Right? Like,
Opium was
actual
very
drug
widespread.
trade
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But we didn't
Opium
call
was
them
very widespread.
narco-terrorists. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's
so-
what language we use to deploy is actually. Go ahead. Sorry.
So okay, I got like 10 problems with this. So I agree that like the term terrorism is nebulous. It's very subjective, and you can like what is political, what isn't. Like the United States going into Afghanistan, they can be considered terrorists now because they're going in there for, you know, political reasons or whatever. Like this, I agree to the idea that terrorism is a subjective term that can be used very loosely. The problem with like the bombing of the boats though is that this is like the whole issue that everybody had with it was that they were using the term terrorism differently than we had ever used it before. And so they were just weaponizing this term so that they felt justified in what they were doing. But that wasn't, when you say like, oh, well, there's precedence for this. Not really. Even with the drone bombing, like Obama had put into place all sorts of regulations to stop drone bombings like this before he left office. And Donald Trump got rid of it. And people all remember that Obama set the records for drone bombings. And they mention this all the time. Donald Trump beat that record in the first 2 years of his first term. He beat Obama's record for 8 fucking years in the first 2 years of his first term. But nobody hears about that. Like nobody hears about the fact that he did this. But while I want to agree with like the fact that this is a nebulous term to an extent, and that there is some subjectivity within the term of terrorism, it is not that subjective where like when we're talking about what is political, or you're trying to use some sort of like political motivation to instill fear through violence, that like what is political, while it is subjective, we're not going to call like somebody buying a fucking toy car at Toys R Us political. Like I think we can all draw some pretty reasonable lines here. And I think the people just selling drugs and wanting to get into positions of power so that they can more easily sell those drugs would not be considered political motivations. It would be considered like they want money. The motivations are money.
And listen,
So
I was. Go ahead, Black Dwight. I'll go after you.
Sure. So to be clear, I agree that there needs to be a line set, and I'm not. I would be very hesitant to call like a drug dealer. I wouldn't call that person like a real political actor, or even like even a gang to some, like just even a relatively large gang to some extent. The reason why I use the Haitian gangs and specifically the Mexican cartels is because I think that these organizations, on my review, have surpassed whatever origins they've had of just being like a small, like or even large, like money-making venture, and they've become these sort of pseudo government entities. When the cartel runs parts of Mexico, it is more powerful than the government in multiple places. It runs local utilities. It relies on the goodwill of like the populace, and it has to react accordingly, right? The cartel is careful, like sometimes when it comes to like high-profile killings, because they don't want to piss off the population that they rule over. They have become these sort of pseudo government entities, and they act as such, right? They are interested not just in money, but they often utilize the money that they get from selling drugs, just like the Taliban
Thank you
did,
for
by
the
the way, when they sold
$10
opium.
donation.
The
I'll add it
Taliban
in a
was one of
minute.
the biggest cartels on the planet with how many drugs they sold. But the Mexican cartels do very similar things, right? They get the money coming in and they try to use it to establish political control over the areas in which they govern. I think that in Haiti, the gangs running that country, it's similar. It's a similar situation where the gangs have surpassed the power of the central government, and now there's no real elected government there to speak of. I think the prime minister is still there, but he has to negotiate with the gangs before he can do anything, and he really can't do much. I mean, it's a really tough situation there, and that place is governed by local gangs that have essentially taken over and will launch attacks against each other and the civilian population whenever they don't get their way. So I just, but when that happens, when we look at the mass killings that happen in Haiti or in Mexico, and we don't see that, we don't call that terrorism in the same way, because I do think that just the way the vernacular is used is we just tend to refer to it as like the Middle East, which is also sort of why we call it narco terrorism. We have to put the modifier narco on there, otherwise it doesn't make sense, I think, to Americans, right? Like, these people coming up from Venezuela are terrorists. Hey, you can say that. I think a lot of people it's not going to resonate. They're not really going to fully understand. But if you put narco
You
there,
can't be a
right?
terrorist unless you're Middle Eastern, right?
Sort of. I mean, it's not truly the way the word's supposed to be used.
I know, but in
I
the
think
American
in the American sense,
psychology.
it's the way it is, right? And so,
Mhm.
but if you put narco there, it's like, well, narco drugs, that's from that area. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think, and so we look at Libya and Iraq, which, Saddam Hussein, for whatever you say about him, I don't think, I mean, maybe you could call him like a government terrorist, I suppose, but normally terrorism is used to refer to non-government actors. But that was just a toppling of a dictator, right? That's what, but that is really like what we talk about when we're putting this into the global war on terror, despite the fact that was overthrowing a dictator. So, but he's Middle Eastern, right? He's in that area.
Well, but that's why with like
my opinion
Iran,
on
we
it.
call them like a state funding of terrorism, right? It's because we wouldn't call like Iranian leaders terrorists in and of themselves, but we would say that they fund terrorism because they're funding terrorist
I think
groups.
we do.
Yeah, I think the American state we call them terrorists, but like I know what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, Tom. But like, yeah.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, one thing that we really need to kind of touch on, though, and we haven't really talked about it enough, is like we talked about like the whole extrajudicial process, is because like our country actually has a track record of not just like killing people because we suspect them being terrorists. We also have a tendency to like take them under false pretenses and like mistaken identity, basically, and put them in places like Guantanamo for years on end. Like, there's a few cases. I'm not going to read every single one of them because we'll be bored for days. But there are people that were mistakenly arrested and without any real due process whatsoever, and they were expedited to Guantanamo Bay, where some of them were waterboarded, some of them were tortured, which is against the Geneva Conventions, actually, to conduct these acts, essentially. But they were held for years on end without trial, without charge whatsoever.
They are being held for years, not were, right? Like, there's still people in
some still are. Some still are. It's not as a lot of them actually have.
Most of them are gone, but
most of them have been sent back to their countries of origin. But the thing is, it's like a total of like 780 people were held at Guantanamo, and nearly all were detained without criminal charges or trials. Now, 86% were captured by the Pakistan or the Afghan forces, and whatnot, and then they were sent over to our country. Now, not to our country, but to Guantanamo Bay, essentially. This is the problem that we're actually running into, because if that was to happen to any one of us, right, like we would be fucking losing our shit over it. Like, I brought it up earlier today about the guy Andrew Tamarisi, the guy that managed to get himself stuck in Mexico because he had fucking guns in the back of his car, loaded guns, for mind you, and they kept him in prison. People were talking about sending the fucking special forces down there to get those guys because they were that outraged by it. The thing is, like, we did this to people and held them without trial, without charge for years. This is a problem right here. And like, people saying, oh, well, it happens, shit happens. Like, well, no, shit doesn't happen. This goes to show that there was a lack of oversight to make sure that we were actually getting the right bad guys. But all we did was like, we actually some of these guys probably just went home and carried on with their lives, but some of these guys probably went back and was like, dude, these guys beat the shit out of me. We probably created more terrorists alone, just based on the loan. And honestly, and I'm not saying I justify it, I'm simply saying I get it. I get it. Like, I wouldn't want to fucking support this country. I sure as hell wouldn't. It's like, dude, these guys really treating me like shit. I mean, dude, they waterboarded me and, you know, they pushed my
It's
shit
just
in.
enhanced interrogation.
So what you're saying is that
torture.
America deserved 9/11. That's
I
what
didn't say
you're-
that at all. That's not what I said at
That's
all.
what
actually.
I think you're. I think that's what you're saying.
That's not what I said at all, though, of course.
But okay, so let's try to. I think there's still a lot more to be said on the global war on terror, and we can continue on with that thread.
Sure.
But like a part of the question that I posed to you guys was like, America's 250 years old. Is this country worth celebrating in its current state? Right.
Oh yeah.
Looking at what America has done around the world, right? And the global war on terrorism, as far as like the world is concerned, right? The global war on terrorism is like one of the big things, right? Like that's what they've been experiencing, right? We've inflicted this upon the world. Is this something worth celebrating? This nation? Well, what are your feelings in general about it? And then I guess we can narrow it down.
Well, the way that it's framed in the prompt, in terms of like, that benevolent shining city on a hill, I don't think we should, as in my mind, you're falling very much short of that. But then again, that might be an unrealistic expectation for a country. But I don't view America that way. And I think, well, I don't view it as in, if that is the metric, then I don't think there is cause for celebration. But let's say, on average, do I have positive feelings, and are there good reasons to celebrate America? As a Canadian, I think the answer is yes.
As an American, we don't care about Canadians' opinions. I'm sorry.
And you don't care about lactoid.
Indeed.
I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules.
You shouldn't care about lactoid.
I think we rock. I think we're a city. I think we're a shining city.
Okay.
Based off of what metric?
Everything.
Everything.
Do I need to?
Okay.
Do I need to point to one specific?
So the greatest
Taxes.
prison population. That's.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I would say I would agree.
You're right. Yes,
I
we punish
agree.
our
I think
prisoners.
that, like,
True.
True. Yeah. So you're in favor of the war on
no.
drugs. The war on drugs. That we should have a memorial for that.
Hold on.
That was a bad.
Say it.
Look,
Say it. Our
the
taxes.
the best country. The best country can
How
have
much
a
we
fuck
spend on
up.
Social Security? How much? we
Yeah.
spend on
Okay.
Medicare?
Stop. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. Let me reiterate.
You're number one for
Compared
life
to
expectancy,
compared to
and healthcare
compared to burn a candle that burns twice as hot or whatever.
Yeah, you're really
half
nailing
as
that
long.
expression.
So I think you can point to negative things, but overall we're pretty fucking awesome. Historically, I think we've demonstrated an ability to hold firm to principles, and when we haven't, especially early on, to evolve and change and to fix those problems. I think yes. I'll say this.
So when
if
Alex
any
brought up
other
the lesson
if
from
any
the
other
Vietnam
nation
War, those
yeah,
were learned.
if any other nation, I think, had the power that we have, they wouldn't be wielding it nearly as benevolently. I think that.
I mean, in I don't know, 20, 30, 50 years, China might be having that power. But we'll see.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think if China had that,
fucking nicely.
yeah, and I think if China had that, it would suck. I
Let's
think
look
the
at.
world
Let's go
would be a
over
much
to
worse
Taiwan
place.
and ask them how they're doing.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
I don't think Taiwan is like
they're not bombed.
They're
not
not an
bombed.
abject
That's what they
poverty
are.
or like.
Well, yeah, they're not bombed. They're actually doing pretty well.
Hold on. In terms of abject poverty, it's not even fucking close. Okay, China has way more people deeply impoverished. There's
No, so much.
That's not what I'm
Taiwan.
saying.
You said Taiwan.
You said Taiwan. You said ask. Let's pull Taiwan.
Ask the
Yes.
Taiwanese.
Yeah, because they're because they're living
Because of the
because they're
conflict.
living in the shadow of potentially getting invaded by China at any minute.
Let's ask Cuba
But they-
how they
yeah,
like.
exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
Here's
Look,
trying to
Taiwan,
annex
your average
Cuba.
Taiwanese person lives much better than your average Chinese person. Their government is substantially better. And then you look at Cuba, and what
With the major
consistently
sanctions?
rated one of the most unfree countries on the planet.
Yeah, also with major sanctions against them. Right?
Wait,
Like,
hold
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Everyone here
here's
is
the
against
thing.
the
and
sanctions.
then trying to
The
assassinate
sanctions
them.
take away their
Hold on,
freedom.
hold on.
I'm
It
against the
feels
sanctions,
fucking-
but these
exactly.
sanctions didn't just drop out of the fucking sky, dude.
It feels really weird.
Well,
when you
yeah,
talk-
I know. America imposed
Yeah.
them. Yeah, they didn't jump out
Right.
of the sky.
Why, though?
Yes.
America did it.
A
And
little
Because of a totalitarian one-party state
we did-
that took
we
over that
didn't
country.
Come on. Lactoid, please. I know you know better than this. Please don't do this, right? They didn't do this because of freedom. Oh yes, we wanted the Cuban people to be free. We had our own viceroy in Cuba, right? It was overthrown, right? They're no longer part of our imperial umbrella. That's why
we abandoned
did it.
him.
We didn't
Hold
care
on, hold
about
on.
them.
No, hold on. We hold on. We abandoned Batista because he was doing a bunch of fuck shit. And quite literally, we abandoned him because of his poor human rights record. That's why the U.S. government stopped supporting him when the Cuban revolutionaries started, making serious ground. We pulled back that aid because of Batista's record, which I think is interesting that we are willing to sacrifice.
When the revolutionaries started making serious ground?
Yes, when Batista's fighting with the revolutionaries, we initially were supporting Batista, right?
Yeah,
that's
my understanding.
Yes, we pulled that aid because Batista was going around to different villages and shooting them up.
But hold on, it was bad. There was bad before the revolution, though. During the actual oppression of Batista, we were fine with that, right? Like, so we could say, like, afterwards, right, when it seemed like, oh, maybe the winds are blowing differently. Yes, we pulled down support, but that doesn't mean that, like, we are now innocent of what we were doing previously. We understand this, right?
I'm not. I'm not saying I'm not saying we're innocent of what we're doing previously. What I'm saying is that when the revolution started occurring and Batista started ramping this up significantly, it was like way more human rights abuses in that period of time, and the pressure of that caused us to pull our aid for Batista.
We do not care.
Then why did we pull our aid?
Then why did we pull the aid?
About liberal democracies. We've had this conversation before.
Why do we pull the aid?
This, right? We don't care about any of that. That is of no consequence to us, right? It wasn't.
Then why did we pull the aid? Answer that question.
Why not keep Batista there? If we don't give a fuck at all, why not keep Batista and then fund the shit out of him? Because we pulled all our aid.
Why not? I don't say. I'm going to answer this question right in the best way I can. I don't know exactly why we pulled our aid. I can't give you that question, but I can tell you why we didn't do it. We didn't do it because we gave a fuck about the human rights records. Right?
Incredible. He doesn't know enough about history to make those claims, but he does know that it doesn't fit his narrative. That's what he does.
Hold on. Nice try. Yeah, hold on. Like, nice try, because we can see this throughout history, throughout the world, right?
Hold on.
And also in
this is
we don't care about liberal these places being liberal democracies. Let's stop pretending otherwise.
Okay,
right?
here's something that really
we do
kind of
care.
Hold on. Here's something that bothers me about both sides of the conversation.
Say it.
Okay. I think this is a term called reification, where basically you take this like abstract concept and you turn it into this like concrete idea. America is full of fucking a whole bunch of different people over history. And
So
like
you
when
can
you
hear
say
you typing,
we don't
Alex.
care about liberal democracy,
Alex, you can hear you typing. Just so you know. You can hear you typing.
Or
Alex.
someone's typing, but I don't know.
It was Alex. But yeah.
my hands are shown.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It was
What
just
about your
Alex.
feet, Hunter?
Yeah.
Wah!
Right. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Hunter. Please go
You're
ahead.
good. You're good. I feel really frustrated when we have these conversations about America and we paint with a broad brush over 250 years. We have a really complicated history, and there are a lot of fucking genocides that have happened on our watch. We fucking, the Trail of Tears, Andrew Jackson, whatever. I can point to 1,000 different times as to which, as to times that I feel ashamed looking back on. But this idea that like we don't care about liberal democracy, therefore we wouldn't have done that because look at other times when we didn't care. But who did those, right? Like, what was that? America? Does Andrew Jackson get to speak for me for what America is? I don't think so. I don't think so. And
yeah, the amazing president that Joe Biden was, that Donald Trump does not ruin Joe Biden's reputation. But these are very different Americans.
So yeah. But I do gotta step in though, because like the thing is like we're missing is just like there is no metric where we are kicking ass across the board. Like 53% of our population has a 6th grade reading level, and Lactoid, you already heard me say this, but I'm gonna say it again.
Compared to other nations, we're doing okay.
No, we're not doing okay. Okay, I'm sorry, but like,
I'm not saying great. I'm not saying great, but I did look at. Hold on, I did look at data recently where we compared against 6 other developed.
But you gotta let me
nations,
finish
and we were
though.
third.
If there's one thing I don't like, guys, I let y'all speak, so just give me a second, okay? The thing is, like,
Yeah,
we
shut
spend.
up, Hunter. Go ahead.
I'm not saying
We're
shut
all
up, but, like,
interrupting
the
each
thing
other
is
too,
like,
though.
Okay, fine. But anyway, as I was saying, this is like regarding healthcare, we spend more in healthcare than any other developed nation across the world. Yeah, we have the worst outcome, the highest infant mortality rate. We have the highest maternity mortality rate. We don't have paid guaranteed family leave. We don't have, some form of like income to make sure like with the average income or like the minimum wage for people is like $7.50, which $6.85 was pretty stellar when I graduated high school. The thing is, like, what category are we exactly kicking ass across the board? Freedom? There's countries all across the developed world, especially first world nations, that have as just much freedom as we do.
We've
but
all
yet
seen
people are,
the newsroom pilot. Okay.
well,
I get
but
it.
Yeah,
but that's I'm not talking about the newsroom pilot. But the thing is, like, but that's not what I'm talking about though. But the fact of the matter is just like, what metric are we so fucking star spangled awesome at? Accept?
You're literally doing the newsroom pilot. You're literally
So
doing.
I'll give you some numbers. We're number 1 in disposable income per person. That's pretty fucking good. We got the most money. We're you say it's negative that we have the way our healthcare system works. I think there could be improvements, but I think it's generally good. That I think it's.
So,
I'm not expecting any agreement from the entire panel on this, to be clear, but I think it's generally good that the use of services is paid for disproportionately by the people who use it. I think that is good.
Do you get the best? Do you have the highest life expectancy of all?
Before we go,
no, because we are fat because we have so much fucking money and access to food. It's a fucking glorious fucking McDonald's
You
over
have no
here.
choice but to buy that food and shovel it in your mouth, right? Lactose.
So sad. I'm gonna fucking die 3 years
One of the
earlier.
other things that we're
I
like,
get
we're not
fucking
really addressing-
unfiltered Lucky Strikes.
Like,
what do you guys probably get for like
I'd like to get my
$35 a
answers.
pack?
I'd like to get my answers for what America is really good at.
I
So
want
I want to give some. Hold on. I want to give some
wanna-
clarifications. I'm gonna go first. Sorry. Some clarifications. First off, the mortality rate, the maternal mortality rate is flipped. You're looking at it backwards. We're actually very, very low in terms of mortality rate, but you want your mortality rate to be low, so we're actually high in it. The healthcare, we have a tremendous amount of innovations. Now, I want to reform healthcare too. I'm in favor of single payer. I'm in favor of
Number one
public option.
innovating.
Yes, in terms of innovations, we are fantastic. But the best thing that we're number one in America about is that we're America, okay? And that's what being American is about.
First Amendment, First Amendment, Second Amendment. I could go. I have an AK-47. Do you guys have an AK? No, you can't fucking get one.
Well, I gave you this challenge. I gave you this challenge.
It's the most mass-produced rifle for a reason because it's fucking cheaply made.
The challenge years ago. Can you open a Kinder Surprise on stream right now?
Okay, fuck. All right. This is your one. This is a good point. This is your one good point.
I will keep going. I will keep going. I will keep going. Can you in every single state smoke cannabis?
No. But our freedom of
but
speech
you have
is
all the
unparalleled.
freedom, right?
Our freedom of speech is unparalleled.
I agree. I agree on paper. How that actually translates, I don't know that meaningfully.
Not even close. Not even close.
I said on paper.
In practice.
I want to. Okay,
I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. I don't want to do this fight.
The Kinder Egg fucks me
I
up.
don't want to do the fight right now. Okay.
And the lawn darts.
I want to go back to what we were saying previously. So I'm gonna give some leeway to our friend Hunter here.
Surprise.
Oh, sorry. So aren't you studying, or why? You don't have to listen to this part, Hunter. Right? You can go back to studying. I'll say my piece, but you don't have to listen to this part.
I'm probably gonna go.
I got to respond after this. I got to respond to something Alex said. Go ahead.
Okay. So, what I was going to say is that, like, I don't have a firm grasp on the Cuban Revolution history. Right? It hasn't been a particular area of focus of mine, right? So I'll say that, and I will agree with you. Your reification narrative, right? When you're basically you're saying, like, yes, you can establish a pattern, right? And that pattern might be true, but for any particular incident, unless you have like insight into an incident, you can't just say it necessarily matches that pattern. That's fair, right? I still think I'm pretty damn sure it does match my pattern, but I actually don't have enough information to like confidently say that. So I'm going to give that to you, right? However, like, that doesn't mean there isn't any through lines within our history, and which is what the thing I'm going to push back against you. You like, you're saying, like, well, we do have a long history. Well, not extremely long compared to other countries, but still, right? A relatively long history. And within that history, there are many actors, right? There are many different political situations, political moments, and incentives, right? That may or may not even translate to our political stances today. And so we have to keep that in mind when looking back in history. I think that's a very important point, and I'm gonna give you that as well. However, the a clear through line is imperialism. Imperialism is an absolute through line throughout American history, right? Like starting with the taking of the colonies through the push west, right? This is all imperialist acts. And when America established, then our relations with Mexico, right? Pushing down into their imperialist acts. The idea of the Western Hemisphere being the American hemisphere, right? And our Canadian friends being forced to be a part of that, and then everyone south of the border, right? Imperialist act. Our adventures within Asia, right? Taking what we did to the Philippines, imperialist act. And then Vietnam and all that. All this is imperialism. Up to the Middle East, right? Imperialism.
Canada's still
imperialism.
colonized.
Sorry?
Canada's still colonized.
The way it should be, yeah.
Yeah.
Like yes, imperialism. Imperialism can be good sometimes, right? But like yeah, imperialism
Spoken
all
like
the
a
way
true
through.
leftist.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah,
As long as it's my imperialism, then it's
Exactly.
okay. As long as it's mine, yeah. So, but that's imperialism is the through line of America, and that's when I'm looking back through our history. That's what I'm looking for, right? I would also say like imperialism, like oftentimes, almost always, matches with white supremacy. But I don't know. That might be too much of an advanced subject for this crowd here. But
Yeah, it's confusing sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it's too complex, and you have trouble with that. So anyway,
We need Admiral Gibbs for that conversation.
Yeah. but yeah, that's absolutely something that you can point to. You can point to view Americans' actions. Yeah, it's imperialism. I'll leave it there. People can jump in.
Well, I think I do agree with like what. Well, I haven't even.
I'm gonna go real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was a response. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go real quick though. I'm just gonna say that's a valid lens to look through. I'm not gonna deny the vast amount of imperialism and white supremacy that has been at the core of the American frontier, but I do think that sometimes we glue our glasses to our face, and there are other glasses that we can view America through that are maybe equally as valid. I'm gonna say that, yeah. But yeah, that's about it.
But they could all. But I can give you that. But I can also say there can be multiple things, right? There can be multiple prisms, right? And they can all be valid. So like you can. I'm sure the Hunter, you could maybe give me something else, another lens to look at, and I could agree. Oh yeah, this like is a good way of like processing most of American history, right? In our actions, especially talking about our foreign policy, you might be able to generate that. That doesn't mean the imperialism lens is incorrect, right? It could be multiple things, multiple incentives being used. Yeah, there.
Yeah, but in some cases, whatever. I don't have anything off the top of my head. It's explicitly not imperialist. In some cases, we're anti-imperialist. In some cases, we're and like in order to look through it just feels so weird.
When are we anti-imperialist? When can you give me an
Know.
example?
Like
I take your time. You can like put some.
No, like
I'm not trying to like
whatever.
Russia, Ukraine.
Biden pulling us from Afghanistan. Like, was that imperialist?
Russia, Ukraine.
Pulling America out of an imperialist action is anti-imperialism.
Was Biden?
No, that's not anti-imperialism. Right?
Russia, Ukraine.
That was more like
Russia, Ukraine. We're funding Russia. We're funding Ukraine.
That was a lack of successful imperialism.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Now, Tom's right.
We failed miserably.
We're funding Ukraine. We're funding Ukraine. That is the anti-imperial action.
No. That's the pro-imperial.
Yeah,
you no longer agree with Tom, right, Lactoid? Or not? You still endorse?
No, I thought he was saying that like us funding them was the pro-American like imperialist action, which is I would say so. Yeah.
That would be true.
We're adding to our little
stupid. You guys,
like
yeah, but you guys are fucking retarded.
These guys are idiots. You kind of just have to agree.
Yeah, that's absolutely fucking retarded. Okay, but I was gonna say the I think that like when I think of what America stands for and like what it is that why I would say that we're good or I would celebrate us is because of liberalism. I think that we have been like when it comes to being a shining beacon, I would say that liberalism is the thing that we've kind of shown works, that democracy is something that is that is good, that it's capable. You know, it's not only a
Can you define
a
liberalism for
thing
me?
that
I don't mean, I'm not trying to like gotcha. I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page with what you're describing.
yeah, like enlightenment values, like
John Locke.
you know, yeah,
Magna
democracy,
Carta.
free speech.
I mean, like if you like
yeah.
I just
really,
want you to understand. That's okay.
it's kind of famous. It's kind of famous. Like a lot of people forget this, but democracy used to be a dirty word. Plato originally said this is the worst form of government because anyone can be in charge. That's obviously going to lead to ruin. And it took 2,000 years, not 2,000 years. It took 1,500 years for us to go, actually, wait, hold on. Maybe this can actually function. And it just takes a shit ton of work, and it takes a lot of dedication to make sure that everyone is involved in the process. What? No. It requires a lot of upkeep.
Yeah, no, but I don't. The way that you framed that, Plato described democracy. I don't know that fully true, but I take your point. Like,
No, that's pretty true. He said,
He
he
characterized
put
it as, like, the
tyranny.
worst.
He put tyranny over democracy.
When you say over democracy, what do you mean by over?
He ranked them all, and he said the best one is with like intellectuals in charge. I forget what the name of it is.
Philosopher Kings,
right?
It's technocracy.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So that I would say that like liberalism is the thing that makes the United States great, and that has been like the thing that we've been able to export to other countries. And sometimes it's through imperialism. Sometimes it's through what they call neo-imperialism, where we use like all of the money that we have in order to kind of influence other countries into heading in our direction, and then we work with them because we were able to become a superpower. We
Ways to design
use our superpower
$5.
position
Give Tom
to
5
influence
pad.
other countries into better conditions for their people. And I think that this is like in that scenario, I think that we have overall been a net good for the world.
Based as fuck.
Well,
We know you disagree, Prime. It's okay.
I agree with it. Oh yeah, I got a message for you. Quote: This is from Jeb Tan. AK-47 not being a good rifle is such a fake gun guy take. It's like saying the Toyota Corolla is a bad car.
Is
I knew
Toyota a Japanese
that's
brand?
what you were going to go back to.
I can think of a few rifles that are better than AK-47. It's the most mass-produced rifle in the world
Because
for
of
a
the
reason.
demand, right?
Because it works.
Because of demand.
No.
Have you ever heard of Jevons paradox?
The Toyota Corolla is
It's
reliable. It's
It's
nothing.
just
Yeah, nobody.
reliable. Yeah, that's why. My
It's
understanding.
it's the Toyota Corolla. I think that's a great comparison.
Yeah.
It
It's
is.
the it's the Nokia of guns.
Yeah, but nobody has Nokias anymore, though. So
I don't know about the Corolla.
nobody has a
but-
Nokia anymore. So
AK-47s are also kind of falling off.
Well, here's the thing. Like, what it comes down to, like, listen, I'm very, very critical of my country. That's just because I want it to get better. Now, if you want to address the issue of, like, the poverty level in this country, yes, I'm willing to address that. But the thing is, though, is that we're never going to do that because we can't get out of our own fucking way. I mean, for crying out loud. Like, I could also say, like, one thing that makes our country great is because I don't consider us a melting pot, because a melting pot, you really can't recognize the diversity. But the thing is, I consider us like a salad bowl, right? Because we recognize and appreciate that we are a very different, we're just a different conglomeration of people of different religions, races, different cultures and customs and whatnot. But the thing is, though, is that there are people in this country that are scared of every fucking thing. I mean, why else do you think there's so many people who's like, oh my God, Sharia law? 1.3% of the population is Muslim, and everyone's freaking out about a fucking takeover. I mean, the thing is, this country, like, I love my country, but we are filled with idiots that are scared of their own fucking shadow, for crying out loud. These guys, like, the second you hear somebody speaking Spanish, they start flipping the fuck out. I was like, hey, speak English in this country. How dare you? Like, it's crazy.
I agree, and I also vehemently disagree. That's so fucking true about so many people. But like, all in all, compared to other countries, what I've seen, the very little that I've seen, we're pretty damn tolerant. Like, I constantly see people speaking Spanish, and I have never seen anyone shout
You've
out.
never punched one of them. Yeah,
It's true. I've never seen anyone go
He's
aggressive.
been restrained each
worst
time.
that I've seen
He's
is
held back.
Sometimes my mom will make a little bit of like a. Ugh. I'm like, shut up, and that's about
great.
the worst
And
it gets.
then
And
you
I
hit her.
agree. I agree that like we're obnoxious, and I agree that there's terrible awful racists. I'm not saying that because I haven't seen them, they don't exist. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I know that they do, and I see them online every day. But like sometimes there's a little bit.
So
yeah.
both these things can exist at once, right? So like one, I think I actually agree with you in terms of our ability to take people in and integrate them, right? Like I'm not sure if there's a better country, right? There might be, I don't know, but but as far as I can tell, there's no better country than that, right? But at the same time, we terrorize those people, right? That mechanism, we call that ICE today, right? Like we have through state power have been going after those exact same those communities that like speak Spanish, right? Well, we created a hotline, right, where you can report suspected undocumented
the
immigrants.
we again.
And
it's like
I've called it a bunch of times.
Fucking thing.
We being America. You understand how I'm using we? You get
The royal we.
No, I get it, but no, I get it. But
I mean, I think every country is immigration control. To be fair.
But I think of when I think of Trump, I think of him as being anti-America. Like I understand that you're a leftist, so you think of him as being the culmination of America. But I think of him as being antithetical to everything that is America.
I disagree. Now I
know.
I'm farther away from Trump.
It's because you're Haitian.
Pretty much anyone here, right?
That's not how that works.
I'm Canadian.
You're so it's so obnoxious. I'm more left actually. I support Stalin, so I'm actually more left than you. I hate Trump even more.
You guys actually think that like hating Trump is like the best thing about America.
Oh my god! No,
it is the most American thing. It's like apple pie.
Trump is quintessentially American. That's the thing. That's unfortunately. This is really.
Well, I think he embodies the worst
American,
parts
right?
of American.
Yeah.
Yes,
like,
exactly. Right.
That's fine. No, but that's where. Come on.
America continues to like progress though. We evolve and we have realized our values and our constitution more and more over time. We have realized those liberal values over time. Of course, early on we had slaves and we were doing horrible things to the indigenous people, but we have realized those values more and more. And Donald Trump is the exact opposite of what it is. Okay, fuck with the genocide. Donald Trump is going backwards and he is the opposite of that evolution. He is pulling us. He is purposely wanting to go back.
Wait. You're right. We got to go back to our. We got to go back to our roots. Joe Biden was the most progressive president we've ever had, and the best president of my entire fucking lifetime. We got to go back to our roots. We got to get away from Trump. We got to go back to our roots of the base level American shit, like gun restrictions and more abortions and putting activists on the Supreme Court. Hell yeah, that's fucking Trump, evil Trump getting away from us.
Essentially American. And to pretend otherwise. And I
don't want to fucking hear about an activist on the Supreme Court.
I would say that,
Thomas.
And at the same time, I would say
first of all,
that
Trump
Joe
didn't put
Biden
Thomas on, but he's better.
Quintessentially American, right? Like I think we can. There's a case to be made that. Well, okay, I'm not going to make this case because it's gonna confuse the conversation, and you guys are going to go off on a tangent. So I'm going to back off on that. But I'll just get these two men. Right? These
I want to go off on a tangent.
Quintessentially American. They can be
two men, guy A and guy B,
representing different parts, but parts that aren't that different. When it comes to imperialism, actually they're quite the same. Actually, they're very, very similar when it comes to imperialism. That part of America, right? Once again, is a very useful through line. Because
it comports with your
no, because it actually is the case. Because they actually engaged in imperialism. That's why.
Nobody's denying that though. Nobody's denying that though.
Right?
Nobody's denying that though. But we're saying like on net. No, he's not. We're talking about on net though. Earlier when we're talking about narrativizing these things, we're talking about like narrativizing is putting like a very simple lens on what it is that you're looking at instead of looking at big picture like on net value. And if we just look at like what's happening with Israel and Palestine, yes, that's horrible. But then there's like a billion other things that are good. And Donald Trump getting rid of like U.S. aid, which was considered what they call like, neo-imperialism, but it's like
another word for based.
Yeah, but it was fucking based. It was like kind of bringing everybody else into the fold and really helping out other countries. And there's just Donald Trump getting rid of that is not quintessentially American.
Donald Trump though, right? Like,
why?
he's not really American.
Why not?
No. Yeah, hold on. Because all the bad things, those are his stuff, right? That's just Donald Trump. Donald Trump separate all these corners. He's just the bad, these bad parts, right? But the good parts, those things are really American.
You know
right?
what? Wait,
no,
hold on.
actually,
I'll concede a little bit.
And I want to push back against my friend Lacto a little bit, right? Like because I have the opposite of Trump. Well, maybe not the opposite, but like I don't have Trump derangement syndrome here, right? This is an example of me showing that I am. In terms of like how he fits within America, I embrace Trump, right? I don't reject him to saying he's some sort of aberration, right? You do that. Please do that because I don't say that he's some sort of aberration that gets ignored, right?
I know.
And then we can
He's not a tumor to be cut out. He's part of the American body.
Of sainted
the
presidents.
tumors are still part of the body.
Sure,
yes,
but you understand the analogy.
Sure. No, made up of our fucking DNA. Hold on. I think a tumor is a great
strictly speaking, no.
No, I don't know how to
okay.
You want to go down this road?
No.
Mutation
I guess not. All right.
Yeah, Hunter, you're gonna get schooled on the DNA of tumors.
If it counts as a mutation, then I guess I want to.
Yeah. So Prime, look. I don't think you have TDS. I don't. You see. Yes, you do.
I have TDS.
I love it.
I think
TDS.
Tom has massive TDS.
I literally have shirts on my store that say
it.
TDS and proud. My merch says TDS and proud.
Have you seen that clip of James Carville? It's so fucking good. I watch it.
I actually think I don't know. I think all of you probably have TDS to some extent, except I don't think Prime does. I don't. I think Prime, his worldview.
I think you have TDS.
Trump.
But in this case,
Trump
you're just
fits
Trump.
in.
No, please. I want to hear what he has to say. Go ahead.
I think for Prime, Trump fits within the structure that you've constructed, and he fits into an evil slot for you. But it's it fits.
Do, to be fair.
Most of the presidents do. I understand, right? Yeah. So I think in some way, if I was going to accuse you of anything, it would almost be like a UDS or an ADS is what I accuse you of. An America derangement syndrome. Just it's if it's American, a little bit. That's what But honestly, I would not accuse you of TDS.
I judge people who don't have TDS though. That's the distinction. This is
okay. Let me explain what TDS is first.
Yeah.
And this is why it frustrates me so much. I don't care that you guys don't like Trump. It's just it seems like hating him has become a tribal brand that's comparable to MAGA. And it's. I don't know. It seems to go against the whole anti-MAGA thing.
Well, the MAGA. No, because
Donald Trump,
we're looking at it. The problem is that even if he does something good, you don't want to give him credit for it because holistically, he is doing that good thing normally in furtherance of some 10 other bad things. And so, yes, it's normally not even beneficial to even acknowledge when with the Iran war, when people are yeah, but isn't he right about the fact that they have, They are enriching uranium? Yeah, sure. He's the one who gave him fucking permission to do that by pulling out of the JCPOA. So I don't even when I can give him credit for something, I'm not going to because it's in furtherance of 10 other bullshit things.
Here, by the way, I'm not even, again, you can disagree with anything or everything that Donald Trump has done. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying,
I will too.
Yes, best country in the world.
Hell yeah.
I never disagreed with that. But my point here is that, as far as presidents go, I could point to 100 terrible things that Biden has done. I could point to really bad things that Biden has done. I could point to really bad things that George W. Bush has done. And if we compare Trump to Bush, I think it's clear that Bush is worse than Donald Trump is. But it seems like the dislike of Trump has become a brand, and I mean that literally. You can sell it. Right, if you throw in jabs on Trump here and there, that sparks some dopamine release in some of these people's brain, right?
Look,
if you this has become a quintessential part of people's identity of just yes, I am this person. I like cats. I like eating bananas, and I hate Trump.
Okay,
and you take that away from them, I think that you'd probably cause an identity crisis for a lot of these fucking people.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but it really needs to be contextualized here. I'm going to say two things. Firstly, I actually agree with you. I think Bush was way more damaging than Trump, just on the virtue of the Iraq War. That shit was
and
fucking
Afghanistan,
crazy.
And the prison program.
Yeah, I'm saying one thing is probably enough to surpass Trump's legacy. The reason I don't talk about Trump, the reason why no one would ever suspect me of hating Bush more than Trump, even though that's true, I talk about Trump way more because he's the fucking president of the United States right now. it kind of makes sense that he's part of the conversation. And
No,
hold on,
that's
one sec.
fine.
Just one sec. He has also dominated the political subculture for 12 fucking years. Like ever since when did he start running? 2015. So it's been 11 years. It like every single fucking news article is about him. Every single thing that he does, because he's the head of the Republican Party.
I didn't recall that during the Biden years.
Yes, because Biden was never even really
you
the head of
crazy?
the Democratic
I hold on. He was mentioned, but if you're saying that he was like the political identity, I heard way more about Biden when he was the president. About his,
I
you know,
disagree.
the vaccine stuff, his mandates that he tried to push
Okay,
through.
maybe
The student loan forgiveness that he tried to push through, was
Even
shot
when
down a
Biden
couple
was
times.
president, Trump
The
would
immigration.
Hold on, Trump would just start tweeting shit like, "Hey, we got to be against this immigration bill," and all of the Republicans would just go, "Yes, yes, Daddy." He's not even fucking president. He's just some dude in Mar-a-Lago, and everyone is signing along, and we're crazy for pointing out how fucking
here's the thing,
disgusting
like,
this tumor is.
I will definitely say without a doubt that George Bush was a terrible president, without a doubt. But Donald Trump is the fucking worst, without a doubt. He's the first president in the nation's history to have
I would
never
take
ever
Bush over
succeeded in an
Trump.
actual election. No. What? No, he's the worst. He's the worst president. Here's
January
why.
6th.
In January 6th,
Yes,
absolutely.
genuinely, that's
he
a
is the
fair
only president in
conversation.
the history of the country that has never actually conceded an election that he actually lost fair and square. As a matter of fact, he's the only president we've ever actually seen that is actually truly weaponizing his Justice Department. He's actually told the FCC to cancel certain shows like Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert. He's the only president we've ever actually seen. And the thing is like, he
and
actually
he's made the
is
most money out of any president.
made the
in
most
office,
money,
right?
he promised
exponentially.
Hold on,
he promised no more new wars or whatnot. He talked about like.
Let's wait. Hold on. Let's hold his feet to the fire on these. Let's not just
Sure.
gallop him. Do you fucking condemn how disgusting it is that a president didn't concede an election? That he sowed distrust into the American populace, and now every single election is full of malice and distrust.
Well, hold on. Whoa.
Okay, what is it? Painting
That last tack on.
Fine.
Yeah.
Strike
Sure,
through that last sentence.
I'll give my opinion. When Hillary Clinton lost, and there was a sizable portion of the Democrats who were saying that the election was rigged, I thought this was bullshit.
Hold on.
This was not comparable to January 6th, to be fair.
Okay, I agree. It was bullshit.
But this culture of like denying an election, this was actually relatively prevalent amongst the Democrats prior to Trump pulling it.
Wait,
when Trump, hold up.
Was it just?
I know. Yeah. And then Hillary later on, said that it was rigged. And then when you had Trump, Hillary, just somebody online, right? The actual candidate saying later that it was rigged, just somebody online, of course. And then when you have, and the actual polling showing that like a significant chunk of Democrats thought this, of course. But when Trump pulled it, Democrats actually, the fact that Trump did January 6th actually sort of fixed this problem among Democrats. In 2024, like a record low number of Democrats thought that the election was rigged because of the association of rigging allegations with Donald Trump, which I think is kind of funny. Do I think that January 6th was bad? For sure.
I agree with that to an extent, but it's different when you didn't have a peaceful transition of power.
I said it at the time that I thought January 6th was bad. But, and I've said this multiple times since then, I think that packing the court is fucking crazy. And this is amongst the mainstream. I'm not weaseling. I answered it correctly. I answered it directly.
Repeatedly downplayed Donald Trump's role in January 6th. You are frustrated
in what way?
With the actors. Hold on. We had an entire debate about whether or not Donald Trump was responsible in January 6th. It was me v. you, and you were like, was he really? Really?
Hold on. If we're talking about the riots, then yeah. Hold on. If we're talking about the riots, then absolutely. If we're talking about
January 6th.
Yeah, hold on a second. So I condemn the part where he said that it was rigged without sufficient evidence, and that he pulling that shit for sure. But do I hold him responsible?
Fake slate of electors attempting a coup,
right? The
non-peaceful transition of power.
Fake slate of electors. That was yes. I do not believe that the fake slate of electors that was theorized by his attorney. I'm blanking on the name right now.
Cohen. Michael Cohen.
No, the other one.
No, it was Southern.
No. No, hold
It
on.
was something.
Which person are we talking about?
The guy who came up with the fake slate of electors.
John Eastman. John Eastman.
Eastman.
Eastman, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I knew it was like Southern or Eastman or something.
So in terms of the legality of things, I think that if a well-respected lawyer, as Eastman was, comes to you and presents a legal pathway to maintaining power, from the legality aspect, I don't fully hold Trump responsible for that. In the same way that I wouldn't fully hold responsible any client if they're given this sort of advice by a credible licensed attorney, which John Eastman was. I do condemn specifically the part where, whether it be legal or illegal, I don't like the idea of somebody delaying transfer of power without sufficient evidence of election fraud. I know Trump believed that there was election fraud. He thought he had it. I just don't think that he did. So I condemn his judgment on that front. In terms of his responsibility when it comes to the actual January 6th riot that happened at the Capitol, no, I don't think that he said anything in particular that should hold him responsible for the violence that happened that day.
Whoa, come on, dude.
So
the fact that they had the rally right by the Capitol, right where he's saying, hey, they're all in there right now betraying your president. He had been tweeting about this for an entire week. So if you just want to make it about the speech he gave that day, sure, him saying fight like hell was not enough to get everybody to run inside the fucking Capitol on that day. But all of the tweets for the 2 weeks leading up to that point, it is obvious that if somebody told me that the election was stolen, and I believe them, I would have been inside the fucking Capitol. I would have been running
You are
inside
allowed
there
in
too.
this country to give an opinion as to what you think happened without it being incitement. That is the rule. I am allowed
That's
to
not
say I
true.
think this was stolen from me.
That's not true.
And me coming out and yelling about that. Yes, it is true. I can come out and
cannot-
I can say
if you-
and
no,
I
no, it's
can
not.
say this is complete and utter horseshit. This was stolen from me. That does not mean that I am inciting violence.
And if that's all that happened on
That's not
J6,
true.
we would not be having this conversation. Actually, if that's
That
all
was the
happened
debate
on
that I
J6
had with Hunter.
Well,
No, it
if that's
wasn't. There was,
if
there was hold on.
And I addressed both parts of it, to be clear.
Yeah, true. You didn't weasel away. Thank you for not weaseling away.
I did it. You weasel away with the court packing shit that your side's trying to do, sir.
I have to weasel away. because I have a test to study for. But
right when I brought up,
I'm going to throw a little grenade and then
wow,
walk out of the room. So I apologize, but hopefully you guys can scream a lactoid. But yeah, I gotta go. So,
but thank you for being
care,
here,
Hunter. Be
Hunter.
well.
Actually, I know
on the
you,
test.
you could have used
See ya,
this time
Hunter.
differently.
Have fun.
But I appreciate you using it with
yeah,
us.
unlike the fucking everyone else who bailed.
Yeah, fuck those guys. But you still Thank you so much, Hunter.
All right,
Seriously.
see ya. Bye.
Later,
Well,
bye.
but here's one thing I would actually like to know. Like, and this is my biggest problem with MAGA. I consider MAGA a mental disorder because I think half of these people are just so devoted and devoted to Trump that they are afraid of losing the cash cow because they know if they support Donald Trump, he's going to basically like love them. But Lacto, I'd like to know something. Whenever MAGA people are confronted about the 2020 election, they never answer whether he lost or he did or did not lose. Why is it you don't think that they don't admit that he lost?
Because I don't think Trump thinks that he lost, and Trump tends to exclude people from his political circle if they challenge him on
Yes,
that.
because they're afraid. Yes.
That's why it's a cult. That's why it's a cult. This is why I call it a mental disorder, because people are willing to throw away their sensibilities and willing to throw away their integrity for one guy. That's a problem with me. Like, this is why I have such, and like, listen, if we were doing the same thing with Joe Biden or Barack Obama, I'd have a problem with it just as much. Because honestly, like, patriotism means to stand behind the country. It doesn't mean to stand behind one political.
I have
president or
an
any
issue with
political
Hillary
business.
Clinton.
Sure. So do I. I have lots of issues with her. I got lots of issues with Biden.
Yeah,
like,
look,
I was very critical
Well, with
of
her
Biden.
denying the election, I'm saying.
Fair enough. I believe that I have been very consistent here. I have answered the questions point blank and directly as to my thoughts on the intricacies of January 6th. What I think that it is, I don't believe that it was a insurrection. I do believe that it was a riot, and I don't think that Donald Trump incited the riot by any kind of legal or moral standard. I do think that obviously it is the case that the rioters were motivated by the beliefs that Donald Trump was sharing. But you know,
There's just no way. I don't think it's a cite. I don't think he actually thought that though. The problem is that you would have to believe that he's absolutely fucking retarded. No, he didn't. You would have to believe he's actually fucking retarded, and that no, they didn't. Hey, he actually went off on his own campaign team for losing him the fucking election right afterwards. The fact that he actually asked for investigations into whether or not they lost, and each investigation came back and said, yes, you lost. There was no widespread fraud. The fact that like literally every single advisor told him otherwise, and then instead he just gets an out from Eastman. Oh, okay.
And Giuliani, and there was others as well.
Advisors that were actually within his administration, not like
his
random
closest
nut jobs
the people,
that were.
Yes, very close advisors that he had told him otherwise. He was, of course, under the belief that, and all the private phone calls.
Giuliani wasn't even under the belief. Giuliani wasn't even under the fucking.
Giuliani was telling him this shit. Of course he was.
No. Giuliani might have been telling him this, but it didn't it didn't seem as though Giuliani actually believed it in the scenarios like with him talking to what was it, Rassensberger in Georgia, where he's talking about the fact that like there was obviously fraud. They were stealing. No. It was Giuliani when they were talking about the fact that these people were taking buckets out from under the tables and then using those, and they said, well, what evidence do you have that this happened? And he said, well, we don't actually know that it happened. They said, but you've been claiming all over television that it happened. So it's Trump. And he's like, yeah, it's our freedom of speech. Like, okay, so you don't actually have any evidence of this happening. You're just claiming that it's happening. You're lying because it's freedom of speech, which he got sued for and lost and had to pay a lot of money out to these people.
But the fact that I'm referring specifically to Trump. I don't know about all the details as to Giuliani, but I'm saying that I think all the evidence demonstrates that Trump, I think that he's wrong. He genuinely believes that he won the 2020 election, right? And so when he's like saying this shit and he's saying, you fuckers, like, you stole it from me, this is bullshit, I think that even though some people can take that and go and commit violence, this does not mean that he's inciting violence any more than somebody who's critical of ICE is inciting violence against ICE.
Like, you would actually have to believe he's a fucking retard to think that he actually believes.
Rhetoric aside, no, I don't think so.
Well, then, so I think I
think he was delusional. I don't think you have to be fucking retarded.
That's fair. I've gone. That's fair.
Even worse.
But then, shouldn't that disqualify him to be president?
No, I don't think that having one delusion, or even multiple
delusion about an actual meaningfully political position.
I don't think this is like a super meaningful political position.
Of whether you all right.
For January 6th, whether you won the election,
whether or not you won the election,
okay.
No, I know that like it sounds like huge, and I'm not saying it's not like insignificant, but I'm saying that in terms of like you compare it to all the shit that's on the table right now, it's not something that I'm spending a lot of time worrying about. Like I'm much more concerned about like our geopolitical alignment and like what kind of shit we're doing in the world. I'm more interested in like, okay, the Second Amendment and gun laws, abortion restrictions or laxations of restrictions around the country. First Amendment shit, Fourth Amendment shit, taxes, tariffs, blah, blah, blah. Like all this shit to me, immigration, enforcement, right? All this to me is like, and especially, and this is the number one issue that I voted on in 2024, the court, right? So all this shit matters a fuck ton to me. And what happened back in 2020, sure, I don't like it, but I'm not going to be fucking dwelling on it 10 years from now. I'm not.
Here's the reason why I'm going to be dwelling on it, because he's completely undermined the entire process to the point to where people do not trust how the system works. They're now saying that there is widespread voter fraud with no proof of this whatsoever. Even 6 years later, we're talking about how there's no widespread voter fraud. Yes, voter fraud does exist, but it is statistically irrelevant. It's like
they're still claiming that illegals are coming in to vote.
Yeah, which is not true either. But the thing is like, this is the reason why it bothers me, is because it undermines the entire system. He undermines the entire system. And because now other countries are seeing this like, wow, look what's gone over in that shit show of the United States. And they're 100% right, because they're saying, oh, well, our electoral process, like we actually reelected somebody that denied the 2020 election. And then he pardoned the very people that attacked our nation's capital when he said he was only going to pardon the people that were nonviolent offenders, but he pardoned the people that were violent too. Some of these people were monsters, for crying out loud. And listen, I know people are saying, oh, well, what about Biden? Listen, we could talk about Biden's fucking pardons, but we're talking about Trump's pardons because he's the president right now. I mean, this is why it's such a big deal, is because It undermines the very institutions and the very fabric of this country. It's all because he threw a temper tantrum, and you got people like Sidney Powell saying that a U.S. Spec Op teams launched an operation in Frankfurt, Germany, in a Seidel facility, and people were killed. Like, that's an international incident. That never happened. But people still believe that crap. That bothers the fuck out of me that people still believe that. And this is not like onesies and two. There's like thousands, if not millions, of people that believe that shit, though. That's why I'm bothered by it.
Well, the peaceful transition of power is like a fundamental thing within our government that was like, when I'm talking about like things that our country did, that things our country stands for, things that we were the first in, having a peaceful transition of power within a democracy was something that nobody thought was possible. And then we did it literally every fucking time. Every time we did it until Trump. Trump is the first one to not have a peaceful transition of power, and this is fucked. Like it is wholly
Well, hold on. When you
un-American.
say non what do you mean by that? Was it a violent transfer of power?
Yes, January 6th was.
Yeah. So Trump launched a violent transfer of power, or how did that work?
Well, it's non-peaceful. So yeah, so like January.
So there was like
January 6th
there was a riot that happened at the
non-peaceful.
Capitol like 14 days earlier, right? Like what do we mean by peaceful here? I guess is the question.
Well, the point of the riot was to delay the certification of the vote, right? That's part of the certification of the election.
My understanding is the rioters were trying to like get the politicians there or whatever to delay the certification of the vote for sure. But again, like, and I know, and this is going to be, I think, fundamentally where we disagree. I've looked at the timeline. Trump did not tell them to engage violently. He told them to go home.
Again, if you were told that the election was
allowed to do that.
stolen,
It's not violent.
that's not what I asked. If you were told that the election was stolen, like, do you think that you would likely want to go and fight and go inside the Capitol? Like, is that something that you think is reasonable to do if you think the election was stolen?
I don't think so.
He also
You don't think so? What do you mean?
No. The circumstances of, we think that there's these particular states that have like fraud. If I genuinely believed it, I'd protest. I would like organize. I would do all that shit. But am I gonna like actually like break into the Capitol?
You're told they're inside of the Capitol right now, stealing the election.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Yes, look, here's the problem. You're allowed to say that shit. Like Democrats
That's
for
not
years
what
have been saying.
You keep saying
stop,
you're
stop,
allowed
stop,
to say
stop.
it.
No, yeah. But let me explain this way. Like Democrats for years have been erroneously saying that, there's unarmed black men are being like killed, like fucking genocided by the police. There's mass killings. The beliefs that people are under as to the number of unarmed black men that are killed by the police are wildly inaccurate because of this. And this, I think, pretty directly led to the BLM riots, and the 11 people or whatever, or the 20-something people that have died as a result of that, and the thousands and the billions of property damage, and the thousands of people who died as a result of policing changes that happened afterwards. Does this mean that people aren't allowed to go up and be like, dude, fuck the police, these police? Like, no, you're allowed to do that. You going up and criticizing the police, or even being wrong about something as it regards policing Black America today, that doesn't mean that you incited the BLM riots.
Oh no, I would say you likely did. If you were saying these things and saying that they're not doing it, the state is not doing anything about it, and you're making this sound like a broad systemic issue at the time, the standard is like, fire in a theater, right? The standard is like, can you see the likely outcome from your words and what's going to happen from it? Depending.
Exactly.
So if I say I think there's a fire because I had red Skittles inside of my Skittles bag, I don't think so. I don't think that holds up. And I think that is analogous to what it is that Trump was doing when he was saying that the election was stolen from him. He thinks that there were red Skittles inside of his bag, therefore the election was stolen.
No,
he
he
had
thought he
no
saw
rationale.
smoke.
He had no reason for it. He had no logical thought process to come to that conclusion. Him just believing it. Okay, he believed
He
it
had
because
no
there was
evidence.
fucking red
No,
Skittles in
he
a bag
thought
is
he thought no,
absolutely
he thought
asinine.
he thought he saw smoke. He had people around him that were telling him this was happening. He saw videos that yes were clipped out of context in many circumstances, combined with the fact that there were this was the first election in which a significant proportion of voting was happening through mail-in ballots, which simply hadn't happened before. And all these things kind of coming together to him, he thought he saw smoke. You are allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater if you think you see smoke. You're allowed to do that legally.
I mean, yes.
It's just that none of those things lead to fraud. Nothing you mentioned led to fraud. It just like that's not nothing you mentioned is evidence of fraud. it's
No,
just
the
not.
videos and people telling him that it's happening. Yes, when you're seeing clipped videos that indicates that it's happening, combined with the fact that you have people telling you that it's happening, and combine the fact that you have somebody with the ego that Donald Trump has, where he can't fathom the idea of him losing an election against fucking Joe Biden. Like it all starts to come together to make sense that he probably did think that it was stolen from him.
So this is, I think, a broader philosophical question of like, Blackwood, in your mind, is there ever a point where, as in like, there's a thing of that it exists of an unjustified, sincere belief?
Yes, there can be. Of course, I think a lot of beliefs are unjustified and sincere.
Okay, but then at least in your mind, if I'm tracking like your through line, it's like, well, since Trump's belief was sincere, it's like he's not doing anything wrong or like truly morally
I
condemnable.
don't think he's inciting. I think you can criticize him for his judgment and his incapacity to like read data. You could do that.
Okay,
But I don't
so-
think that you could like attribute like some kind of like malicious anti-democratic intent on his
Okay,
part.
is that the result? Because like there's no direct calls for violence from Trump. Is that your line?
My line would be, yeah, if he orchestrated and like and
Yelling
actually called
fire in a
for
theater isn't a direct
violence,
call
let me
for
continue.
people to
Let
stampede.
me continue.
if he actually like called for violence, that would probably be enough. And also if he genuinely thought that he lost the election, and for whatever reason that came out, I think that would be really bad.
Okay,
I
so
think
then-
that would demonstrate malicious intent if he thought at the time.
No, but like I'm trying to. So in your mind, like the speech that he gave, okay, on January 6th, like, would you overall characterize that as like, well, that was a peaceful or non-violent speech?
Yeah, I would say nonviolent.
Okay, so because there's no explicit calls for violence.
Explicit, or I think at one point he even says to do it peacefully.
Okay, but even if like that was removed,
kind
as
of
like just removing that, is that the only thing? That's the only modifiers, and since he included that, that makes everything else non-violent.
Yeah, I think him
He
including
said,
that
"I
makes it very
believe."
clear.
Well, I'm not
will
done. I'm not done.
March. Well, I just want to correct the last part. He said, "Oh no, I'm not jumping in.
Something.
I'm not jumping in. I'm just saying what he said was, I believe you guys are going to march peacefully and patriotically."
He said,
didn't
"I
tell
know
them
you
to.
will."
He said, "I believe." Yeah, I know.
Oh,
you will. So,
I know you will. That's telling them to. Come on.
Close it up.
but
I
like-
mean,
but
I
wait,
just
wait,
want
no, no. If that line was removed, does that like then make it a violent speech to, or
No,
still non-violent?
if you remove that line, I still don't believe that it's incitement to violence.
Okay.
The fact that that line is in there, though, I think makes it clear that
It makes a better case, right? So even in the absence of that line, though, it still falls under non-violence, right? Since there's no direct call. So then, like at least based off of that metric, you would categorize something like Mein Kampf as non-violence towards Jews.
I think
There's
he
no
directly
direct-
calls for. I think he does call for direct violence.
No, there's no explicit calls for a direct killing of Jews in Mein Kampf.
I don't know if I believe that.
I've
Okay.
never read Mein Kampf, so yeah, it's hard.
I think that he
There
hints
are
like
no-
he's got to get
there-
rid of them.
No, there's no explicit direct
Hold on.
calls for the killing of Jews in Mein Kampf.
Lacto's got to ruin his Google search history for me. I'll give him a second. Like,
Well,
I know he's gonna work.
I want to throw in there that like Bill Barr did testify that Donald Trump knew that he lost the election. So did his numerous people within the Department of Justice said that he knew that he lost the election. intelligence officials, cabinet advisors, like tons of people who were close to him. They all testified that he knew he lost the election. Not just that he was told, not just that he was like given this information that he lost, like, but that he knew, he was well aware that he lost the election and chose to continue pushing different narratives anyways.
How does he say he know? How does he know? How does Barr know that Trump?
I don't remember the full testimony from Barr. I just remember.
Well, the thing was is that like he actually held a meeting where Bill Barr and like Stephen Miller, Rudy Giuliani, and Sidney Powell, and some of the other members of his administration, all the people that said no, you actually lost the election, they were fighting with one another. And he got so frustrated. It's like, where's my Roy Cohn? He actually said this. He's like, because Roy Cohn was like the guy that really taught him never apologize, never back down, always double down, always go on the counteroffensive, because he doesn't want to admit that he lost. He never wants to admit that. That's why he's still the same way he is. Every time something bad happens with his administration, it's never his fault. He blames everybody else. But when something good happens, he takes all the credit for it. That's just who Donald Trump is. That's why he can never
but
say
he
that he lost.
But he did blame his campaign staff for losing the fucking election. Like he blamed them for losing.
Yeah, he blamed people like that one guy because I can't remember what his fucking name. The dude, he went ballistic and like had a gun, or he was like half naked. I can't remember what his name is, but like he was the guy that set up the Tulsa rally, and it was a disaster. And he blamed him. That's when he fired that guy for that shit. I mean, the guy is he's an egotist. He's a narcissist, the highest order. But the thing is, though, like he is never ever he can never be wrong. That's the thing, and that's the thing. And listen, it's fine if people say I have TDS. I'll admit that outright, but I have a good reason for that because I have never seen a president act like this before in my entire fucking life. It's insane how he is.
Okay, real quick, a couple things. So Bill Barr,
Funny guy though.
Stated that, but nothing I'm seeing. It appears to be the reason he's saying this is sort of along the lines of what you guys are saying, which is like, well, obviously he should have known. Like Trump did not admit this to him. There's no actual like evidence that was presented other than Barr's own speculation. So his testimony that Trump knew full well is not evidence at all.
But even when you're bringing up the videos and things that are convincing to Trump,
but hold on.
Those are the people who investigated those things.
But there's
That's
somebody.
the problem is that
so
you're saying,
I'm
hey,
tell
he
you,
believed
here,
random
you trust
YouTube
Pence?
videos. They investigated those things.
This is Pence, right? So Pence, for example, following this, I think Pence was in a perhaps closer situation there. Pence's his specific statement, I think indicates a little bit of a different situation. Quote, sadly, the president was surrounded by a group of crackpot lawyers that kept telling him what his itching ears wanted to hear. The president ultimately continued to demand that I choose him over the Constitution. So this is Pence saying this, that there's a bunch of lawyers, a bunch of lawyers around him telling him what his ears wanted to hear.
I agree with that.
Which I just said before, somebody like Trump who is seeing this stuff on social media, who has a massive ego to begin with, and who has these lawyers around him that are telling him it was stolen from you, perfectly believable that he genuinely believed that the election was stolen from him. Even if you want to judge him for
as much as I think he's a fucking idiot, I don't think he's that dumb.
I know he's totally stupid, except for this. Then he's actually smart enough. I understand.
No,
but when
I
it comes to Mike,
smart.
Sure.
I think he is smart. I think that people are annoying when they say that he's dumb because they take away all culpability from him.
Okay. When it comes to, I don't know. I think that he believes it was stolen from him. Mein Kampf, according to this AI
but that would be your narrative, is that he's dumb when it's convenient and smart when.
No,
it's
I know. I
convenient.
think he's a somewhat smart person. I think that he does have certain delusions over challenges to his ego. I think that is a personality trait of his, where he has kind of this grandiose view of himself and like what he does for America, and how people love him, right? And I think that when you have circumstances like the 2020 election, in which you have a massive shift in the way things are done, a massive amount of votes that had like never happened before nor since, and videos that are coming to his attention which appear to show fraud, combined with lawyers around him telling him that there is fraud, it all makes sense. I know that you think he's smart enough to like overcome all of that. I don't think that I don't think that his ego would let him. I don't. But fair enough. I guess if you that's your judgment of him, where you think that actually the whole time he genuinely believed that he lost the election, but he wanted to circumvent American democracy and I guess install himself as king for life or something. I don't know. I see no evidence of that. I see no plan of that for that. Even
I don't know
even
about king for
even
life,
even
but you do
assuming
see the fucking fake slate of electors. You do see the
yeah,
plan for him
yes,
trying to
yeah,
stay
the
in the
fake slate of
White
electors.
House.
I get that, the fake slate of electors, but here's the thing: ultimately, the Supreme Court would be evaluating that any kind of situation that were to come after that and begin to start with. And so you're telling me that he knew that he lost. So you're saying that he knew they wouldn't find any kind of fraud that would be sufficient to alter the election. And despite that, he believed that Congress, the American people, who I guess now he knows most of them voted against him, and the Supreme Court would all shift and rally to his side, despite the fact that there was no fraud and that he would be able to remain in power. This is what you
Yes, I
think
think
that
he
he
was
thought.
hoping that he was able
Okay.
to use the Supreme Court, who he was hoping would be loyal to him, which he's numerous times expressed his how upset he is that they're not being loyal to him in numerous scenarios.
Did he not
And
pressure
that
Mike
yes,
Pence
he was
to do
hoping
the
that
right
they
thing
would be
to,
to.
like, large-
Yes, he was. I was gonna say, and then he was pressuring
he
other
thought
people to be loyal
he
to
thought
him
there
in
was-
these scenarios as well.
He thought there was outcome determinative fraud. Yes. And when you
And
look at
even
his
J.D.
actions,
Vance, when he talks
it
about
all-
the fact
when
that
you-
he would
yes.
do this for Donald Trump, he frames it as loyalty as well, and the fact that he would do it if he was faced with the same circumstances.
All of it to me, like when you look at his actions, it makes it clear that Trump genuinely believed that there would be outcome determinative fraud that would be discovered at some point. He thought it'd be discovered. This would be reviewed by the Supreme Court. They would find that like Georgia and other states fucked up with how they were running things, that there was significant fraud, and that he was the legitimate victor. That's what he thought. I think the most evidence is for that, based on the private phone calls that he had, based on the circumstances that he was in that Mike Pence has talked about. And yes, even if you have an unsupported belief, you have the right to go and talk about it. That is the First Amendment. That is the basis of all religion in this country, which you have a right
to an extent. Again, to an extent, that's not true. There are limits to freedom of speech, and I think that if you're not rationally going through, you just see YouTube videos claiming things, and you're like, oh, well, they must have happened then. I think that you are a very irrational person, and I think that the freedom of speech, when it takes into consideration whether or not you can yell fire in a crowded theater, that it is talking about whether or not you are being a rational person, not just whether or not you believe it's happening.
You get to express
in reality.
irrational opinions. You get to express look, half the people I argue with express, in my opinion, irrational opinions. You get to express irrational opinions in this country. I think that most of my political opponents are irrational on many of the things we disagree with. This does not mean that I get to stop them or silence them when they go out and say irrational things about a genuinely held political beliefs that they have. It's not the way this country
Sure,
works.
but then when there are negative outcomes afterwards that they should have seen coming, they should be held accountable for them legally.
No, I think that all the media figures and all the politicians that hyped up BLM, I think that a lot of them were maybe not lying in their mind, but they were spreading a lot of misinformation. I do not think they should get in legal trouble for that.
I agree.
don't think they
Some
should be
people did
arrested
that.
for any
I
of
don't
that.
know that it's as widespread, but
They
I
should
do
not
think
be
that
arrested.
yes, people who were saying yes, if people are saying that you're like that, nobody's being that like black people are getting killed all over the place, and that nobody's even investigating these. There's just unarmed black people all in the streets getting killed by cops. Yeah, I think that like those people ought to have been
arrested.
Yeah, I think that yes, I think that if there was if there's a serious case of them pushing this information, then yes, I think that they should be held accountable legally as well.
Legally,
for sure.
What about do you just like a carve out for religion, or should because I can't justify the virgin birth to you.
What? Hold on. We're not just talking about somebody being wrong. We're talking about there being obvious outcomes, negative outcomes from this.
Christianity has obvious outcomes
in
the society.
All religion has outcomes in a society, actually, if you think about it.
I mean, we're talking about violent outcomes.
Yeah.
What
Well,
do you-
they all have violent outcomes. I mean, if you think about it, though, like Bill O'Reilly at one point was called an abortion doctor like a mangler or something like that. Then he got killed by somebody because, oh my God, this guy's sacrificing children to the altar or some shit like that. I mean, people do crazy shit, especially if you put a religious twist in it. People will go even more bonkers for it. I mean, that's why we've seen like and in my honest assessment, nothing has caused more harm to humanity than organized religion. It's not even fucking close, honestly. And I doesn't mean violent harm. I'm simply saying harm in many different facets. We're talking about financial harm,
but also lots of violence.
Yeah, but lots of violence, yes. But I'm talking about harm in general. And like harm doesn't have to be violent. It could just be like financial harm, sexual harm, physical harm of any sorts. Like nothing. That has.
I agree to an extent. I think that it's come with a lot of good as well. I think no, I don't, because that's not. Hold on, we're not just talking about people who are like preaching, because the majority of the people who go to church on Sunday are not going out in like committing acts of violence, right? But when we're talking, if somebody is using their religion to try to convince them that like, hey, this person is this person over here is the Antichrist, and in like 30 minutes they're getting ready to like burn all of these people and blah blah blah, and you as the soldiers for Christ, you're the only ones who could do something about it. They didn't tell them to do something explicitly violent. They didn't explicitly call for violence. But like when they're saying something like this,
no, hold on. You absolutely get to go out, and it is your First Amendment protected right to say like, you are all crusaders for Christ or whatever. You can say that shit. And yes, if some people take that, and let's say like Islamic terrorism in America, for example, some people take the lessons given by their imam and then go commit Islamic terrorism, which is like I think the number one, at least I think it's killed more people than I think
yes, but again,
any
it's
other
about
single
whether
motivation.
or not you can reasonably see this as the conclusion to your rhetoric. That's like,
I don't. Yes, not only did most people who saw Trump's tweets not commit violence, most people on the Capitol on January 6th didn't even commit violence. It was a minority of a minority. And a tiny minority, according to the FBI, a tiny minority of that, only about 5% of the population, actually had some kind of like ideologically motivated plan in terms of like what they actually wanted to get done. We're talking about a small group of people. Yes, you can have small groups of people get motivated by general opinions that people put out, whether those opinions are substantiated or not. I don't know. I think this is a pretty like regressive and repressive opinion you hold on. Personally, I don't want to be arrested because I give a take that turns out to like be ill-informed or not true, or more scary, is true, but the people in charge say it's not. That's what I'm really scared about.
I think
right?
that sort of thought process is exactly why we end up with somebody as asinine as fucking Trump right now, who is leading a bunch of cultists to go out and do retarded shit on a daily
this is a good point.
That we should be holding people accountable for the misinformation that they push.
This is a good point. We should give the government, currently headed by Trump, the ability to arrest people for spreading misinformation in the opinion of what the government thinks is misinformation.
We already have the ability. The Supreme Court has already given this precedent. No! We already have the ability.
What case?
This is not new. The fact that what do you mean what case?
What case?
Literally the fact that Donald Trump, part of what Jack Smith was holding against him that they had to drop because he won the presidency again is that he did know that he lost the election and that he was inciting. Yeah.
Is there any kind of like law, Supreme Court precedents here? Like what?
When I'm talking about the fire in a crowded theater that is used by a Supreme Court justice to say that this is where freedom of speech ends because you can reasonably see the outcomes of your rhetoric.
That's not the standard. The Brandenburg test is the standard. It's very permissive. It requires that a statement be made with the intent to get people to commit violence, and it needs to be a certain level of imminency to commit violence. There is no ideological truth test when it comes to the First Amendment in this country. We allow the Supreme Court.
I don't think the Brandenburg test only requires intent.
It does. It requires intent. When it comes to whether or not we allow repugnant and false ideologies to have equal ground in America, in Skokie, the Supreme Court allowed the Klan to march through a black neighborhood, chanting their shit. That's protected speech. That it was protected speech for the Klan to march down a street yelling their racist lies. That is the First Amendment. And then Corey.
Yeah, I guess it does. It does. It is directed incitement producing imminent lawless action likely to incite or produce such action.
Yep. It needs to be imminently likely, and it also needs to be intentionally. It is a two-part test. So in order to demonstrate that under the Brandenburg test that he incited, you would have to show that Trump not only intended to get the crowd to go do violence, but that he knew that through his action, like through his words and actions, that it would cause such a result imminently. That's the two prongs that you'd have to demonstrate. And just sharing your opinion is not that, because again, just prior to this in Skokie, the Supreme Court allowed the Klan to march through a black neighborhood. I think you can demonstrate
that. I think that with Trump, you can demonstrate that. I think the fact that they already had, I guess, again, people stating that he did know. Then on top of that, the fact that he moved his rally on the day on January 6th from where it was initially supposed to be somewhere totally different. Now all of a sudden they have it right by the Capitol. It's like two miles.
No, that doesn't demonstrate that that the speech was intended. You have to prove intent. You have to prove that Trump intended the people to become violent and to attack the Capitol, and that he knew that they would. You have to prove both.
Wait, do you think Giuliani could be gotten for that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to show me anybody
literally
that can
like
be proven
with the trial
with their
by
statements.
combat and everything.
Yes. When you look at everything in context, the whole speech. No, I think that I think it is to me, it is a kind of scary sort of like infringement upon people's right to speak their opinion, and I wouldn't apply this to Democrats. I just would, despite the fact that I think that a lot of Democrats are, I guess, responsible in some sense, in the sense that they peddled a bunch of lies regarding race politics in America that led to mass riots. I don't think that they should be arrested. I don't think they should be imprisoned.
What were you going to say?
Somebody going out and getting in like MAGA people's faces while they're out having dinner, and what's her name, Maxine Waters, and the stuff that she was saying, telling people to go out and harass people.
No, I do not think Maxine Waters should be arrested.
Yeah, because Tucker Carlson did the same thing. Let's go.
I don't think Tucker Carlson should be arrested. For me, when it comes to going after people for the things that they say, this is a constitutional right. And there are some exceptions, but it needs to be very.
What were you going to say to Corey?
I will. The assumption needs to be always against enforcement as opposed to pro-enforcement.
Okay, I just feel like at that point there's no line because these are literally calls to action. So I feel like it's a pointless conversation at that point.
A Corey exchange. I want to make sure we get to that.
Well, he's going to give you the Mein Kampf.
AI. Yeah. The AI overview.
What was your prompt?
Does Mein Kampf call for death to Jews?
Okay, so I think I used the language that I used was like explicit direct calls for the killing of Jews.
Okay, here's my specific. Well, hold on, because the question now is whether or not it's violent or non-violent. So I would consider this to be a violent piece of literature, given the fact that, quote, yes, Mein Kampf calls for the violent elimination of Jewish people. While Hitler does not detail his later industrialized mass extermination plans in his 1925 book, he directly described the removal of Jews from Germany as a, quote, bloody process. He also famously wrote that if 12,000 to 15,000, quote, Hebrew corruptors of the people
that were subjected to
had been poisoned with gas at the start of World War I, millions of German casualties could have been avoided. I think this is
there's no direct calls for killing.
I think this is violent literature. I would not ban it as incitement.
Just to kind of like close out this.
Wait. I want to clarify. As in, like, this is not incitement to the killing of Jews.
I don't think it meets the test for incitement. The Brandenburg test.
All right.
I do consider it to be a violent piece of literature, though.
But you agree that there's no explicit calls for the direct killing of Jews.
Even when there are explicit calls, he doesn't care. So
there's sort of a call, but it's definitely not imminent. It's not like I don't think past the imminency test, right? Because the imminency test is like in the moment kind of situation. Because
I agree,
here's the problem.
Because
Because here's the other
poison
problem.
gas, that's in the past.
No,
He's saying, yeah.
I understand. I understand because here's the problem though, Corey. Because we roll with this logic, not only are we banning Mein Kampf, we're banning the
I'm
Communist
not necessarily
Manifesto.
saying
We're banning all of Das Kapital. We're banning the Bible. We're book burning to a degree that has like never been heard
Where did I
fucking
ever
seen
call for
before.
banning? Can someone please point out anywhere that?
Well,
where I
no,
called
because
for-
we're talking about the conversations about legal action and like silencing people over this shit. I
Well, maybe
consider
your
this to be a
conversations were
violent.
calm, but like, I'm just more.
Maybe I'm
didn't
crossing
say
wires a little
anything
bit
like
then.
that.
Maybe I'm crossing wires a little bit. In terms of literature, I can identify some literature as being violent. I think the Old Testament has a lot of violence in it. I think that Mein Kampf has violence in it. Based on that quote right there, I think it's incredibly violent. I think Das Kapital, I think the Communist Manifesto has violence in it as well, with the calls and the implicit calls that are within it for sure. I think in a lot of early American literature for the Revolution, I think it was violent literature. Thomas Paine, stuff like that, you can characterize as violent literature.
Sure, yeah.
And in fact, some of that might even be closer to incitement than some of these other pieces of literature, to be honest with you. But like, again, for me, the incitement is an exception to the First Amendment, and it needs to be as narrow as possible. As somebody who really likes freedom of speech, I want to have all the exceptions be as narrow as possible and say, look, we have to have this exception for very, very compelling interest, but we don't want people to take this exception and use it to start silencing other shit because they don't like it for other reasons, or to start expanding this beyond the scope, because that is what every repressive government has always ever done. They've always taken Hitler declared a state of emergency because of course I have to, and then proceeded to undermine and unravel the entire government. This is just this is the playbook, and we can't let that happen.
Sorry, go ahead, Alex. And we'll wrap things up from here.
So when it comes down to like, listen, I don't want to engage on the Mein Kampf bit, and like I'm very much against book banning myself. Like it's all about like you can teach any subject material wrong in school. It's all about based upon the teacher. But I just have one question for Lactoid. So Lactoid, if Donald Trump accepted the results of the election, would the events of January 6th have happened?
Probably not.
I would definitely say no. I would definitely agree with you on that. So in a way, he actually does pose some responsibility in this regard. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying, and I have no juice to like make a legal case about it, but it's just because he pushed this whole thing about the election being stolen. That's what led to the events of January 6th, and everybody knew why they were there. So, but anyway, we can wrap it up.
Yeah, sure. No, you can draw some causation, and this is the thing. Like, even the people that genuinely believe something that I think is I just think is wrong, and their advocacy of that leads to bad policy or bad shit. Like, I think that, yeah, I'm not going to hold them legally responsible because they have a right to advocate for that. I'm not going to, and if they genuinely believe it, like, I'm not going to think that they're malicious people. But I can have bad opinions about their intelligence or how easily they're deluded. You can say that. Like rent control, obviously terrible fucking policy, but there's so many people that are supporting it. And I'm like, guys, this is really bad policy. Look at all the studies. Look at everything here that shows rent control is really bad. But if they genuinely believe it, they're not bad. Like they're not malicious with advocating for that. They genuinely
Enrique
think that's good
Tarrio
policy.
literally said that Trump told them to go to the Capitol in court.
Yes, I'm sure he told them to go to the Capitol and protest. There is no evidence that Trump told Enrique Tarrio, who, by the way, I don't think was at the Capitol. I think he was one of the few people arrested that actually never even showed up to the Capitol. But I don't think there's any evidence that Donald Trump told Enrique Tarrio to organize an attack on the Capitol, because that would be big news.
You don't need to be in the same location where the crime took place. I mean, you got to remember.
That's true.
Like, yeah,
he was arrested. I'm not saying that Enrique Tarrio that his case was entirely bunk. But I mean,
well, and then
pardoned,
the fact that
so.
Trump, pardoned all
well,
of
everyone
them
got
afterwards,
pardoned.
yeah.
Like, wow, that's not saying anything.
Yeah.
But his sentence was crazy, like way too long, though. I will say that.
Sorry. Okay. I mostly didn't engage with this part. You guys have studied this more than I have. But I just want to ask one thing to Lactoid, and then we can wrap this up.
Yes, sir,
you
yes,
said
sir.
Trump told them to go home. You said you looked at the timeline and Trump told them to go home. But this was after they had already
2 p.m.
stormed the Capitol.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was, I believe,
almost 3 hours.
I believe, yeah, this was after he was told that his vice president was in danger, right? Like, significantly after that. Like,
And I
Eventually,
believe
yes,
we
he
have
did tell him.
testimony, or at least people testifying that he sat and like basically watched, and people were calling him.
Yeah. So
You're pressuring
And
him
threw
to
his
so he
hamburger
told him
at
to
the
go
wall.
home, but like, yeah, he watched for a long time. Then he's like, guys, maybe we should head out and go home. It's all over. Like that's different. If I'm saying immediately, like when things are getting out of hand, like let the people know I proclaim that this is wrong. Back off. Right?
Yeah, look, again, you can criticize the way he handled it. I think there's definitely, I've said I don't like it. I think there's things you can criticize there with his reaction time. He did tell him to go home, which is not the behavior that you would expect from somebody who was trying to launch a armed coup. He also would have like told them maybe
Or he
directly to like
understands
go
that.
get your
Wait a minute, hold on.
guns and actually attack the Capitol.
I mean, of
You
course you
know,
can do that. Hold on, sorry. These things are not in opposition to one another, right? You can understand when the coup has failed, right? And then you tell your crew members, whatever, to go home, right? Like you
the
can
coup.
have reasons to do that. Like, oh, also, hey, since I'm not
Yeah,
going to take over the government, I might
sure.
get prosecuted, and so I need to appear like, yes, I understand things have gone too far. Things
Right.
got heated here, but everyone, we want everyone to be safe. Yeah, those things aren't in opposition.
Yeah, look, there's if you're saying that everything he did from telling them to be peaceful at the beginning to telling them to go home when the violence started, if you think that this is all
After,
like,
not when the violence started.
I said
After the
after.
violence started.
Yeah, when
Okay.
as in like the violence began, and then obviously
Okay.
chronologically
Sorry.
afterwards.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Yeah, you can have the standard of, well, this was just to create plausible deniability, and to some extent, this is like unfalsifiable. Like I can't disprove this because him doing anything could generate false plausible deniability.
Fair.
What I'm seeing is that if somebody wanted to launch a violent coup on the Capitol, they wouldn't have done it this way.
All I'm saying, not that it's the case, but like
Isn't he
these
that?
things aren't.
Couldn't that be a
They
reflection of his
suck at
incompetence?
coups, guys. Therefore,
Yeah, maybe he's just bad. Yeah, maybe he intended to it, and then he was
He's bad at
generating
a lot
plausible
of things.
deniability, and he was really bad at coups. Maybe,
Wait. Do you think like he's competently engaging with Iran?
He's also, by the way, speaking of the fact that he's the commander in chief, he was the commander in chief on January 6th. He could have done a lot more if he wanted to.
Well,
launch
he
a coup.
also could have had the Coast Guard go after, instead of blaming Nancy Pelosi as though she's the commander in chief. He could have
You mean
had
the
them
National
there from
Guard
the
or
very
the Coast
beginning,
Guard?
or the National Guard.
He
National Guard,
blamed
sorry.
her for
Launch the
because
boats. January 6th
because she was in charge of Capitol Police. Yeah, he blamed her. I don't
She
know
wasn't
all
in
the
charge
details.
of Capitol Police,
That's
but
what he
she was in
says.
charge of. Yes, she wasn't in charge of Capitol Police, but she was in charge of like the guy who was in
The
charge of
Senate of
Capitol
Arms.
Police.
The
Sure.
Yes,
Man in Arms.
Yeah, so he's pointing to somebody else who he says like,
Something
well, you should have prevented this. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure he would say that.
Yeah, because he doesn't take responsibility for anything. I mean, that's just the type of person he is. Another reason why he's quintessentially American. Okay, so
I was just about
thank
to
you.
say it's why he's quintessentially American.
So thank you, fellas, for coming through. This was unfortunately, things happen, schedules change, people get sick, but you fine fellas came through, and this was, I think, a pretty good conversation. We drifted to the near the end, but like I was interested in what you guys were talking about. Yeah, I think it actually goes to the point, like, yeah, does America need to be celebrated when, like, it's. Oh, I would agree with Tom, or friend Latchwood disagrees with me here. That, yeah, this was a violent transfer of power, right? Like, we had a streak going,
ADS.
and that was something to be proud of, I think. And then January 6th happened, and that's and so, like, I don't know, is this country worth celebrating? That's a really hard thing to answer for me. And, I have a friend who is very much critical of the United States, a foreigner, right? Which, that's my fault for having a foreign friend. But they're very much critical of it, and like knowing my politics within that sphere, I try to push back, and I think this country still has hope. I think that we have hope to be better than we were before, than
hope
we
and
are
change?
now. yeah, that we can change, right? I still engage in the political process, right? I do these conversations because I think something will happen. I think I wouldn't do these conversations if we were like in fucking Saudi Arabia, right?
He probably couldn't. I don't know.
I probably could, or even if I was outside of Saudi Arabia, right? Like, I don't think these conversations would be fruitful, right? If we were just like,
Yeah, but you like Saudi Arabia better, where they throw gay people off of roofs for some reason.
must, right?
Look, Prime, if we were having this
Disgusting.
conversation anywhere else, we'd still be talking about American politics.
No,
That's probably true.
That's a good point. Good point. But yeah, so I still I engage in the same way because I think there's hope to change. Um, and so like, if anything, that's what I celebrate. I don't celebrate the actual actions because the actions are deplorable, fucking deplorable. What this country has done, what it is doing at this point. All right,
The basket of
fuck,
deplorables.
fuck George,
What'd you
fuck
say?
George W. Bush, fuck George W. Bush, fuck Barack Obama, fuck Joe Biden, and especially fuck Joe
Obama.
Biden, and then fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, like, I think these people are all criminals. I think this country continues to engage in horrible acts that like destroy the lives of millions. Right? We got we have the blood of a whole school of little girls. Right? We just slaughtered them. That's just what America does. Oopsie poopsie. I guess it wasn't a big deal. These things just happen in war, right? 9/11 is a big fucking deal, right? That 3,000 people, those are innocents. They died. How could they, right?
Well, they're largely
But
American, so
those
it's
a
worse.
school full of innocent little girls. It's just
But America isn't
what can
just
you
the
do?
government, though.
What can
Like,
you do?
it's not just the government, and there's a lot more to America that includes people like what is it, Ruby,
Ruby Bridges.
I don't know. Yeah, Ruby Ridges,
Bridges, yeah.
the
Integrate the schools.
Yes, yeah, and I'm blanking on every fucking name right now. I want to say like
That's
the lady
fine. That's okay,
who
friend.
sat in the
Like
back
a
of the
true
bus,
American.
like, but yes, like all of these, there's so many other things that are like, this is also part of America. These people are part of like American history and what it is that like has made our country great.
I agree with that, and I would say this to my friend. However, right, like, let's understand that America doesn't treat other countries in the same way, right? When we're going after, we're not saying, well, yes, Iran is
Because we're number
has those
one,
centrifuges,
back-to-back
but
World
like
War
at the
champions,
same time,
baby.
right? Like, Iran has such a rich tapestry of cultures and such a long, deep history, right? And so, like, yes, the IRGC equals bad. But there's a lot more to Iran. America doesn't do that. America doesn't do that to any other place, right? But we demand others like look at us as a rich tapestry of individuals who all have different opinions. We don't operate that way. We just don't do that. And so, like, when other countries, especially, are looking at us, right? Like, what should they think about America on the 4th of July, right? I think America is just a massive danger to them, right? That they just have to work their way around. If they're within an imperial the sphere, then they have to, give what do you do when you give donations to the king? Like offerings or something, right? Tributes. Yes, thank you. Yeah, give tributes to America to stay on its good side. If you're not within the imperial sphere, well, then you have to do everything you can to resist, and you'll probably get slaughtered. And probably you have a school full of little girls who get double or triple tap. I'm hearing they got triple tapped in that strike. And then American media will say, it's just nothing we could do, just a mistake, right? American conservatives, nothing we can do, right? This is war, and that's just what war looks like. The casualties just happen when it's brown people. So yeah, like America is a terror upon the world, and a terror that has done some good things, which is what we'll be told, right? Yeah, it's done some good things, but like so oftentimes has been the reason for people starving, people being directly tortured, right, or indirectly tortured. Like, this is just the sins of America, the blood on America that on its hands. It's just endless. It's endless, right? But again, I still have hope.
Well,
I still have hope.
USA. USA.
I'll do it. Hey, I'll do USA.
Yeah, dude, that was a
Can I-
fucking
can I-
motivating speech for me, bro. Let's go.
Can I give a closing statement against you, Prime?
Of course you can. Where else would you? What else would you do?
So I come from a family where my mother came here from a different country, and I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not like I came from some kind of, terrible place. It's a first world developed nation. Pretty good. Not terrible. I visited there a few times. Fun place to hang out.
Well, I haven't gotten a wife there.
And there's some.
That's where you should have gone to get a wife. But okay, go ahead.
They're all left
Sorry.
wing. There's some magical things there, but one of the things that I noticed when I would talk about politics or talk about America or Sweden there with the people that lived there was that they would talk about Sweden in the way that you would talk about America, where the grass was always greener, where oh well, in America you guys make more money than we do, which is true by a significant margin. Your median income in America is significantly higher than it is in Sweden or these other Nordic countries. It's even higher than the wealthiest Nordic country, I believe, in terms of disposable income per capita. Norway. Yeah, despite the fact that Norway has massive advantages when it comes to the natural resource sector. And also, they've made some smart moves when it comes to their sovereign wealth fund,
countrywide well-being.
But we don't even have free healthcare.
When it comes to, we don't even have free healthcare. I get it. And at the time, I would bring that up to them, and they would say, "Yeah, it's great, but America, you can just go get seen here. We got to wait, long ass fucking lines." My grandfather just recently had a bike accident, and when you're in your late 70s or early 80s,
motorcycle.
That's no. Although he was a motorcycle cop for a long time, but it was a bicycle accident because he's an active guy, and they had to pull him off of the rehab that he was in because there wasn't enough space. There wasn't enough. I don't know why I'm all blurry all of a sudden. Wasn't enough space for him. And of course, this is a complaint that I get from the people there as well. You can always find something to bitch about the place that you live. You can always find something to bitch about the job that you're in. You can always find something to bitch about the relationship you're in, about everything that you do, because the unknown, the mysterious always seems better. But the reality is, on the objective metrics, America's pretty fine. And on even the more qualitative metrics, I think America has demonstrated itself to be truly unique. What other country has the cultural force that we do, that has made such works of art through movies and music throughout the entire world? What other country has? Honestly, you can point to the shit that we've done recently, which I don't agree with, but look at things in totality. We helped smash fascism in Europe, and we rebuilt that country. We rebuilt Germany into the country it is today. Everybody there would not be the way they are if it wasn't for us. We saved that area. That was in large part us. We defeated militarism in Japan. These people that were wiping out the Chinese and developing, Unit 731, where they were inventing weaponized fleas to drop in canisters over civilian areas, massacring thousands of people. We went and stopped them, and we rebuilt that country too into what it is today. And we saved South Korea, and we saved Taiwan. American history is not replete with failures. We like to focus on them because we want to strive to improvement. But we have a lot that we've done that I think does make us a shining city on a hill in a lot of respects. And I don't want this sort of cynicism, which I share in a lot of situations, but I don't want the cynicism to overcome us recognizing really that we should be self-critical, but only to make ourselves more perfect. We are pretty good. It's all right. Things will be okay.
I talked about imperialism and in genocides. And the things, or at least you first brought up, were culture and having spare cash. Well, fantastic. Later on, you did bring in, violence that we help avoid, and that's true. That definitely did happen, right? We've done far more violence, though. We've killed far more people. We've inflicted far more suffering upon the world. We haven't been like twiddling our mustache throughout all of history. That's true. You got me there, right? At some point, right, we've dropped a few oranges, right, in these various countries. Enjoy our benevolence. Yes, that's happened, right? Oh, and yes, World War II. Let's never. Hey guys, did you forget? Hey, Corey, did you forget that
Back-to-back
America was
World
the
War
good guy in World
champions.
War
I think
II?
America was the first into the war, if I remember correctly. World War II.
Yeah,
I think they were
so
number
too.
one.
I
think
they were
so.
number one. I think they
Well,
led the
my
charge.
history's
Yeah,
a little
sure.
shaky.
Well,
Yeah. So World War II.
I think there was no
Understood,
hesitation
right?
whatsoever from the
Yeah.
Americans.
yeah.
That
I'll-
is the aberration in a long history of just like causing utter suffering throughout the world. But yes, it happened. It did happen. You can't take it away, right? It's on the scoreboard. It is on the scoreboard, and I won't deny it, right? But then there's the other side of the score. There's everything else. So you know what? But
Yeah.
I agree. America isn't all bad. So I'm going to give that 1 point.
Hey, yo,
to
we
Lacto. Good
win.
work.
Yeah,
We won the debate.
Good too.
I'll just give like a quick closing statement if that's okay.
Okay.
I'll try to make it as fast as possible. So like the thing is like I do love my country. I just know it's just filled with morons. I'm just very, very open about that because it is filled with morons, and that's on both sides of the political spectrum. Like there are some people, they have no idea what the hell they're voting for. They're just voting because their best friend's cousin's uncle's roommate says vote for this person, and that's it. Like I feel like people are very ignorant when it comes down to their politicians, which is why it's really important for you, why voting does in fact matter. But here's the thing, like Lacto, I agree with you. Like we do need to learn our imperfections, but the thing is though, it's not taught nearly enough. Like honestly, if I was to say one book should be required, A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, everybody needs to read that book at least once because it gives a complete detailing of history. Now, it's not bashing history. It's not bashing the American people. It's just talking about this is what happened. And this is what did actually happen because we need to learn from these things in order to make sure that we don't do that shit ever again. Because like the saying goes, those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it because yes, we did great in World War II, but we got to remember Russia was a very critical part of that. And the main reason why they were able to win though is because Hitler lost half of his forces because Russia is fucking cold as shit. That's why.
There's no studies proving that.
But anyway, the USSR helped us win that war. And then guess what happened afterwards? We ended up repatriating people back to Russia to die in the gulags, which is a horrible thing. It was called Operation Killhole. But the thing is like when it comes down to elections and stuff like that, when it comes down to like love, listen, again, I do love my country. There's a lot we need to improve upon. This is why voting definitely does matter. And this is why I'm definitely just give you a shameless plug right here. This is why like for the U.S. Senate, I'm definitely voting for Abdul El-Sayed. That's like the best candidate we have to run for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan. Go Abdul El-Sayed, and I rest my case.
Go Abdul El-Sayed. Yeah, we love him. I love. Sorry, I'm not going to put my friend.
Sounds like a terrorist. No, I'm kidding.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I agree with you, Prime, that America isn't all bad. I think that's a pretty good sentiment. And like as a Canadian, whatever 10, 15 years ago, there was, some affection between Canada and the United States, but like that seems to have been broken, or rather, the friendship and alliance was severed, not by Canada, but by whatever the current leader of the United States. And I think that's gonna be interesting how that plays out. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Alex, Tom, Lacto, it was a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love to your friend. Let's go finally to our friend Tom. And again, Tom, I'm always happy that you're around, even we were constantly disagreeing. I'm really happy that you could join us, friend.
Appreciate you inviting me. The way that I normally talk about this on my channel is that I think throughout history you can kind of see that there's like top dogs that everybody fucking hates. So you can look at the Romans, you can look at the British Empire, you can look at the Ottoman Empire, you can look at like Sargon and so many different groups that everybody kind of fucking hated because they were just not great at being the top dogs. And the United States seems like, the first, especially in modern history, to be good at being the superpower, and that everybody didn't hate them being the superpower as much. I am not going to say that they're obviously in the Middle East and or swaths of Africa. There are places that are very upset. Even Central America, but I think overall, like, the world has been improved with the United States being the superpower and us pushing for things like the UN and the Geneva Convention and the forget what it was called right after World War One that kind of failed. The
League of Nations.
Yeah,
the League of Nations. Yes, these are things that just even the concept of them for the majority of human history would be absolutely asinine. Giving up power in these ways and giving up control and allowing autonomy and telling countries, hey, just draw your lines and stay where you're at and don't continue with the imperialism and colonization and taking over more areas. Like, we want to end the wars, and we have come to, while again not the best, but the most peaceful time in human history, with the least amount of warring and the least amount of imperialism and the least amount of death and violence. And we have, I think the United States has been a great force in the world for creating a much better world than what there was before the United States. And that doesn't mean that we're perfect. And I agree with what was said before, that because we're critical of ourselves, because we bring up things like slavery and what happened with the Native Americans and the Trail of Tears and all these things, we bring these things up pretty consistently because we are critical of ourselves and because we know that we haven't had a perfect history, that this is part of what makes our country great. And that's obviously not the case in countries like China and other places where they sell a much more glamorized version of themselves pretty consistently. Is that, I think that we're always trying to improve and better realize our values, and that's I think that is the thing to be celebrated and the thing that makes me proud to be
I think
an
Prime
American.
loves what you're saying. He loves it.
I think that
He's got ADS. He can't. He's
I
freaking out right now.
You already gave your
I
closing
think-
statement. You already gave your closing statement.
Panel's
Shut up.
over.
I think
Panel's
that
You already
over.
gave
We're
your
calling
closing
it.
statement.
I think that leftists.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
I think leftists. Hold on a second. I think that leftists do the hard work of like bringing these things up over and over again, right? And trying to get us to not only just like examine them and acknowledge that they happened, right? Which is a battle in of itself, but also to do something about it, to actually take action about this. Liberals will bring up the things that happened in the past, right? Safely in the past, where no one's who was responsible is in charge, right? And then they can safely say, well, those people are bad guys. But our current wars, well, see, those are good things. Our current genocides, well, I see, like, we had no choice. The situation is too complicated. You don't understand, right? The
Liberals
current
aren't in
massacres
favor of the
that we're a part
current wars.
No, it's
liberals,
not a problem.
Liberals
So
were
there's that.
against the Iraq war. Liberals are against the
Yeah,
Iran war
only
currently.
yes,
Liberals
yes,
are against
yes.
these things, not just leftists.
Yeah, because George W. Bush was the one who started them. I used to think, that maybe they had like some sort of
No, Hillary
principled
Clinton and
stance
liberals
against
were
that.
in favor
No,
of it
George
initially.
W. Bush was against that, right? But then like the political establishment of liberals.
Hillary
were
Clinton
perfectly
was in
happy.
favor of it. Joe Biden was in favor of it.
Sorry, I gotta finish my thoughts here before I lose what I'm saying. And conservatives, right? When we bring this up, conservatives acknowledge, I guess, slavery happened, right? But they spend most of their time trying to equivocate, right? And forgive and say like, well, it happened so long ago. And are you trying to make me personally feel guilty? Is it because I'm white?
Black people are better off
Is that the big problem?
because
This
they
is
were
what we
enslaved.
have. So when you're talking about like people trying to get others to like reminisce and actually like reckon with a history of America, it does happen, right? Yeah, mostly on the left, this happens. On the right, they pretend they live in the delusions of an imagined past most of the time. They're trying to get back to that and then denying everything. It's like, and then coming up with words with terms like American derangement syndrome. Literally, that's part of it. Literally, that's part of it. Right? Because hey, how dare you? How dare you remind us, make us uncomfortable all the time, Prime, about what America is doing? How could you? That must be it. Must be a derangement. Now I know again, my friend was saying this in just, but
I'm updating it.
Fits
Western
into the-
derangement syndrome.
Good.
WDS.
That's even better. That's good. It fits within this pattern though. That they don't actually really want to deal with this. They just kind of want to acknowledge it, but they want to move on, right? And talk about all the good things, right? All the hot dogs, all the cherry pies, or whatever the fuck, the muscle cars. And look at my guns, guys. Look at all the guns I had. Do you remember the Second Amendment? Hey, Corey, did you remember the Second Amendment? That was the thing. Yeah.
You guys are way undercounting that. That's fucking awesome.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah,
it's pretty fucking awesome.
So understood. 14th Amendment, I think, much better. But I don't know. But thank you. Thank you guys.
That was pretty good.
Anyone, if someone wants to respond to me, you can. But
new panel
thank
starts
you
now.
guys.
I also like the 14th Amendment, to be clear. Pretty cool.
Sorry, I muted the panel. What did you say?
All right. Well, I'm gonna rate out to one of
Oh shit, my earbuds actually did just die.
Lady Loves, this woman who is a Findom goddess. I'm sure I'll have lots of things to say to her. So
No,
great
God!
now. Okay, great.
No,
but thanks
God,
guys
please, no!
for being here.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great night.
Likewise.
And
Take care, everyone.
take care now,
Till next
everybody.
week.
See ya.
Be well.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Hey, Lactoid TV. I mean,
Prime can leave America if he hates the liberal Americans so much. Well, unfortunately, as we've gone over a couple of times in the last couple streams, more and more Americans are in favor of socialism. More and more people on the left, like people that would call themselves liberals, are in favor of socialism. It's actually annoying. It actually is driving me fucking crazy. Like, I feel like I want to go on a full crusade, but the areas that I want to go on a crusade in is like TikTok, and I can't get any fucking traction over on TikTok. So it's literally for those reasons. Literally for those reasons, because TikTok is a hellhole with nothing but nutcases dumb fucks who call themselves liberals and then say, yeah, I'm in favor of socialism. But yeah, the polling shows that 66% of Democrats are in favor of socialism today. So I'm feeling like, liberals are going to be like, liberals are the ones who have to be like, well, if you don't like socialism so much, then you should just leave. Like that we're the ones who should probably take off at this point, because we're beginning to become the minority between fascists and socialists. There's fewer and fewer real liberals. Well, okay, so obviously I've been on a number of debates about violence from the left and the right. And if you guys haven't seen, if you're new to my channel, I know that we've had a lot of new people over the last couple of weeks. If you guys are new here, one debate that you should go check out is this one. Did I pass it? Right here. It's me debating Rob Noor about political violence from the left and the right. But I've got a debate that apparently this guy here in the middle is hosting with me and Vince Wilson. Vince Wilson is a big left-wing content creator on TikTok. He is not a crazy socialist. He does just the news. He just yells the news at you. That's his whole thing. As he gets on, you guys listen to what it is that Trump said today. Whoa, look at this. That's his whole thing. So he asked me to be his partner in this debate because whoever it was that he was debating, or whoever it was he had as his partner, dropped out. I think it was Cassell, actually. But we're debating two lawyers. I don't... Mantis, are you here? What were their names again? Actually, I'll just look it up. Ryan Mullally is one of them. Potentially criminal. Yes, potentially criminal is the other guy. Let's see. Oh, this fuck.
I see my chatters hanging mixing with your chatters, so we crossed the streams. Yes, Ghostbuster style.
Yes, and yes, I was bit.
Okay, let me see if we can find a video of the two of them. I didn't. So literally those two guys who were just on stream, those are the ones who I'm debating. And I've had this debate tons of times in the past, but I'm not as familiar with them. So the debate isn't who's more violent, which would be a much better prompt. But instead, it's, is the left tyrannical and violent? Or tyrannical and criminal? Or some crap like that. It's absolutely asinine that we have to just defend ourselves and that we're not supposed to bring up what it is that the right wing is doing right now, especially when they are broadly tyrannical and criminal. Like, it feels like this is the reason it feels like it's framed this way, is because I feel like once we bring it up, because we're going to bring it up, we're going to be like, how could you say that when you voted for somebody like Trump, who committed a coup and who is a fascist and who is, trying to get rid of freedom of speech and who tried to make it illegal to burn the flag and who tried, like, we're going to bring this up, but I guarantee that every time we do, they're going to be like, that's not what the debate is about. That's not what the debate is about. It's not about Trump. I guarantee that in their opening statements, they'll be like, our interlocutors are probably going to try to make this all about Donald Trump. But in fact, actually, the debate prompt is actually about whether or not the left is tyrannical. And so we're going to have to obviously push the conversation in that direction with them whining and crying the entire time. But let's see. Apparently, this is a crusade that Mullally has been on for the last couple of weeks, is saying that the left is tyrannical and violent. So let's see if we can find... Dude, all of his videos are from like 8 months ago and longer. What the fuck? Okay, so he only has live streams now. Alright. Tyler Robinson. Louisiana AG indicted by New Orleans. Judge Dugan gets probation. Is this going to be brought up? Oh, that's right. It's tyrannical and lawless. That's what it is. Okay, so what is... Louisiana AG. The current Attorney General of Louisiana is Liz Murrill, a Republican who took office in January 2024. Her department, the Louisiana Department of Justice, operates the states, blah, blah, blah. The Attorney General's office is currently navigating significant legal and political challenges. Indictment, July 2026. Grand jury in New Orleans Parish indicted Murrell on 16 felony counts. Wait, that's the fucking current AG? Holy shit. 16 felony counts, 8 counts of malfeasance and 8 counts of public intimidation. The indictment relates to letters her office sent to New Orleans city leaders and involves an ongoing tense legal battle. The Louisiana Supreme Court has since issued a stay that temporarily halts this indictment process. In mid-July 2026, a state judge also ordered that the Attorney General's office pay $240,000 in sanctions in a lawsuit against the Caddo Parish Commission, which was deemed frivolous and politically motivated. Yeah, we're probably gonna watch the debate the Mullally had with Pisco, because I haven't seen it yet. I've debated Mullally a couple of times. He's not. It's not like it's not really something that I have to like prep for. I don't know about the other guy, but we're gonna watch, because apparently in the debate with Pisco, Mullally the entire time refuses to actually debate Pisco on the prompt, which was like, I don't remember, court packing or some shit like that. But it was, they had a prompt that they were supposed to debate, and he refused to debate the actual prompt the entire time and just kept saying, well, actually, I don't care about the prompt. I'll concede the whole thing. I want to debate whether or not the left is tyrannical and lawless. And no, really, the entire time. No, I understand. I understand. I remember at the time people were telling me to watch it, and I was like, why would I watch that? why the fuck would I watch? I feel like there's a lot of new. We don't have very many people watching today, but there's a lot of new names. Did we get rated or something like that? There's a lot of people that I don't recognize in chat. Like input out. Or input ought. Is that what his name says? Input output. Protest KW. John Y. 3B9I. Newbie. Yeah, there's a lot of new people. No raid, just half my chat is new people, and we don't have very many people watching. Fast Johnny Nardgard, never seen him before. I hang out with lib spaces. Okay, base. Ron Swanson, never seen you before. Chappie D, I've definitely seen you before. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, if you guys are new here, we just published 2 new videos over the last couple of days. 2 new debates. Well, actually, sorry. We published 1. The other one's going up tomorrow. But I gotta run to the restroom real quick since we just finished that. So, but we're gonna get into that first, most likely. Is we're gonna watch Pisco and Mullally go at it, so I can kind of understand his arguments for the debate that we're getting ready to have. I think it's on Thursday, so I've got time. But give me a minute. This is the intro to the panel that we just published. I'm gonna run to the restroom and I'll be right back.
It doesn't get any more official than this. Wow.
This morning, we're taking a deeper dive into what appears to be rising support for democratic socialism in this country. That includes the election of politicians like New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who won office convincingly after running on a Democratic Socialist platform. Mamdani endorsed 3 candidates in congressional primaries here in New York City, and this week, all 3 won.
Listen, the mayor and I agreed to strongly disagree about some of his endorsements, and he's got work to do in terms of the conversations that he's going to have with members of Congress moving forward.
Democratic socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations. Let's take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points.
The Political Action Committee Justice Democrats has endorsed 15 candidates this cycle in congressional races. 6 of them have won their races so far. Dozens of candidates backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA, have won or advanced in their races. Progressive wins have sent shockwaves through the Democratic establishment.
Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise.
I will tell you, New York City, if we can change the page in the biggest and best city in the United States of America, we can change the page in our country too.
And to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook that they have been running on might not be what their voters want anymore.
Welcome, everybody, to another debate on the Tom Foolery Show. Today we're discussing the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. What are the issues with this? What are the risks? At the core, the Democrats are looking to balance the ideological differences between liberals and socialists with the current electoral popularity of the DSA, with candidates like Zoran Mamdani and AOC leading in popularity in New York, and helping other DSA candidates like Daria Liza and Claire Valdez with their primaries over DNC-backed candidates. Liberals in the Democrat establishment are faced with a hard decision. Do we accept this newer, more extreme faction into the fold and possibly help them gain more popularity, or do we push back against the DSA and their leadership in hopes of a better future? For the debate, I'm joined by... Okay.
Welcome to Word War Debate.
And I am standing beside Pisco. Pisco, how you doing? What are you...
Well,
you're good?
ready to defend the Constitution, ready to defend the rule of law. It's under attack by this administration. Ryan Malali versus Pisco Liddy, and we're going to be debating birthright citizenship.
You claim history, you claim precedent. The Supreme Court said, notwithstanding the fact that Wang Kim Ark's parents are subject to the Emperor of China, that nonetheless he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. You have a huge problem, don't you, Ryan?
And Wang Kim Ark was wrongly reasoned. But here's the great thing, and this is the cleverness of what President Trump did. Because they had accepted political allegiance in this country.
You haven't explained the concept.
It's not this one? Okay. So this is on Ryan's channel from a month ago. Pisco didn't know what hit him. I exposed his authoritarian nonsense. So it's the modern day debates debate
with 2 5-minute openings, one each here. And since Pisco's got the affirmative, he'll be going first. And we're going to jump right into it. Before we do, though, I do want to just ask you guys like the video, subscribe if you're not. And then we do have tickets for DebateCon 8 in July coming up. It's our flagship debate conference, and they are in the description. Awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys. And we're going to start as soon as you start talking.
All right, folks. Yeah, I'm in favor of expanding the Supreme Court exclusively by Democrats, I would like to add. And I want to start by quoting Senator Mitch McConnell in the aftermath of Antonin Scalia's death in 2016. This is a quote. "We know the Democrats. If the shoe were on the other foot, they would not be confirming a Republican's presidential nomination for the Supreme Court in the middle of a presidential election year. We think the American people ought to decide this. We're not going to move on this nomination. We're not going to have hearings. We're not going to have votes on it."
Wait, so they didn't... What is the prompt of the debate? They didn't even say. What is it?
in 2016, Mitch McConnell took the decision to categorically reject all nominations that Obama was going to put through many, many months before the election. And this was a form of court packing. And it's a form of court packing which merits a response. Now, I've come to this debate with a formally valid argument. And that means if the premises of this argument are true, the conclusion that the Democrats ought to do court expansion just follows. So I want to take you guys through it. And hopefully you guys can read it. If not, I'll just try to make this a bit bigger. I can't do that. Okay. So the first premise, I think, is something that's easily agreeable to. It's just the notion that in the cases in which reciprocal court packing will not lead to a cascade of consequences, will not result in a bunch of huge parade of horribles that people are disclaiming, and in which there actually has been an injury done, some court packing done, that in those cases, it's justified for the injured party to retaliate. And of course, it's natural to do so too. The first, or I should say the second premise of the argument is that, in fact, there was injurious partisan court packing done. This, I think, is obvious. If you go back to 2016, you see what Mitch McConnell did, and it was categorically an attempt with an irregular process in violation of a constitutional norm to change the composition of the court, not just wait for vacancies that emerge in the ordinary course of events, but to fundamentally violate a constitutional norm for the purposes affecting the partisan balance of the court. That should be an easy premise to agree to. There's no effective way to reverse this injury other than through court packing, right? There's some things that you could do to try to remedy this injury. Potentially the Republicans could, if they wanted to, just let the Democrats nominate a nominee. The next time one comes up, the justice could resign in recognition for what happened. There could be a neutral constitutional amendment that's presented, but none of those are effective and none of those are likely to occur, and therefore there's no effective way.
Ryan thinks this is going to ruin the Republic and keep the Republicans out of power forever. I don't know. I would imagine, like, the argument has to be that the reason that they're doing it isn't because of any sort of remedy to what it is that happened before. So when Pisco's bringing up all of the stuff with Mitch McConnell and all of this other crap, he's probably going to just say that, like, well, they're allowed to do that. Which, if he does say that, that totally invalidates anything that he would have to say about Democrats packing the courts, because they're also allowed to do that. But on top of that, the idea that, like, just to be clear, I do somewhat agree that, like, it is harmful to the norms of our country. And I do agree that, like, packing the courts back is going to create this cascading effect that will just further entrench us in the current problems that we have within our political system. Whether or not those norms are even, like, because one of the reasons that, like, I want Democrats to win, I want them to get into the White House, I want them to be the majority in the House and the Senate, is because I want them to reinstill the norms within our government. That's really important to me. But I also agree that there's got to be some sort of punishment for Republicans for all the fucked up shit that they've done. And this might be that. I'm not positive. I don't even know if this has, like, enough political popularity for it to be, something that's even plausible currently, but we'll see.
To reverse the injury without a court expansion in kind. The proposed reciprocal court packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I'm not advocating for us to do 100-person court pack of the Supreme Court. We're just trying to remedy the injury that was done to the Democrats in 2016 and to respond in kind the way that Mitch McConnell suggested would be done, through a legal mechanism, through an authorized mechanism. So I think that's, whatever you want to dial in on your notion of proportionality here, if you accept even just one seat, I think you're definitionally in favor of court expansion. And so we can quibble about how much would constitute mild deterrence, but as long as you're agree that there was at least one seat that could be rectified, and I think honestly, mathematically, it's 2, if not more, then I think that you should be in favor of that proportionality premise. And then finally, there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Every time we have these debates, it seems like people are trying to generate, a list of things that will occur without a doubt, and they relate to the rule of law, just breaking down fundamentally. They relate to this oscillation between both parties that creates some severe consequence. But what is the actual empirical basis to believe that that's going to occur? Where are the case studies that show that if this occurs, if there is a reciprocal court expansion, that what happens is you break down the rule of law? If you go back into our history, you'll see that there was not just court expansions of the federal Supreme Court for partisan reasons. There were court expansions of state Supreme Court courts, highest courts of last resort in states, as recently as this year in Utah. Is the rule of law breaking down in Utah? Is the rule of law over in Georgia or in Arizona, where they were, in my view, explicitly partisan court packs? No.
This is I've talked to Pisco about this numerous times. It's such a bad argument because the Republicans have been in power the entire time in Georgia, in Arizona. There's one other state where this happened as well. Like the Democrats haven't had the ability to come back and pack the courts back. It's like the state legislatures for all of these states have continued to be Republican majorities. So it's just not a good fucking argument. But then he replies to that normally by being like, okay, so then the Democrats should just stay the majority then. We'll just make sure that the Democrats stay the majority in the federal governments. Okay, yeah, sure. Damn, why didn't I think of that? We should just make sure that Democrats are always in the presidency and always the majority in the House and the Senate.
And so I actually think my opposition has a case to show that this is false, if he's going to say that this is like necessarily bad, if he's going to take anything other than an agnostic position. But I think that the evidence is such that this will increase the structural stability of the United States. We shouldn't expect to see a breakdown of the rule of law or an increased tendency of the executive to disobey court orders. And so I think basically you're likely to see a lot of positive outcomes. And certainly in terms of the legitimacy of the court in the public's eyes, I think will be vastly improved if our court starts doing more popular things, because that's the vision of legitimacy that the population cares about.
All righty. Thank you for that 5-minute opening. And we're going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan here. Whenever you start talking, I'll hit the timer.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm an attorney. I've litigated at every level of the U.S.
It's pronounced Mullally, not Mullally? What the fuck? That's so much worse. Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
Legal system up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm here today to open your eyes to a grave threat to our liberty, our Constitution, and yes, the rule of law. Prominent Democrats are now openly arguing for a set of policies, including the most radical and unprecedented court packing in the history of the country, adding 4 justices to the U.S. Supreme Court on a purely partisan basis. They do it with a smile on their face, cloaking themselves in false virtue and hoping you will praise them for their tyranny. Pisco has the unenviable task of trying to defend these tyrannical proposals. To do so, he's selected a classic lawyer's trick: atomize the issue, drown you in banality and unnecessary complexity, and paint a thin veneer of logic over the unjustifiable. In other words, Pisco's job tonight is to obfuscate the Democrats' tyrannical plans. My job is to reveal them. And you don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need a 6-premise argument to understand the grave threat to your liberty extremists like Pisco pose. He is arguing that it's fine, even justified, for the Democrats to expand the court, which has been 9 justices since the Civil War era, and do so in the most radical and unprecedented way in our history. Why? Because they don't like the current Supreme Court. They don't like how they rule, and they want to get their way. That's why. It's that simple. So how do the Democrats plan to alter our Constitution, vitiate the independence?
Well, so this is the problem, is that he's saying that it's 100% based on politics, right? It's 100% based on politics, but that's not a reasonable, if you're just going to ignore everything he said before that and say it's just based on politics, you're kind of fucked for the entire debate. Like, anybody who's listening to the debate is just automatically going to discount anything you have to say if you're just ignoring every argument that Pisco just made, where he's giving you the self-defense argument, saying that, like, hey, Republicans did all of this shit first. They did all of this shit first and, in effect, packed the courts. And so now they have taken away our political power within the Supreme Court. So if they're doing that and they're making it to where we've lost power in the Supreme Court, then we have to equalize in some sort of way in order for us to regain that political power in the Supreme Court. So obviously, like, the motivation behind it is political power within the Supreme Court, but there's got to be justification for wanting to do that besides just wanting it. Like, you can't just want to do it. You have to have a little bit more of a thought process behind it, and Pisco does.
Independence of our highest court, entrench their own power. What's their plan? Well, they've told you. They said it publicly. First, they want to add 4 or more, some of them have said more, justices to the court, likely young, left-leaning justices who will serve for decades and enable the Democrats' agenda for the next 50 years. But that's not enough for them, by the way. That's just the appetizer. They also want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states, because that would give the Democrats 4 extra seats in the Senate, locking out Republicans. Now, you might be asking yourself, is Senate packing part of court packing? How are those related? They go hand in glove. Why? Because of what's called the ratchet effect. As Justice Breyer, a noted liberal Supreme Court justice, once explained when talking about court packing, quote, what goes around comes around. And if the Democrats can do it, the Republicans can do it. So after the Democrats pack the court.
But that's literally the argument that Pisco's making, is that if the Republicans can do it, the Democrats can do it.
To 13 justices, the next Republican administration would have the chance to reciprocate in kind. And they would. Maybe they'll go to 19. Maybe they'll go to 20. But then it's the Democrats' turn again, and they'll go to 30, 40, 50, 60. And pretty soon, the concept of the rule of law, the concept of an enduring constitution is a joke. It's a sad memory. So but the Democrats know this. They know this is a risk. So what are they going to do about it? How can they have their cake and eat it too? They pack the Senate, because if the Republicans can never get back in power in the Senate, they can never repack the Supreme Court. That's why they want to make DC and Puerto Rico states. Tyranny cloaked in virtue. But even that's not enough. They want to create an enforceable code of ethics for Supreme Court justices so they can discipline the justices that they don't like. But don't worry. Pisco's been very clear that he would only favor using such an ethical code, and I'll quote him, against the conservative justices that supposedly lied during their nomination hearings, though they did no such thing. Every statement Pisco makes tonight is an admission, every single one. And here's why. It's so obvious. Pisco said his argument is about political self-defense. That's what he said. Well, I don't know about you, but I feel pretty threatened by court packing, Senate packing, infiltrating the court, taking away their independence. I feel pretty threatened.
1 minute.
Are the Republicans justified in packing the court? Are they justified in self-defense? They have all the institutional power right now. They could pack the court tomorrow. They could put 4 frothing at the mouth.
You can't just say it's self-defense. You can't just say self-defense. Are they justified in self-defense when there's nothing they're defending against? What do you mean? You can't just say, well, what, are we justified in self-defense too? What about us? It's like if somebody comes up and punches you in the face, and then you punch them back, and they're like, oh, you punched me. Now I get to use self-defense against you because you used it against me. So, sorry. It's just, those are the rules. It's going to be a never-ending punch back of self-defense.
Conservatives on the court. Are they justified in self-defense? Pisco says no. He said in his opening, it's only for the Dems. He won't bite that bullet. And that's all you need to know to reject Pisco's self-defense argument. It's classic partisanship.
That's not how self-defense works! What are you talking about? That's not how that works! In what world is self-defense ever that you get to punch the person and then they punch you back in self-defense and then you get to punch them again because they use self-defense. In what world? When has that ever been self-defense? What is he talking about?
Rule for thee, not for me. It's a false argument meant to obfuscate and insane wash tyranny. You ought reject everything Pisco says unless he's willing to condemn the Democrats' proposals in full. But even if that's enough to decide the debate, that's enough. But even if it weren't, his argument is nonsense. It's a clunky syllogism, which is on its face a disaster. It's internally contradictory and self-defeating. The premise.
Okay, so now that he's saying this, my assumption is that Pisco is immediately going to start like a railroad of yes or no's. Like, it's just a clunky syllogism. So, okay, so time to railroad the yes or no's. Like, did this happen? Yes or no? Okay, did this happen? Yes or no? Okay, so that happened and that happened. And so did the Democrats do that too? No? Okay, so now, like, he's just going to go right down the fucking syllogisms of yes or no.
Premises are false. It relies on
Yes or
undefined terms which
no?
appear to have proprietary and non-standard definitions. And it is all obvious. Pisco knows it, or at least he should.
All right.
So why is he saying it?
fine.
One sec, sorry.
Go
To
ahead.
obfuscate tyranny. That's what he's here tonight to do. And I'm here to reveal it. We'll have some fun tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, you didn't really go over too much. I was just making sure you knew that was 5. Awesome. We're gonna get into the open dialogue. We got 60 minutes hitting on the clock here, and since Ryan just went, we'll go ahead and let Pisco take it over for opening it up for his affirmative.
Also, want to thanks chat for everybody donating before the clock ran out earlier. I should go over these. We had Aussie Welder with $10, appreciate it. Ringo Lotus with $5, appreciate it, good sir. Wasted with $5. Did Gib Tum 5. Fad. True Fad. Don't be gay. And then Aaron M Sound with the motherfucking $25. He said, loud noises. Tom is bald and y'all need to donate ya bums. True. True that. Well, we hit the goal earlier. We extended it 3 hours, and now we got an hour left on the clock with only $5 to hit the goal again. I gotta update the goal, but y'all know the drill. Find on a
affirmative position. And
Yeah,
go ahead.
sure. And so this is just 60 minutes back and forth, right?
Yeah. I'll try not to interrupt too much unless there's someone severely over talking the other. But generally, I'm sure you guys know how to be respectful here and let each other talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, I thought a lot of what Ryan just said is like bluster and non-relevant stuff. I have a logically valid argument, and I'd like to know which premise that you're unconvinced by.
Okay, Pisco, let's dive into it. First of all, can you explain to the audience what logically valid means and it doesn't mean? Because I think that's confusing for a lot of people.
Okay, I mean, I think I already did. If the premises are true, then the conclusion follows.
Okay, so your
The
assertion is
conclusion
that
also
this is a logically valid argument.
Yeah.
Okay, and it just means that it doesn't mean that the premises are true. It doesn't mean that the argument's a good argument.
But I don't know what you mean by good. You mean sound?
Yeah, sound fine.
Yes, sound. Yeah. So like an argument is sound if the conclusion follows from the premises necessarily, and the premises are all true. And I take the premises here to all be true. I'm just asking which of these premises you take issue with.
I take issue with a bunch of them, but we're gonna have. But in order to get there, Pisco, we're gonna have to just test. Let's test the basics first. On the top of the page, it says an argument from self-defense.
Yeah.
I feel very threatened by the Democrats' plan to add 4 justices to the court and pack the Senate.
What the fuck, dude? There's no way he's a fucking lawyer, dude. There's no way he's a lawyer, bro. There's no fucking way this guy's a lawyer. How the fuck are you gonna be a lawyer? Like, maybe he's not a criminal a criminal defense attorney, but damn, dude, like self-defense is one of the most obvious Self-defense is one of the most obvious fucking principles. This is not difficult.
I feel deeply threatened. Am I justified, Pisco? Am I justified
that's
in attacking
not
the court?
That's just the title I gave the argument. That's not anything in the argument.
Pisco, nobody but you cares about your argument. So am I justified in attacking the court?
Well, I think that the argument, if the premises are true, then the conclusion, which is the proposition of the debate, follows.
So you're not going to answer if the Republicans are justified in attacking the court?
If the Republicans are the injured party, they would be justified under the argument.
No.
It's a neutral argument.
You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You know what self-defense means. Do I need to let somebody injure me before I have a right to self-defense?
Yeah, so I take that as a derail. It's not within the argument, but it is a neutral argument.
Nobody. I'm going to tell you.
So this is something that I posted a while ago on Twitter. This is a meme that I made, that I wrote on and posted on Twitter, and it said that this is the like modern day Republicans. It's a Republican shooting a Democrat, saying take that, and then the Democrat says, I'm responding in self-defense with a gun, and then the Republican pulls out a rocket launcher and says, well, then I'm responding in self-defense back. Like, I literally predicted the fuck. This is literally everything. This is everything with Republicans, nonstop. I just posted this on May 15th of this year, because this is, I feel like, just every interaction with Republicans is that they are always doing this, is that they'll fuck with you, and then when you reply, they're like, oh, now you did that, so now we get to do this thing. And it's, wait, but you started this. What do you mean?
Honestly, nobody cares about condition. Nobody cares.
Well, this is the argument that I've come to present. And so are you saying that you don't have a basis to reject any of the premises?
What I care about is the fact that your party is tyrannically planning to lock themselves in power and lock the Republicans out of power for
How do you say I don't care? Nobody cares about your argument. That's what you're there to fucking debate. What do you mean?
generations. That's what I care about, Tisco.
That's not of the argument.
Your syllogism means nothing to me. I couldn't care
you don't
less
want
about it. No, how about this, Pisco? We can make this very easy. Do you disavow the plan to add 4 justices in Pact 13? Do you disavow and condemn it?
But that's not the proposition of the debate.
Do you disavow and
No, I
condemn
don't. No, I don't.
Okay,
But that's
so
tangential.
if you don't tangential, then that's what we're
Ryan,
talking about. No,
Ryan, calm.
That's what we're talking
That's
about.
tangential.
Do you, Pisco,
I presented an argument.
Condemn the plan to add extra seat?
This is just rhetoric. This is just rhetoric.
To pack the Senate.
This is rhetoric.
Do you disavow and condemn, Pisco?
Wait.
Do you disavow and condemn, Pisco?
That's rhetoric. I just want to address my argument.
Yes,
Can we address
Pisco,
the argument?
yes or no? I'll give you your famous one. Yes or no, Pisco? Do you disavow
I
and
already
condemn?
told you I don't disavow the plan by Ro Khanna. I don't disavow it, but I've already answered it. So now I'd like to address my argument for the debate proposition. Is that all right?
No, it's not all right, Pisco.
So I brought an argument to the debate proposition, and you don't want to address it. Why?
We're going to get to it, but I just want to make sure the audience understands what you're saying. You're saying
just rhetoric and posturing.
You support packing the court.
Just to be fair, this is like literally what Pisco did to me on the panel with Kalinda, where we were literally having a debate about this same topic, and Pisco kept wanting to like railroad his points down. And every time I would be like, okay, I've literally spent the last like hour and a half answering your questions. So, and I haven't gotten to ask a single question. Okay, so now I'm going to ask a question. He's like, no, answer my question. I'm like, I've been answering your fucking questions, dude. You answer my questions. No, answer my question. I get another one. No, I've been doing this for an hour and a half. Answer my fucking question now. Okay, fine. So I ask him the question. He answers it. The second he answers it, okay, now you answer my question. No, I've got a list of questions. I'm asking you questions now. And he literally was just like yelling over me the whole time. So I was like, okay, I can't have this debate if he's like going to refuse to answer answer questions for the entirety of the fucking debate. I can't have this debate. And the moderators didn't want to do anything about it. So
13
yes, this is, just to be clear, this level of autism is not one-sided.
members, correct? That's what
that's that's one of several solutions that I'm okay with, but like
you won't
that's not the
disavow it.
proposition.
Your party's advocating for it. You won't disavow it. So that's
of course I won't disavow it, but
okay.
like I'm trying to give you an argument in favor of it, and you don't want to address it.
And you will not disavow, Pisco. You will not disavow packing the Senate by adding
the
new
argument
states.
isn't about what I'm going to disavow or not. The argument is whether it's justified.
But you won't disavow it. You're not.
Hang on a second. We're not here to do posturing and
Why
rhetoric.
not, Pisco?
It's a debate.
I'm here to
Yeah, this is so stupid. You're here to debate whether or not it's justified. His whole prompt is that this is justified. The entire fucking argument is that Pisco believes it's justified, and you're just going to keep sitting there asking him over and over if he's going to denounce the thing he's there to defend? What is the point in that? It's like if I go into the debate with them, and I'm like, you know, you guys say that like it's wrong to call Trump a fascist, and it's wrong to call him tyrannical, and it's wrong to call him all these things. So do you disavow you guys calling the left tyrannical and lawless? Do you disavow that? Like, no, of course not. That's what we're here to debate. Oh, so you don't even disavow it? Whoa, so you don't even disavow it then? You're not even going to disavow that you call the left tyrannical and lawless? Whoa! No doubt. That's what I'm going to do. This. I'm going to go into the debate and be like, do you disavow your own fucking argument?
defend my country from tyranny, Pisco. That's
It's a
what I'm
debate.
here to do.
Okay, so are you here to debate the proposition or not?
Pisco, what I'm here to do is point out that the Democrats are on the verge, based on the thinnest veneer of justification,
That's not the debate
to
proposition.
lock themselves
That's
into
not the debate
power
proposition.
forever. And we can
That's
get
not
to
what we're
your
here to
silly
debate.
argument in a second.
So you want to
but-
debate something? So we agreed to a debate prompt, and now you're saying you want to debate something else.
Well, Pisco, what you want to do, what your party wants to do, what you will not disavow,
That's not what we're here to talk
is
about. We're here to talk
lock
about
the Republicans out of power. Pisco, how about this? Tell me you don't want to lock the Republicans out of power.
Yeah, no, but that's
Pisco,
tangential
do
to the
you
topic.
want- do
That's
you
the
want
tan-
to
that's
lock the
tangential
Republicans
to
out
the
of power?
topic. We're here to debate the court expansion.
Pisco,
measures.
Yeah, I do
want
think
to lock
we
the
should
Republicans out of power.
try to stay as close to the topic as possible on the.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why at this point, if I was the moderator, I would be stepping in and being like, "Hold on, you guys, we did agree to a topic. Please
Agree to a
slow
topic.
down."
Let's stick to it. I provided an argument for that.
Am
for
I
that
gonna
proposition.
am I gonna get an answer about whether you would like to lock the Republicans out of
I
power?
view that as a derail. I've already answered some of your derail questions, and I've
So
already
no,
chosen not to,
we're not gonna
to,
get an
to correct
answer?
some of your false assertions in your intro, but it has nothing to do with what we're here to debate.
So we're not
It could
going to
be
get
the
an
case
answer to that?
It's not what we're here to debate. I think I have to stand my ground and say we're here to argue a point, a specific point, and you trying to derail
Okay.
and use rhetoric is not effective.
I-
and it's
I-
not
I think-
convincing.
He's playing snack, based. He's smart.
Yeah, I think the audience understands exactly why you won't disavow that, and that's more than that.
Well,
more
I
than
think
good
they
enough
understand
for
why
me.
you're not willing to address the
So
argument. and
let's
you were
go.
confident you
let's
would.
go to your nonsense.
Perfect. Yeah,
let's
let's
go to
do
your
it.
nonsense argument, Pisco.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Which premise do you
Premise
disagree with?
5. There is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Why on earth would the Republicans not repack the court the next time they have power?
I'm not saying that they wouldn't.
So you think that that's not a severe consequence cascade if the parties just keep expanding the court over and over and over again?
I view that as preferable to the status quo.
I didn't. Pisco, your argument doesn't say it's preferable to the status quo.
Yeah, that's actually, he's correct here. Like, it doesn't matter if you find it preferable. That's still a consequence cascade. That doesn't make sense.
Argument says there's no severe consequence cascade.
Well,
You don't think that packing
yeah, I
the court
don't-
over and over again would be a severe consequence cascade?
Yeah, I view the consequences relative to a status quo of some sort. If, for example, it's not making things worse in any respect compared to taking the action, I don't view that as making things worse. It's making things better. So it's not
if
even a
your
consequence.
proposal leads to a 100-member Supreme Court where every couple of years we had new judges in there, the Constitution totally changes, all the rulings totally change, that wouldn't be a severe consequence cascade? You think that's preferable to the status
I don't think that outcome is precisely speaking likely the
Why not?
100% thing because we've never seen examples of this kind of thing before.
Because
When it
you're
happens.
proposing something unprecedented. Your
That's not
party is proposing a 4-person partisan pack. It's never been done in the history of the United States, Pisco. It's
first of all,
never been done. So yes,
The
when you
argu-
propose
the argument is
something
not indexed.
unprecedented, then it turns out that you might
so are
get an
you-
unprecedented outcome.
Are you conceding that you don't have any examples of this occurring?
Pisco, you're proposing something unprecedented. You are proposing something
well,
unprecedented.
I don't think the debate.
Saying to me,
So
"Oh,
I'm not.
do you have examples of how this
Let's
turns
pause real
out?"
quick.
Well, you're doing something unprecedented, Pisco.
So
Can you name from?
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck? This is absolutely fucking insane, bro. What is happening?
So, a time when they did a 4-person partisan PAC.
The argument isn't specific to
name one.
The argument isn't specific to a number of justices.
Well, Pisco,
so my argument is not.
Do you disavow the 13-person PAC?
No, I don't. But that's
Do you
not what we're here to
condemn it?
debate.
Oh my goodness.
We're here to debate court
Are you
expansion,
aware
right?
that James Carville said that Democrats should lie?
Yeah, Ro Khanna is not the
James
Yeah,
Carville is who I said. That James Carville said that the Democrats should not talk about it. They should hide their power level. They should.
I agree with this level of like thinking. I actually do. Like, so, because this is actually something that the conservatives do a lot, where they'll be like, you know, you say like, oh, well, the conservatives are advocating for X, Y, and Z, and they'll say, well, I'm not here to advocate for that today. It's like, okay, so will you disavow that then? And they're, we're not. I'm not here to talk about that today. This is like their sort of strategy pretty often, because yeah, they will avoid like the more important questions of what it is that they're saying fairly often. So I kind of agree with this like thought process from him, at least here, like on this one part right here, not in total, not everything that he's doing here, but this one part where he says, you know, okay, well, if you're saying you're not here to argue for a 4-person PAC, then or a 16-person PAC, then you should be willing to disavow it then. If not, I'm assuming that's part of your motivation here.
Should get into power and then just do it. Are you aware?
Why is it relevant what James Carville said?
Because
Pisco,
nobody should trust you saying, "Oh, we're going to pack it."
The argument is the debate isn't whether you can trust me.
Pisco, I'm just giving an argument to pack it to 10.
My character isn't at issue here, right? Wait. Do you think my argument is the debate? My character is the debate?
The Democrats are planning to pack it to 13.
Is my character the debate?
You support packing it to 13.
Yeah, but we're debating court expansion generally.
To argue the thing you actually support. Why should anyone take you seriously? Why would anyone care about your argument?
Why don't we
about
This is like a Andrew Wilson tactic, where no matter what you want to debate, he'll come in and be like, well, you don't even believe in objective morality, so why should I care what you have to say? Why should anybody take you seriously? And it's like, I don't care. You don't have to take me seriously. I'm still here to debate this topic anyways. I still think we should kind of stick to the point.
Start packing it to one seat. Why
don't we start with just the minimal condition?
No.
Why not?
You will not
Why
start with the minimal condition.
Why not?
Because that's not what the Democrats are
logical.
proposing, Pisco. I don't care about
my
your
argument.
syllogism, Pisco. I'm defending my country from your party's tyranny.
So you don't want to debate the proposition?
Pisco, I don't give a shit about the proposition. What I'm telling you, Pisco, is that your party is.
Oh my goodness, this is horrific. Why would you, like, bro, why would you say this out loud? Why would, like, this is embarrassing. Why would you say this out loud? Like, he's saying this like he's like he's giga chatting or mogging Pisco right now, but instead, when you just straight up admit, like, no, I'm not here to discuss the prompt, you're pretty much just conceding the whole fucking debate then. You just conceded it. Like, I mean, if I was Pisco, I would say, like, okay, I need you to concede the debate then. I need you to concede the debate, and then as soon as they do, and I've done this before. There's clips of me doing this in the past where I'm on a panel and the other person refuses to actually, like, answer the question. So I'm like, okay, so then do you concede that part? And they keep trying to talk past it, and I keep saying, so do you concede that? Do you concede that? And eventually they're like, okay, fine, I don't care. I concede it. I'm like, okay, can we move to questions? And I keep telling the moderator, I'm like, moderator, can we move to questions now, please? They've conceded the debate. And they, like, keep trying to talk over me, and I'm like, no, please. They've conceded the debate. The debate's over. We're supposed to move to audience questions after the debate. Can we do that now, please? Time to move to audience questions now, please.
Is advocating for rampant tyranny, and you won't even disavow it, Pisco.
I don't
you
think
even have the
that-
courtesy
You don't even
to
disavow it,
because
Pisco.
you support
If you
it.
wanted to come and debate a
Because you
particular,
support it,
if
Pisco.
you wanted to come, if you wanted to come to debate a particular plan, you should have told the debate organizers that that's what you wanted to debate.
Expanding to 13 within expanding the court, Pisco? Is that within the proposition?
It's a subset. It's a subset, but it's not the only.
It is
It's
a subset,
but it's not the
and
only.
is it a
Yeah.
subset that you personally support?
It's one of many measures that I would
Okay,
support.
and is
Why
it
don't
a
we start with-
subset that's
why don't we
supported by the
start-
Democratic Party?
Some.
Ah, fuck. Okay. Chrome is fucking up. I gotta switch. Okay, we're at 21 minutes. I gotta go to Firefox.
Plan, you should have told the debate organizers that that's what you wanted to debate.
Expanding to 13 within expanding the court, Pisco? Is that within the proposition?
It's a subset. It's a subset, but it's not the only.
It is
It's
a subset,
but it's not the
and
only.
is it a
Yeah.
subset that you personally support?
It's one of many measures that I would
Okay,
support.
and is
Why
it
don't
a
we start with?
subset that's
Why don't we
supported by the
start?
Democratic Party?
Some, but not all.
So then
Some, but not
defend
all.
your
Some, but not all.
position, Pisco.
No, but
Defend
let's-
your.
Hey, yo. IDF kills children. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Everybody, W's in chat for IDF kills children. W's for the IDF kills children. In chat, everybody. Everybody, WIDF kills children.
Position,
Why don't we just
not
take
some
this the
hypothetical
easier
position that your party's not taking?
Well, the whole
defend
hang on a
your
second.
position.
It's all it's all hypothetical, right?
Pisco,
So I'm going to propose. So I'm going to propose. So I would be okay with the two-person court pack. That's a position that I've expressed before. I wouldn't be. I think that the additional two with Ro Khanna, that is enough for mild deterrence. But why don't we just not get into that more complicating factor and just look at something? Why?
Because Pisco, recently you went on and you said we can talk about 13, which I support. That's a quote from you. This is your position. You've said that you
but that's
support
not what we
13.
agreed to debate about. We agreed to debate
Pisco,
about court expansion.
I'm debating to save my country from your tyranny. I care not
I
at
take that to be like
all
meta
about
and
your
rhetoric
syllogism.
and posturing and
not
like
at all about.
Okay, so then maybe you should have just done a speech and instead of like doing a debate. I
Pisco,
mean, that's a speech.
I am here to alert people to the vast danger that your party is posing.
You weren't here to debate. You're not here to debate.
abject danger that your party is posing.
Are you here to
And
debate or
here's
not?
The deal. You won't even
Oh my
debate the
goodness.
position you hold. You won't debate the position your party holds.
I
No,
want to debate the
Pisco,
position we agreed to. We agreed to a proposition.
If you are
That's what I want to
happy to
debate.
disavow 13, I am happy to talk about
don't.
11.
It's just tangential. I don't, but
Then
it's
we're
tangential
talking
to what
about
we agreed to
13,
debate
Pisco.
about.
Then
We
we're
agreed to
talking about
debate on a
13.
specific thing, and you wanted to debate like a harder, I guess,
Pisco,
in your view,
when
to
you
defend version
proposed
of
it,
that.
I said you can take it however you want. I'm talking about what your
you
party
think a two-person-
actually wants to
Do you think a two-person
Pisco,
expansion would be an expansion?
I don't care about some narcissistic competition between you and me. You are trying to rape our country with tyranny on behalf of a party that is packing the court to 13 and expanding the Senate by 2 states to lock the Democrats out of power, and you won't even disavow it. You don't even have the courtesy to disavow it.
Okay, so this is to an extent I do kind of agree with Malali here. To a very like small extent. Okay, so think back to the debate with Andrew Wilson and Destiny, right? Where Andrew Wilson is coming on and saying, well, the debate prompt is just whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And then Destiny is like, wait, but you believe it's not an insurrection? And he's like, yeah, well, I'm not here to debate that. I'm not here to debate whether or not it's an insurrection. I'm here to debate that you're wrong, that it is an insurrection. I'm not here to claim that it isn't an insurrection. So Bro, this dumb fuck here is gonna get us all killed. What a fucking idiot. There. And so yeah, the whole time he's like, but that's not your position. Like, your position is that it's not a fucking insurrection. Your position isn't, you don't know if it is or not. You just want to debate that, like, I'm wrong that it is one, but not that it isn't one. Like, this is fucking bullshit. And it is like, it is kind of a bad faith tactic that MAGA does fairly often, where they refuse to debate like what their actual positions are, and instead will just try to like force everything into the prompt, because that's the only way that they can actually like win a debate, is if they're just making everything just about the prompt, right? So yeah, it's like a very frustrating thing that I can kind of understand from Mullally, is like, okay, you should be debating your actual position here, and if you're not, then this is kind of fucked up. The whole thing about like tyranny and shit is really fucking cringe and performative and over the top, but the part about like 16, that part makes sense to me. That part makes sense to me to an extent, because I do the same thing with MAGA a lot, where I'm like, nah, fuck that, dude. You're not gonna like push me into this like, oh, just the prompt. Like, no, your position is pretty clear. Yeah, I know what your position is. Debate your fucking position here.
And you expect me to play mind games with you
We
about
can
a policy
schedule,
that
it's
you
not a
don't
mind
even
game.
hold?
I'm trying to actually focus us on the thing that we
Pisco,
agreed to talk about.
I don't care what you are trying to focus on, Pisco. You support 13. Defend it. Defend
it. Like, we can schedule a debate on 13.
All
and
right.
I'm happy to do that with
If
you
you
right
wanna
now.
quit,
All
then
right.
quit.
So let's.
But this is
well,
what
well, that's
I'm
not,
here to
That's just
talk
not what
about,
we're here to
Pisco.
debate.
It's what
So
I'm
you're
here
not-
to talk about.
So are you here?
Are you
you're
gonna,
not here
are
to
you gonna
defend?
condemn it?
Well,
Are
no.
you
We can
going
schedule
to condemn it,
we can
Pisco?
schedule a debate for the
Pisco,
13
are
if you
you
want.
going to condemn it or not?
No, no,
Okay,
I would support
then
it.
You're
It's just not.
talking about 13, and I'm going to talk about 13
No, that's
every
not our
step,
proposition.
every step of the way.
That's not what we agreed
Pisco,
to debate about.
I don't care.
You don't care about our
the
agreement on the
prompt.
debate?
I don't care about the agreement.
Yeah, if I'm Pisco, I claim the W right there. If I'm Pisco, I claim the W right there and just move to the moderator. Just turn to the moderator. Okay, debate's over. He says he's not debating the topic, so we can go to questions, super chats.
I care about the future of my country and saving it from the tyranny
So you should have
that
had
you
a
want
speech
to
then.
impose. That's what
So
I care about.
Are you conceding the proposition then?
Pisco,
Are you conceding the proposition?
I don't care about the proposition at all.
So do you-
I
so
care
concede
about
it.
the fact that you are
Well, I care about
advocating
it.
for open tyranny, and
You
you
don't
care
care about
more about some mind game
the thing we're here to
competition
debate
between
about.
the two of us. You care more about some narcissistic debate prompt.
I care
than
about
you
what
do
we
about the
agreed to
future of the
debate
country.
about.
Well, then, if you care about the future of the country,
You just said you
and
don't care
think
about that.
13 is good, then you should be able to defend 13.
I can. We can schedule
Okay,
that if you want.
13, go. Defend it.
Wait. No. But we
Defend it.
scheduled a debate. The debate that I came here to actually have with you is the debate about what we agreed to debate
Pisco,
about. That's what I think
Pisco,
we should do.
No, I do not
Pisco,
care about that
Pisco.
at all.
You don't.
The fact, why does he keep repeating that over and over? It's so fucking cringe the way that he keeps saying his name too. Pisco. I don't care. Pisco. Pisco. I care about the country, Pisco. Okay, Pisco.
Don't agree about the agreement we had to debate this thing.
At all.
Not
when
at
When
all.
you are advocating for tyrannical control of the country under
That's
one
just
party
rhetoric,
rule.
Ryan.
Well,
Ryan, that's just rhetoric.
It's
okay?
your
Like,
position,
I
Pisco, and
don't
you
want the
won't
meta.
defend it.
Like Pisco needs to keep saying like that's the debate prompt though. Like not that that's what they're supposed to argue, but like you would have to win the debate in order for this to be tyrannical. Like we would have to go over whether or not this self-defense is justified. You have to make those arguments, and you're refusing to do so because I'm showing you it's justified right here. If you're refusing to argue against whether or not it's justified, then you can't keep claiming it's tyrannical.
I just want the actual debate.
If 13 is not tyranny, defend it. If 13 is not tyranny, defend it, Pisco.
We can schedule a debate on the 13th. I just thought we were here.
We could schedule it later, Pisco?
Yeah.
Oh, would that be nice?
Oh, Pisco?
Yeah.
Defend
or,
it.
or you could, or you could concede the proposition and we can talk about the 13 right now.
Talk about the 13 right now. I don't care about the proposition. Go. Pisco, I don't care about the proposition. Defend it.
Pisco.
I do want to clarify if I should consider that a concession on this specific proposition.
I am happy to talk about whatever.
Concede?
Sure, I concede. Pisco, talk about 13.
You concede. Okay.
Go.
So you concede the Democrats are justified in court expansion.
No, I obviously think that's bullshit.
Okay, then why are you lying? Wait, no, stop. Wait a second. Why are you lying and saying that you concede when you don't actually concede?
Because my personal integrity matters less to me than the future of my country.
And you lie when it's convenient.
You are open to tyrannizing the country, and you won't defend your proposition. Would I lie
when it's convenient?
Would I lie to defend my country from tyranny? Yes. Would you?
Oh my goodness.
But in the context of this debate, you're lying because it's convenient.
You won't even defend the proposition the position you hold. So if
I would, but I want to debate the thing we agreed to.
Well, Pisco, I don't give a shit about that. Defend 13.
Pisco.
Go. That's what the Democrats are proposing.
I'm not
Defend
going to move to a different proposition until we get like a finality on the.
We
actual
have
thing
finality. Go.
But no, we don't. You had a fake concession and by your own terms
Yes,
a lie.
it is obviously, I'm obviously lying when I concede. Go. Continue.
Yeah,
Pisco.
but I don't want a fake concession. I want an actual resolution.
Okay, Pisco.
Came to debate about.
Well, you're not going to get it. 13. Defend it.
Wait a second. We had an agreement. You and I, we had an agreement about what to debate about.
Pisco.
And now you're just
If you had the opportunity to break an agreement to stop Donald Trump from doing the false slate of electors, would you have broken that agreement?
Depends on the agreement.
Okay. Well, what you're proposing, you're not even sure about that?
Pisco.
Okay.
Depends on the agreement.
You're not even sure that you would. I think you've described that as authoritarian, fascist, all kinds of things.
Yeah,
you would
depends on the agreement.
All that. Would you break an agreement with me about?
Depends on it.
Would you break an agreement with me about a debate prompt?
It depends on the nature of what's at stake, but like this
is pretty low stakes, Pisco.
The consequence, yeah, that's
Pisco.
why it makes no sense to lie about it, right? Like it's
real
not
quick,
that whether this debate happens or not, the thing's gonna happen, you know.
Pisco, real quick, I'm getting a lot
Pisco.
of asking if you could just lower your mic slightly.
Oh, sure, I'll try to do that.
Here's the issue, Pisco.
Pisco.
What your party is proposing, I view as worse than anything they have accused Trump of doing. This is the worst, most tyrannical thing I have heard. And by the way, Pisco, when I preferred Trump in 2024, I sacrificed my vote. I didn't vote for him because I thought what he did with the false slate of electors was disqualifying. You, on the other hand, are openly advocating for this tyranny. You're openly advocating for it, and you don't even have the balls to defend it. You don't even have the balls.
What you can't say that, Ryan, because I am willing to defend that.
So defend it.
I also want to. I do want to. I am willing to defend it, and I just told you we can schedule a debate for that specific thing. But
this is the lawyer's banality. This is let me point to this little technicality, and hopefully you won't see that what we're planning to do is lock the Republicans out of power.
Ryan, it's not Ryan. It's not a technicality. It's what
Pisco. Do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
So that's not a technicality. What
Pisco, do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a technicality.
Pisco, do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a technicality. So I want to address what you just said. You said that I'm doing something like
do you
unfair.
favor locking?
Yeah. So I'm not going to get moved out of derail.
Bro, why he has to say his name over and over and over? It's so weird, bro. It's so performative. Pisco.
Right? Like you're just doing rhetoric. You're just doing rhetoric right now. It's not helping.
Yes or
I'm
no,
trying to defend
Pisco?
myself. So we had an
Yes or
agreement. I'm not going to get like
ask me.
sandbagged by you on a different proposition.
Do I favor locking the Democrats out of power? No, I don't.
Yeah, no. You're so virtuous and you're wonderful, and that's
tyrannical.
We're all here to just virtue signal. That's what you're doing right now.
It's a very, very easy question, Pete.
Why isn't Pisco calling on the moderators? Like this is fucking wild. I would be calling on the moderators like way before this. Just be like, hey, Like he's refusing the debate prompt. He's refusing to have the debate. Like this is over, right?
It shouldn't be that hard.
I'm a great. You're a great person, except you lie about
Can't
trivial,
answer the
like,
question
debate
whether you
agreements.
favor locking the Republicans out of power.
It's tangential. I don't want to get a derail.
You can't favor.
I want to
You
debate.
can't answer that question.
No, I have an answer, but I just don't want to derail. Do you understand that?
How about this? Do you think we should live in a world where people in California and New York run everything? Do you favor that
It's
world?
more rhetoric. I mean, that's about as relevant as the Senate thing was. I mean,
Okay.
these are all irrelevant.
But would you deny that position? Do you think we'd be in a better world if California and New York ran the show?
I have a view on what you just said, but I think at this point I'm not going to entertain any more derails.
Okay.
And I think that
So then I'll
you can concede on the proposition,
I'll just read
or you
some
can
fun-
engage it and have the debate.
I'll just read some fun quotes from Pisco then.
Oh my
Back in the
goodness.
day when he was
is this really
back in
is
the
this
day
really
when
debate?
he was Pisco 95, he had a chat with Destiny called "The Problems with Packing the Supreme Court: Discussion with Law Student Pisco 95." And at the 30-minute mark, he said, "Don't you think we live in a better world if California's running the show and New York are running the show? Isn't that a better plan? Isn't that a better world?" You can go look it up for yourself. Here's another conversation that Pisco recently had. He went on the Brad Palumbo show with actual Justice Warrior Sean, and he was asked about the
An hour
ratchet
about
issue.
characters
The
and personalities.
the ratchet issue, Pisco, which is a
You're
premise,
attacking my character
a
and
premise in
personalities and
your
other
debate.
opinions.
Hey, this is a premise in your argument, Pisco. This is a premise in your argument. Sean,
Which premise is that? Can you actually tell me which?
that there will not be a cascade of consequences.
Yeah, go for it.
Brad brought up the ratchet effect, and Pisco said, quote, "What you present as the negative," in reference to the ratchet effect, that is to say the ratchet, the back and forth, that's a virtue. And Brad Palumbo then
Oh, you didn't understand
clarified,
that then. You
quote,
didn't understand it.
"That's a virtue." And you said, I quote,
I
"It
can
is a
explain why
virtue."
it's a-
I'm not done
yeah.
reading the quote yet, Pisco.
Yeah.
And Brad continued, quote, "When it leads to the point that we have 100 members of the Supreme Court," and you said, "I'll tell you why." And then Brad said, "and it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually. Would we be in a better or worse place?" And you said, "You might be befuddled by it, but it's a virtue." You said it was a virtue.
So you're not.
Pisco. Brad
you're not
said,
understanding. So
"We have a 100-member Supreme Court, and people
moderator,
ignore the
can I
rulings,
explain the
and
quote?
you
I mean,
call
if
it
we're gonna
a
do this kind of
virtue."
sandbagging,
I mean, I will
attack by surprise, and you're just going to
intervene.
talk over when I'm trying
Thank
to explain
you.
it. So
Thank you, finally.
First of all, I shouldn't even entertain this derail. It has nothing to do with the proposition.
You
But
really
because you're
shouldn't.
attacking my character relentlessly, that quote is indexed to the nature of the norm violation. And what I'm referencing isn't that I want the Supreme Court to be functionless, rudderless, and not have any rule of law respected or anything like that. What I'm saying was virtuous is the fact that a constitutional violation or sorry, a norm violation is available to both sides. That symmetry is virtuous with respect to the norm violation. So the fact that Mitch McConnell's whole like Senate play in terms of blocking people in this given context was more specific, more granular, more unique to the circumstances of that situation, I said was less virtuous because it wasn't available to the other side to respond in kind. That's the nature in which I said it was virtuous in comparing the norm violation, not the result that you're talking about of like apocalyptic times, which of course I don't agree to or sign on as particularly likely.
Okay, go ahead and unmute Ryan. When someone asks the mod to intervene to give their little piece, I'm just going to give them about a minute or so, maybe a minute and a half, and then I'll mute the other
Well,
party
I would-
so we can stay on the rails.
I would invite the audience to consider Pisco's explanation, and then I'll just read the end of that quote again and see if that checks out for you. Brad said, "When it leads to the point that we have 100 members of the Supreme Court," Pisco said, "I'll tell you why." Brad said, "and it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually. Would we be in a better or worse place?" And Pisco
Yeah, I
said,
wasn't saying that's
"You might
virtuous.
be befuddled by it, but it is a virtue."
No, I wasn't saying it's virtuous to disobey the Supreme Court. What I was referencing was the notion of oscillation being available as a remedy to either side in assessing the scope of the constitutional norm violation. I was saying that availability on only one side is less virtuous. The fact that there's equal parity and symmetry, that's a virtuous aspect of the if we're comparing norm violations.
He
So
said
obviously I
100
don't want
members of the Supreme Court, and it's a joke that gets disregarded, and
I'm
you said
telling
it's
you,
a virtue.
Ryan, I'm telling you right now
Yes.
that's not what I
And
meant.
I'm telling the audience that they should disregard you because you
Okay.
are putting a
So I didn't know my
thin
character
veneer
was
of
an issue in
lawyerly
this
logic
debate.
over tyranny.
So you don't want to debate the proposition. You want to debate whether I'm a good person or whether I'm truthful after you are a self-admitted liar and you don't want to actually adhere to the
Pisco, if
agreement of
you
the
were
debate.
willing to defend the positions you actually hold, then I wouldn't be forced to keep pointing out what positions you actually hold. But you do hold these positions.
Why are the full range of my positions at issue in this debate? Isn't the debate about court
Because
expansion?
the people
Why are we entertaining this?
those range of positions
Because he's
are
saving the
attempting
country,
to lock
Pisco.
the Republic.
He's saving the country from you, Pisco. Wouldn't you save the country from somebody if you had the chance to, Pisco? Pisco, wouldn't you try to do the right thing and save the country if you had the chance, Pisco? He's trying to save the country right now, Pisco. He cares about the country, Pisco. And you don't even care about the country, Pisco. You're not as concerned about the tyranny, Pisco. And he is. He's concerned about the tyranny. Bro, that was a fucking... That was a massive amount of kills right there. That was brilliant. I just rammed my way up in the first place, just like that. Let's fucking go.
Republicans out of power, and you support it and defend it and are using your skills as a lawyer
that's
to
just
give
not
sane
the
washing
prompt.
cover to tyranny.
That's
And
just not the
that,
prompt.
Pisco,
We can
is
schedule.
what I'm here
We
to
can
talk
schedule.
about.
We can schedule a debate on that specifically if you want to.
Pisco,
But that's just
I'm
not what
here
we scheduled
right
the debate
now.
about.
Talk about it. I'm here right now.
I don't think I should entertain a derail after we had an agreement.
Pisco, we all know damn well why you won't entertain this, because you want to.
I
lock
literally
him out of
will.
power.
He's saving the country, Pisco.
No, hang on a second. I just told you I'll schedule a debate with you on that.
Help him save the country, Pisco.
Out of power.
Since Pisco,
I'm not
Pisco
avoiding
has,
it.
since
We can
Pisco has a
do
hard
it.
time saying this is my position, last night on his stream, he said, quote, "The only way we are going to get the Republican Party in a position of semi-coherent, semi-goodness is if they are out of power for a long time." And hey, here's
then I said 10
one way
years.
to do it. Rig the
Then I said
court.
10 years.
Rig the
Then I
Senate.
said 10 years.
Yay, no more
Then I said 10
Republicans
years.
in
But that's
power.
not the proposition of the debate or my other plans or thoughts about politics. The debate proposition is about a particular policy.
Do your other plans and thoughts about politics involve locking the Republicans out of power through court packing and adding?
I don't think I should
adding states
entertain
to
the
Senate?
derail anymore, Ryan. I mean, like,
Okay.
we can schedule a debate on those measures.
Pisco,
And
if
whether
we
can schedule a
if
debate
you'd like to drop, we can end the event. But this is what I'm going to talk about.
This is pathetic, bro.
This is what
So
I'm going to
you
talk
came here
about.
under false pretenses. You came here under false pretenses.
He's saving the country,
ambush
Pisco.
me about an atypical.
He's saving the country.
Thinnest veneer of bullshit logic, which, by the way,
you came
on
under
its
false
own
pretenses.
terms, doesn't even hold up. You've admitted that the ratchet effect would lead to a 100-member Supreme Court. You just think
I
that's
didn't.
preferable.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I mean,
why wouldn't it?
I just explained.
Why wouldn't
I just
it?
explained. I just explained to you why you're misquoting me. You're misunderstanding me. You're when I was saying that's
Brad said we'd have a 100-member Supreme Court, and you called it a virtue.
so
And then
not
you
that
said,
part. No,
and
no,
then
if
you
you-
said,
and if-
Pisco, that was
No,
preferable. The
if you
oscillation
actually
was
watch,
preferable
if you
to the
actually
current
watch,
status quo.
so this is all a derail. So I just want to flag again, it's all a derail. But if you actually watch the video, it's clear that when I'm saying it's actually what you presented as this is actually virtuous, the back and forth. And it's clear that what I'm saying is virtuous is before Brad says the thing about the 100. I'm making a point and they interrupt me with the 100 thing, but the point relates not to the thing that I didn't hear yet when I said it's virtuous. And so you're reading is just, it's not, if you actually go to the clip, it's clear that I'm not saying it's preferable to have that result, especially when I don't think it's likely.
If that,
but again, that's all.
If
that's
that
not
result, if that
the
result
debate
happened, Pisco, if we got 50-member Supreme Court after 20,
I'm not
30
gonna.
years,
I'm not going to accept.
Do you find that preferable?
Yeah,
to
I'm
the
not.
status
I'm
quo?
not going to. I'm not going to accept.
Do you
the
find
derail.
that preferable?
All right. I would
think
like to just maybe, for the sake of the audience here, get an agreement that we can just schedule whatever other specific things we'd like to debate on for another time. Happy to have it here on the
You
channel.
can do it now if he just has a real concession on the actual.
That was
debate
going to be the second thing. I'm open to moving to anything else that Ryan would like to address specifically, if there is some sort of agreement on either a concession or we continue back on the premises that you guys did agree to.
Pisco, I am delighted to talk about anything else if you will admit that you
Anything
favor
else but the debate proposition?
the 13 member pack.
Bro, the moderator literally just like gave him the ability to do the fucking thing that he's been trying to do this whole time, and he still just ignores the fucking moderator and just starts rambling again. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit, this is something else. This is actually something else. I feel like this is exactly what I need to do on the next debate, and just make it all about Donald Trump is tyrannical, and you guys have supported the tyrannical things from Donald Trump. I'm here to save the country. I'm here to save the country. Ryan, I'm here to save the country, Ryan. I'm here to save the country, Ryan, but I'm here to save the country, though, Ryan.
You favor packing the Senate. You favor busting the filibuster. You favor all these things.
Busting the filibuster.
I don't know why you won't defend the positions you hold.
What's a filibuster?
Yeah,
that doesn't
so
get
I
busted
just think I
once
need
in
to
a
stick to
while?
my guns and say we had an agreement. You came under false pretenses. You say you don't care about our agreement, that you shit all over the agreement. And I just take that to be definitionally bad faith and not really worthy of anyone's consideration. It's not really convincing. And I would rather just debate the proposition.
Pisco, I would break my word to you to save my country 100 days.
He's saving
in a
the country,
row.
Pisco.
And
Lying to me doesn't make that
the
happen.
stuff that you are doing is.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, well, you lied to me. Did you save the country? Did you do it yet? Is the country saved yet, Ryan?
So slimy, disingenuous, and dangerous that it needs to be called out. It needs to be called out, Pisco. No more hug box panels. You need to be told to your
You don't even
face
want to
that
debate.
what you are doing is worse than the authoritarian stuff you decry. You have become an authoritarian, Pisco, and you won't even deny that you hold these positions.
So first of all, I have views on my positions are well known. I know my positions.
I
and
do
you've,
too, Pisco.
So you
knows his
accurately
position,
and
right?
also inaccurately characterized some of my views, and to engage in you in this back and forth dialogue about which of the views you've properly characterized, which ones you've improperly characterized, I think is a derail, and it's not respectful of anyone's time, certainly not of the organization that like set up this whole debate for us to have a conversation on a specific thing, where we, by the way, in advance of this, I gave this argument. In advance of this, we advertised this to people to come watch. I have people who I know personally who are watching this debate. I think it's disrespectful to my time, to their time, and to.
Okay. Well, I can't listen to this anymore. Does
I'm gonna give the mic.
Does he talk about the stuff here?
What? How can you fight tyranny and fascism by doing?
Okay. What the fuck? This is 3v1. Ryan crushes Destiny Dev and moderator Wick on court packing. Click on it in the first thing, dude. First thing, I just clicked on a random part 10 minutes into the debate, and the first fucking
It's kind of a
thing is
weird point. Like, what? How can you fight tyranny and fascism by doing a thing that's so awful that?
Oh my goodness.
Right. So
I'm going to give them
for them stealing the Supreme Court pick under Obama. It's as simple as that. Short and sweet.
Okay. Okay. This was so short. Can I ask some clarifying questions?
Sure.
Just because I don't want to talk about things that don't matter. You offered some other rationales in your video, but you're sticking to just that one tonight.
Well, the other rationales are they're not as important as this one.
Okay.
Like
No, that's fine.
if those rationales didn't exist, this one would still be important.
Okay.
This would still carry it as well. Because I think the other rationales were like the 13 circuits and the the English common law tradition, and that should be important to conservatives who want to conserve tradition, but it's not the main point.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna. If these are the points you want to talk about, then I'm not going to bother addressing them. That's fine. So okay, yeah. I mean, I think that's the heart of it, in the spirit of keeping this short and sweet. I've been on Wick's show and taken the position that what the Republicans did with Merrick Garland was a norms violation.
SFO put his foot in his mouth. I heard him. He talked about this. He talked about this debate a little bit and said that I think it was with Adam and Sitch. He went on SFO went on Adam and Sitch and said that I think he said this debate like really triggered him at the beginning, and he was like super pissed off early on and couldn't shake it for the rest of the debate. They said, they're like, you don't sound like super triggered, and he's like, yeah, I know, but like I was. He's like, I was very triggered right from the rip. So I expect that he's gonna have a little bit of a rough one here, but it's interesting that Ryan this time is accepting the prompt.
And problematic as such. So I'm not walking that back. I've always thought that was a problem, even though I liked the justice that came out of it. Like that doesn't make it not a norm violation. The problem with court packing is court packing opens, and by court packing,
you can't be fascist by being fascist. You can't be fascist by being fascist. Otherwise, you're just an incompetition for fascism, not fighting it. You can't be fascist by being fascist. Words to live by, guys. Words to live by. You can't be fascist by being fascist.
I mean adding seats to the Supreme Court, opens a can of worms that what McConnell and the Republicans did does not open, which is the risk of kind of like infinite regression, where you just keep adding to the Supreme Court and you get up into a cycle of reprisals. And while we've lost a lot of norms in our country over,
didn't Sitch avenge SFO by owning Ryan himself? He did. Sitch totally fucking owned Ryan on the, what was it? They debated birthright citizenship. That was a different debate. This is about court packing. But yeah.
The last 15, 20 years, there are some norms that I would call load-bearing norms, meaning they are the sort of norm.
That's literally what his point was in this argument. He hasn't mentioned the word fascism once. What are you talking about? And his point was never, you can't be a fascist by being a fascist. That's a nonsensical argument. It literally doesn't make any sense. You can be, if you're a fascist, you're a fascist. If you're being a fascist, you're being a fascist. That's what it means. It means to be a fascist is to be a fascist. Those are, I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That they actually do hold up the entire constitutional order. There's a lot of them that you can lose. Like, it turns out you can open the door to partisan gerrymandering, and I don't think it's going to destroy the country. This one's a load-bearing norm. If we open this can of worms, I'm not sure how we recover, and I can get into.
You literally said fascism when you started his stream on this. No, he didn't. He said tyranny. He said tyranny and tyrannical.
The reasons why I think this is very different. And because of that, if the Republicans, for example, did to the Democrats what the Republicans did to them, and withheld advice and consent from a nominee for purely partisan reasons, I'd say, man, I said it was a bad thing when the Republicans did it. I'm going to say it's a bad thing when the Democrats do it, but I understand tit for tat. I get it. I understand why they're doing that. But this is a court packing would be both an escalation and one which would lead us into a situation that would fundamentally risk the country in a way that very few policy proposals or norm violations could. And that.
Yeah, fascism is literally like a far right ideology. It's not anything tyrannical isn't fascism, but I don't think he was accusing Pisco of being far right.
That's the reason why court packing must be rejected. And I have no reason to believe that you support the kind of the broader constellation of policies that I took issue with Pisco for. So I'm not going to talk about those unless you'd like to tell me
Which
that you want
policies
to.
were those? Just so I'm clear.
Oh, the broader constellation that kind of led to the confrontation I had with Pisco was he supports breaking the filibuster, which means that you could pack the court with 51 votes instead of 60, then packing the court to 13, then packing the Senate by recognizing additional states that would be reliable Democratic votes, which you can do without amending the Constitution. If you break the filibuster, it's just a bare majority, which would essentially lock the Republicans out of power and allow appointing of like essentially judges who could, I don't think he's going to admit this point, but who could or would rewrite the Constitution from the bench because there'd be nothing Republicans could do about it. So that broader constellation of policies is much, much worse than even just court packing is. And if I think court packing is very bad, that one's well out of bounds. And I would say the position that Pisco holds is akin to the position that John Eastman held about Mike Pence deciding the presidential election.
Fascism is actually more left than right. It's literally not. So like a core component of fascism is nationalism, and nationalism is a right-wing ideology. Like the farther left you get, normally the closer you get to like communism and like communist authoritarianism, whereas the farther right you get, the more you get to nationalistic authoritarianism. They're literally opposite ends of the spectrum. Now, the reason that there's like what we would think of when we talk about horseshoe theory is the authoritarian aspects that are at both ends, to where they start sharing some components of each other's movements, but the fascism is not part of that. Fascism is not just being authoritarian. Globalism, I understand what you mean, but every fascist would like to expand globally. Wait, not globalism. What? Which is why it's not actually nationalist, it's globalist, hence the expansion campaigns. Wait, hold on. Being an imperialist is not globalism. You're using the fucking Candace Owens argument, and it's stupid because Candace calls imperialism globalism. Globalism is not imperialism. Those are drastically different things. They are very distinct things. Globalism and imperialism are not the same at all. Now, some people will use the term, like leftists will use the term neo-imperialism to talk about globalistic tendencies, but globalism is not the same as actually like going into other countries, taking over militarily, and forcing your will upon them. That is not. No, that's not globalism. That's just imperialism. I'm not using her argument. I'm using literally the argument not every nationalist had imperialism is separate. I understand. This has nothing to do with nationalism. You're saying they're not nationalist, they're imperialist. Well, you're saying they're not nationalist, they're globalist. And I'm saying they're not globalists, they're imperialists. You are using the Candace Owens argument. Like, I don't know. You are literally, this is literally word for word the Candace Owens argument. I don't know if you don't know the Candace Owens argument, but a bunch of people use this against Candace Owens. I just want to preface this. Candace Owens was not, she was not like saying anything nice about Hitler here. She was not like praising him in any way. And she wasn't downplaying the Holocaust necessarily. There's one part of what she says that makes it sound that way. But when you take her statement in totality, what she's saying is literally exactly what it is the zombie saying is. He wasn't a nationalist, because nationalists care about their nation. They're all about their nation. They're, you know, Germany first. And instead, he didn't just put Germany first, but he was worried about all of these other countries instead, and kept going into other countries. And so he wasn't really a nationalist.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. So in thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your country's identity and to make sure that what's happening here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK, is what you kind of want to avoid. So I don't have anything problem. I have no problems with nationalism. It's global.
So yeah, it's
that I try to avoid.
So yeah, so this is everybody used this argument. Oh, Hitler was fine. He would have been great if it wasn't for that globalism thing. He everything else was perfectly fine. Like, that's obviously not what she's saying. She's saying people like, the term nationalism has a stigma on it, but it only has the stigma because of Hitler. If Hitler hadn't called himself a nationalist, we wouldn't have this stigma on it. But Hitler wasn't even a nationalist, so it shouldn't even have the stigma. It shouldn't even be a bad term, because Hitler wasn't even a nationalist. He was a globalist, which, again, you can be a nationalist. It wasn't globalism, it was imperialism. That's what it was. Drastically different things. Globalism is where, like, a bunch of different countries are working together, and through trade, through currency, through like humanitarian aid, military aid, like all of these different things. That is globalism, where they're all working together. Now, obviously, the conspiracy theory version of globalism is where, like, it's a one world government, which technically you can come to that same conclusion. Why is Tom explaining basic definitions? What do you mean basic definitions? I'm literally explaining the differences between the way the two different sides define these terms. The basic definition. Oh, there's a drastic divide in the way that half the country defines the term and the other half the country defines the term. It's basic definitions, dude. Just basic. Yeah, anyways. You're literally making the Candace Owens argument.
In 2020, which is, I think, inappropriate position for a lawyer to hold. But
nationalism means you want your own state and you focus on that. You're not expanding for gaining control of multiple countries. That's not what nationalism is, though. Like, nationalism is about it's like an isolationist to an extent. Isolationism is nationalism, but nationalism is not necessarily isolationism. I should correct that. Nationalism can be applied to anything, right? So you could be a white nationalist, right? When you say nationalism, you're saying a country. Well, a country is not necessarily nationalism. That's the way that we generally use the term for a nation, as we think of a country, people within a country. But that's not, like, white nationalists are not talking about a country. Black nationalists are not talking about a country, right? Nationalism, the majority of the time, has nothing to do with a country. The majority of the time has to do with some sect, some sort of like categorization of a people. And so when we say American, we can say American is a category of a people. And you can be nationalistic based on that category. But that doesn't mean that you can't be expansionist. It doesn't mean that you can't be imperialist just because you're nationalist. Those are not antithetical to one another.
No, I have no reason to believe that you support all of that.
Right. I mean, I don't really know Pisco that well. I've talked to him a handful of times. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're politically aligned because I think he gives far too much deference to some of the communists in his midst, and I think that's a problem. However, when it comes to this stuff, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. It's, you know what? The only question I really have that's kind of on the tip of my tongue is, if the Democrats were.
So it does relate to nations. I didn't say it doesn't relate to nations. I'm saying a nation is not a country. A nation does not mean country. You guys are conflating country and nation. A nation is a group of people. So white nationalists, white people are the group of people there. Black nationalists, black people are the group of people there. A nation is just a group of people. Christian nationalists, Christians are the group of people. It's not, a nation is not a country, but you're conflating country and nation here. And that's not what a country, or that's not what a nation means. A nation is a large, distinct group of people sharing common cultural characteristics, such as history, language, traditions, and ancestry. Unlike a state, so it's literally separating a state, which is a political entity with a defined territory and government. A nation is a socio-cultural concept though the two terms are often combined to mean sovereign country, a nation state. So then nationalism is nationalism is an ideology and movement asserting that a nation, a group sharing common cultural, linguistic, or historical bonds, should be unified under its own sovereign state. It prioritizes national interest, cultural identity, and self-determination, often distinguishing itself from patriotism by implying that one's nation is superior to others. This is nationalism. Right? This it is normally, it means that you're prioritizing your group above other groups. That's all it means. So you can still be imperialist and be a nationalist.
To pack the court, is that illegal?
No, it's not illegal. That's not the question.
Well, no, that's my question, right?
It's not.
Since it is my question, though. That's why I'm.
Yeah, it's not illegal.
Right. So, what's the problem?
Okay. Well, how about?
I mean, they can do it, right?
Yeah, but how about this? It's legal for everyone.
I don't know if you can call it tyrannical if it's not illegal. Like, I don't know how. I'm not sure, but I feel like you would have a hard time defining something as tyrannical if it's not illegal.
Want to do it. So, for example, the Republicans have, if they wanted to, they have the political power tomorrow to do the following. They could break the filibuster, then use the broken filibuster. There's an island or a few islands that are disputed between Mexico and Texas. They're in the Gulf. You know what those look like to me? A state. Recognize those islands as a state with like 15 people. Now they have extra votes in the Senate. Pack the Supreme Court to 13 or 15 or 17 or whatever the number is. They could appoint any justices they wanted. Justice Mike Lindell, Justice Alex Jones. Like, there's no constitutional limit on who they could appoint. And the Democrats have no numeric ability to stop them from doing it. They could do whatever they wanted. And you know what? If you took all those steps, it would be 20 years before the Democrats could regain power because of how badly you would reshape the political map. I would call that overtly tyrannical and a problem. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad thing to do. But I don't think it's better if the Democrats plan to do it. I think it's a bad thing to do. So, I mean, I guess my question is, it's legal for the Republicans to do that. Is the legality something that makes you think that it's a thing we should support?
At this point, I think so, yeah, because the Republicans have behaved absolutely fucking terribly, and they need to be completely fought with every possible measure. So here's the thing: I actually don't believe. No, I'm gonna. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer it.
Okay.
Okay. So because you said that the Republicans currently have the political will to do this. I don't believe they do.
I didn't say they have the political will. I said they have the political power.
Okay, right. Well, similar enough. I don't think they actually do.
No, that's totally different.
Well,
No,
okay, hear me
they are
out. Because if they actually did, they would have. All right. I believe that yes,
you're funded.
No, they do have the political power to do it. Meaning they have enough people in the House, the Senate, they have the executive. Like they do have all of these things. They don't have the political will. That they don't want to start the cascade effect because they know that Democrats are likely going to win in the next election, and so they are afraid of the cascade effect. So and literally Donald Trump is like wanted to do this, and the Republicans continuously stop him from doing it for this exact reason.
Mentally misunderstanding.
Let Dev finish his statement.
Sure,
Go ahead. What do you believe, Dev, please?
So, like a couple of days ago, maybe it was a week ago, I don't remember the exact timeline, but Trump straight up said on his Truth Social that he wants to turn the SAVE Act into an omnibus bill. He's ordering the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster themselves. Trump's issuing all these orders. He wants this shit done. And it turns out that even though the Republicans actually hold all these offices and all these seats, he doesn't actually have enough of a coalition to order the Senate to do what he wants.
Yeah, you just explained the difference between him having political power to do it, or political will versus political power. Like that is, he just kind of pointed out the exact difference.
If he did, the Republicans would be doing it right now. So I don't actually believe this point of yours that, oh, the Republicans could do this. No, they can't.
No,
they cannot.
Dev, your question, this is why I said you misunderstood me. I said politically they have the power, meaning if they had the will, it is legal for them to do everything I just said. It would not be illegal. Sure, yeah. They could do it. You asked me earlier, you said, my question is it legal? And if it's legal, the implication was that it's okay. And I'm saying it is legal for the...
No, it has nothing to do with legality. I mean, I guess legality is one small component of it, but it's about the fact that they have enough people in the House and the Senate to do it.
Republicans to do a vastly tyrannical scheme that would lock Democrats out of power for a generation at least. Do you think it's a good thing for them to do it? They ought to do it just because it's legal.
I mean, no, but that's because the Republicans actually are a tyrannical power at this point in the United States Republic.
But Dev,
yes, they absolutely are. The Democrats aren't. There are two different moral standards here.
But Dev, the Republicans, as you just pointed out, though they have the political power, are not doing this. So the very same scheme that Pisco is laying out, this kind of like grander scheme, is something they could choose to do, but they are not doing it because it's such a dangerous norm violation and because it's so overtly tyrannical. So saying that the Democrats should do something that's so tyrannical that the evil, quote unquote, barbarian Republicans won't do it is kind of a weird point. Like, how can you fight tyranny and fascism by doing a thing that's so awful that even your political enemies who you think are limitless in their deprivation won't do?
Listen, they're not choosing not to do it because it's a norm violation. They're not doing it because they can't. That's really it. Trump can't get the votes together to do all the things he's been asking the Republicans to do.
Why can't he?
Because there's just enough Republicans who understand that basically their entire side of the aisle is rotten down to the core. And even though they're cowards, they're hoping if they just keep their eyes closed until Trump leaves office, hopefully in 2029, that things will go back to normal. Unfortunately, things won't go back to normal until the Republicans have been punished for all of the things they've done.
So the irony of this, right, is that, you are saying that the Democrats should do something that the evil Republicans in your mind won't do because some of the Republicans think it's a
Where is he getting that he's saying they should do this? Where is that coming from?
very bad and dangerous idea, even if it's not all of them. Now, I could quibble with you, but even if I just accept your articulation of why the Republicans aren't doing it, that means you are advocating for a step that is so tyrannical that even the Republicans who you despise won't do it. It doesn't strike you as a problem to advocate for your side to do something that's so tyrannical that the other side that you hate and despise won't touch?
You had your hand up, Wick? Did you?
No, answer that question and then.
Sure. It's mainly because the Republicans, they just don't have to do these extreme things. They already hold all the levers of power. Trump's still doing tons of ridiculous bullshit without stepping up to these extremes. The Republicans don't have to do.
Yes, they already have. They already did it, is the point. Like, they already essentially packed the courts. So of course they don't have to do something they already fucking did. Like, what? It's such a stupid point. It's such a fucking dumb thing to say.
This stuff to do all the institutional damage they're currently doing to the United States.
Oh no, but if they did this, they could do all kinds of stuff. They could pass the SAVE Act. They could do all kinds of alterations to the way that voting is.
Pass the SAVE Act? How would packing the courts help them pass the SAVE Act? What is he talking about?
Done in the country. They could appoint judges who are going to interpret the Constitution more consistently in favor of Trump. He lost the National Guard case. He lost the tariff case. He lost the abortion pill case. Those things could all be fixed with court packing. He could,
which is why Trump is trying to push it. Yes.
He's not actually
he is literally. He posted several times that he wants them to do this.
The plan that I outlined, which was much more extreme than just filibuster, nuking the filibuster. It was nuke the filibuster, expand the Senate and pack the Senate by adding states for partisan purposes. Pack the Supreme Court with justices who are going to do what you want them to do, plus extra stuff that we could get into. That is a extraordinarily extreme tyrannical view. And by your own admission earlier, you said the Republicans aren't doing it. So yes, the Republicans aren't doing it because it's tyrannical. I don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can both say the Republicans aren't doing it because they know it's tyrannical and they're not going to do it, and the Republicans are currently.
But he didn't say because they know it's tyrannical. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar. He keeps adding in like all of this shit that was never said. What the fuck?
Doing it because President Trump said something about the filibuster. I think that you, like, what I'm trying to square up for you is that this package that you are endorsing, I'm surprised you're endorsing it because it's a crazy thing to endorse, but this package that you have opted to endorse is so vile. It is literally the end of democracy. It's a recipe for one-party power. And nobody should co-sign on this. It's a crazy thing to co-sign on to.
Ryan, your democracy is already done. All right? It's over at this point. You have a vice president who's currently in office who said he would have listened to the Eastman plan. All right?
Yeah, Google AI is like a perfectly fine thing to use for definitions. Definitions are not like ever an issue for Google AI. It's a more complicated things are where you're going to have issues. But on top of that, when what Google comes up with is literally what I said, like, I'm not gonna go on some fucking research venture afterwards to go keep finding more definitions when it's like I'm just by chance correct that it comes up with exactly what I said. It's not happening.
Right? So as soon as the next presidential election happens, you're going to have Vance in that seat, and he's going to be presented probably with more false slates of electors, and he's going to be like, "Oh, well, I don't know, but maybe I should actually follow the plan this time." Things are already at that point.
He literally
okay?
said he would.
We okay. I've watched some of your stuff, and I have no idea how you don't understand this. Maybe you just kind of live in La La Land or something. I don't know, but things are already cooked. All right. It's like, it's done. At this point, the Democrats must simply lock the Republicans out of power for a generation. Okay, it has to happen. Until MAGA is ripped out of the American Republic, root and stem, there can be no peace.
Okay, so if that is the position, and this is what I've been saying for the longest time, which is that, like, I don't think we're there. I actually am much more optimistic about the resilience of our republic and the resilience of the people in our Constitution. But if we are where you say we are, which is a crazy fucking thing to say publicly, but if
the person in first place on this game right now, their team name is FDJT. Fuck Donald J. Trump. That's their team name. And then their name is Trump and Sheep equals silly.
if we are where you say we are, then why complain about norm violations at all? Like, what's a norm if we're at the black pill end zone of the end times, where people are just going to be doing open partisan warfare with no limits forever? Who gives a fuck about norms at that point? Why shouldn't the Republicans do all these things I've outlined? Because they have political power right now. Like, if only for expediency, like if only for your own self-preservation, isn't it kind of dumb to say that publicly? Because if the Republicans believed you, if the Republicans believed the thing you just said, then it would be totally rational for them to do the most tyrannical, diabolical things imaginable. And there's fuck all the Democrats can do about it. They have no power to stop it. So I guess I'm saying, what is the point you're making here? Like, you seem to be advocating for the Republicans to do the thing that you hope they don't do.
What do you mean? Where is he? This is so stupid, dude. Why does he keep saying this? This is so stupid. He's advocating for the Republicans to do this. This is dumb. This is like, and I don't know if I even want to say this, because I keep thinking, like, this is an obvious point, but I feel like I want to save this for the debate. Yeah, I guess I'll save this one for the debate, but all right.
Well, no, I'm not advocating for that, because the Republicans are bad and the Democrats are good. The Democrats should take power back and do the right thing. Okay. The Republicans shouldn't. But hold on, this is a moral argument. I mentioned legality before specifically because, yes, the Republicans can do all these things, and it would be rational for them in their position to do all these things. But I don't need to care about what's rational for the Republican position, because the Republicans are moral lepers. So they do simply need to be crushed. That's that.
So yes. Your position is simply rule for thee, not for me. That's what your position boils down to?
I mean, in the way that an aggressor shouldn't be using violence, but a defender should, yes.
Yes,
okay. Well,
exactly.
If your position is that the Democrats get to be tyrannical because Republicans bad, but the Republicans ought not be tyrannical because Republicans bad, which seems to be your position, you might see why I called that tyrannical during modern day debate. By the way, I appreciate the candor. I think that is the position. I think Peace goes too chicken shit to admit it, but that is the position. And I appreciate you being honest about it. But that's why I called it tyrannical on modern day debate, because it is. It is an overt call to
he literally just said, because one side, he said, like, in the way that, like, an aggressor shouldn't be using violence, but a defender should. That's not tyrannical. This is so insane that he really doesn't understand this concept of self-defense. Like, it's so fucking strange to me.
Tyrannical imposition of power of one side against the other, and I don't see. I actually don't even hear you disagreeing with that. I think you agree with that. It's just you think it's good to do tyrannical things.
It's tyrannical in the sense that the American revolutionaries were tyrannical against the British.
Fuck! You just used my this is literally what okay. Well, that's literally what I was going to use. When I said a minute ago, I don't want to use my argument until the actual debate. He does understand it, Tom. He's being a weasel. Yeah, maybe. That was literally the argument that I was gonna use. It's like, okay, so like the idea that you're using here is because the Americans went to war. Stop. because the Americans went to war, but they're saying that the king was tyrannical and, you know, this horrible king is, well, if he was so horrible, then he would have been the one to go to war with you guys. He would have been the one to come and fight you guys, but instead you guys are trying to go to war with him because really the Americans are the tyrannical ones. The Americans are the bad ones. If the king was so bad, then you would have done this already. You seem to think that the king should have gone to war with the Americans. You seem to think that he would have been right to go to war with them because the Americans were right to go to war over. So stupid. Like, this is literally what my fucking argument was gonna be.
When they threw them off.
Okay, so that's a wild statement, but your point is,
it's not a wild statement.
Okay. You're an educated man. I'm sure you've read the Constitution. I'm sure you've read at least some of the Federalist Papers, right?
There's a good chance.
Of course, yes. Now, what was the purpose of the Second Amendment?
You don't need to go to the Second Amendment. Go to the Declaration. It's better.
No. I'm going to the Second Amendment because I actually like this one. Because you know what? I've hung out in so many libertarian spaces, and during COVID and even before, you had like these memes, and it was like George Washington wearing sunglasses, and he's like, if it were me and my homies, we'd be stacking bodies right by now. And I totally respected those memes because they were honest and straightforward, and they made no qualms about it. The Second Amendment is for shooting tyrants.
Yeah, no,
that's what it's for.
That's why I say you don't need to go to the Second Amendment. You go to the Declaration. It says, to secure these rights, meaning our natural rights, our God-given rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. So there's, right. It does go on to say,
and I just want to make it clear, we've taken a little bit of a turn from court packing, and now we have entered another territory. If you guys want to continue in this territory, we can.
I actually think this is illuminating because I think people who watch my stream know why I did what I did in the modern day debate, but I think this is actually a good explanation of why I did what I did in the modern day debate, and with Pisco, because the reason is, when somebody approaches you and says, I think I am justified in imposing tyrannical power upon you, the correct response is not, let me see your syllogism. Let's talk about your argument. The correct response is, get fucked, tyrant. Right? Like that. Like,
that's so stupid, though, because if you're wrong about whether or not they're a fucking tyrant, you would have to go through the fucking syllogism. Like, that's kind of the point of the syllogism. That's the point of the debate that you scheduled, was to go over whether or not they're justified in it in the first place. And then once you come to the conclusion, once you've gone through the debate and you've proven that they're unjustified, now you can call them a tyrant. But if you're just going in, just saying, well, I already say that you're wrong, therefore you're a tyrant, and I'm not going to debate whether or not you're right or wrong for this, but I'm going to try to get you to justify being a tyrant instead. It's like, well, that's the same thing. That's literally the same thing. If you can just debate the fucking prompt.
It is not logical to engage in logical debate with somebody who wants to tyrannize you. And Deb, I appreciate your honesty, but all I'm hearing from you is that you feel justified in tyrannizing people who believe the things that I believe.
No, the issue is that Trump is the tyrant. He is the one currently doing the tyranny. Yes, and I'm correct. Says me, I'm correct.
Well, okay, but here's
let me put it this way. We both agree
that
let
Dev go for a minute. Let Dev go for a minute.
Yeah, we both agree Trump tried to steal 2020, right? Like, that's not in debate at all. We both agree on this.
Yeah, I've never defended Trump with the false light of electors scheme. I've in fact, right, yeah. Actually, do you know my voting history? I just it might be helpful.
Yeah, I think I know.
Okay, yeah.
I've seen a bunch of your stuff. Yeah,
I vastly preferred Trump in 2024, but did not vote for him because of the Eastman stuff.
Right. So that makes him a tyrant.
Your way.
Period. Like, we're already past that line. He tried to steal an election. He failed, but now he's a tyrant.
Well, you can't
be like, oh no, he's not. Oh, it's just it's subjective. Oh, it's just your opinion.
No.
He's a tyrant.
I agree.
He's trying to steal the election.
I found that disqualifying. But do you disagree that he was validly elected in 2024?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so he was validly elected in 2024
as a tyrant.
The Americans elected a tyrant. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they elected a
I
tyrant.
have not seen him do anything in this term that remotely approaches the level of tyranny of the prescriptions that you're describing. Not even close. So,
Go ahead now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, not even. I don't think I've seen any. Keep in mind what.
So hold on, just real quick, because now we're getting into the conversation you didn't actually want to have on Twitter. You dodged it like 5 times when I said let's talk about Trump's corruption. Because holy shit,
are corruption and tyranny the same thing?
No, but they're linked for sure.
No,
they're for sure.
They're actually rather distinct.
Okay. Do you think that there are tyrants who are completely
All right. A tyrant is an absolute ruler or any person who exercises power in a cruel, oppressive, or arbitrary manner. The term is heavily associated with leaders who possess ultimate authority, unconstrained by laws or constitutions, and who maintain control through fear. Modern definition. Today, tyrant is highly pejorative. It almost exclusively describes a cruel and brutal leader, despot, or dictator. Trump ran as an insurrectionist, but he's not a tyrant yet. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I agree. He tried to steal an election and tried to commit a coup, but I don't think he's a tyrant.
Corruptible?
They
go hand in hand.
It is possible. It's not. They are not logically entailed or related. They are. I think.
Can you name one?
I think they are often correlated. No, I'd agree with you. They're often correlated. My point is they are not the same thing. You could be tyrannical without being corrupt.
Can you name an example of this ever happening?
Probably not. I mean, I think it's unlikely. But my point is they are not the same thing, and I think you'd agree with that.
Just for my edification,
I agree
would you say that lots of corruption might be a sign that someone might be a tyrant? Like that could be something like, oh, there's a ton of corruption here. Maybe we should look into whether this is a tyrant or not.
No, not really. I mean,
No?
it would depend on what it depends on what they're doing with power. Like in the Teapot Dome scandal with Harding, like back in the day, right? There were obvious bribes. That was proven that there were bribes, and those bribes were used to secure, to use the power of the federal government to benefit private individuals. It was like case proven corruption, like proven at like a level of a court standard corruption. I don't think that Harding was being tyrannical or that his subordinates were being tyrannical. I think they were being corrupt. They are different things.
But if he's able to get away with that corruption without any sort of without any repercussions, then that would start to be tyrannical. Like the idea that they're able to do things that are illegal, that are corrupt, that are wrong, and there is no repercussion for them. They're never getting in trouble for it. They're never held accountable. When there's no accountability for that corruption, that is where you get into the area of tyranny.
The issue is, and I'm coming at this from my realm of education because I was working on a political history degree before dropping out to do YouTube. In fact, it was a master's degree. But so from what I understand of history, is that when you have corrupt politicians, corrupt leaders, that is inherently tyrannical, specifically because when they engage in their corruption, they are overriding certain, we might call them democratic or public, not just norms, but mechanisms, right? So for example, the free market should function such that you have like buyers and sellers, you have contracts, you have.
Yeah, Ryan's not saying that just packing the court is tyranny. He's saying that the reason for packing the court is to push the Republicans out of political power, to make it to where they have no opposition anymore, to where there is no opposition party anymore, that the Democrats just have all of the power by themselves, that California pretty much decides, California and New York decide everything for the rest of the country. He's saying that by getting rid of or by making it to where we're able to pack the court, this can make it to where Republicans just no longer have any power or the ability to have any power. He's saying that that is the end goal of packing the court and getting rid of the filibuster, not that just packing the court in and of itself is tyranny.
Bidders, and however, if you're in power and you're giving preferential contracts to your friends, for example, and you're not having an open bid on those contracts, that is both being corrupt because you're benefiting your friends, and it's being tyrannical because you're undermining these public institutions. So these two things actually do historically go hand in hand. And Trump, by the way, is the most corrupt president of my lifetime, and it's not even fucking close.
But pause. See, the reason that I think there's a huge disconnect here.
But Hunter
is
Biden,
you could have
the Biden crime
administration that's
family,
rife with corruption, and they do nothing to change the way democracy functions. They do nothing to change the way the vote works. And then they eventually get voted out of power. They're not tyrannical, they're corrupt. When you're tyrannical,
okay, so this is why I went to the definition, is because when it comes to corruption, if we're talking about a person who's able to exercise complete power in a cruel, oppressive, or arbitrary manner, somebody, especially in an illegal way where they're not being held accountable, somebody being corrupt would fall into that category. Like somebody being corrupt where they're breaking the law and they're able to just do this all willy-nilly, and nobody is ever held, they're never held accountable for this. There's no consequence, there's no legal consequence. That would fall under tyranny. That's where that would go.
It means that you are removing from the people the ability to govern themselves, right? That's what tyrannical is. I haven't seen the Trump administration.
Wait, what?
When you're tyrannical, it means that you're removing from the people the ability to govern themselves, right?
That's authoritarian. Which tyrannical and authoritarian definitely have a lot of overlap. Authoritarian refers to a system of government management or social structure that demands strict, unquestioning obedience to authority at the expense of individual freedom. So here where it says like at the expense of individual freedom, this is generally the better authoritarianism is also just like it is somebody who's in charge and is able to do illegal things without any consequences as well, which is why there's a lot of overlap between being tyrannical or authoritarian. Yeah, in political authoritarianism, in politics, authoritarianism describes a regime that suppresses political plurality, civil liberties, and democratic processes. So here, the democratic processes, that is what he's referring to, not tyranny, but Authoritarian versus totalitarian. While both terms describe non-democratic systems, they differ in scope. Authoritarian regimes focus primarily on maintaining political power and control, often leaving other aspects of citizens' lives, like region or private business, largely alone. In contrast, totalitarianism seeks to control every aspect of public and private life, often enforcing a strict, pervasive ideological doctrine. So yeah, even authoritarianism or even totalitarianism would apply to what it is that he's describing here. But I think that neither one of those included like the fact that it has to be illegal without any consequence, and favoring concentration of power in a leader or an elite not constitutionally responsible to the people. There you go. That's of relating to or favoring blind submission to authority. And then tyrant is an absolute ruler unrestrained by law or constitution, a ruler who exercises absolute power oppressively or brutally, one resembling an oppressive ruler in harsh use of authority or power. Yeah, a usurper of sovereignty. So yeah, he's kind of like mixing up all of these terms here in the way that he's using it just for tyrant.
That's what tyrannical is. I haven't seen the Trump administration do anything that remotely reaches the level of tyranny that you've described. The thing that I would agree with you that approaches this is the Eastman scheme, which is why I didn't vote for him.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining the stream. We need lots of thumbs up to push it in the algo. We're way down on thumbs ups today. We should normally be around like 40 at this point. We got 26 likes right now. So do me a favor, please take a second and hit the thumbs ups. Discounted today. We're making it free. Free thumbs ups. Free to press the thumbs up button today. Don't delay.
But in terms of this current administration, this time around, I have not seen anything like that. And because he's a second-term president, I don't think that's going to happen again. But by the way, if it does, you can rely.
You know, it's interesting. The last time me and Ryan debated, I believe it was over gerrymandering.
On me showing up, breaking party lines, and being on your side because I am opposed to tyranny. So, but the fact that I guess the point I'm making is how could you possibly justify the level of tyranny you're talking about? And I've seen this very commonly on the left. Like people are. I remember I watched a Destiny stream. I was aghast where he said like the problem with the Trump administration is that they won the vote and they were legitimately elected, which is worse than Nazi Germany. Because at least in Nazi Germany, you could say that there was some kind of power grab. Here, the problem is that they got elected, and we need to find a way to punish them, even if it's not legal to do so.
It's
just
a
wild.
housekeeping thing. I need to check my audio. People are saying I'm blowing them out when I talk.
Okay.
How is it, gang? Okay, sorry. Go. I didn't mean, but like everyone's yelling at me at this point. So go ahead.
Okay. I hope that's improved.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead about an hour.
That's the quote.
So let me read. I haven't read it yet. And I would have asked the states also there's no country have the debate for what actually matters and what kind of election we have. Okay. So he would have asked the states to certify, is the statement that you're making? That's the one you're pointing me
to? No. When he says this, what he's talking about is he's at so you know the details of the Eastman plan, right? Like there was one version of it where the
Damn, they're still talking. Okay, so they were just talking about the Eastman memos a minute ago from what we just left. And then we skip forward an hour, and they're still talking about the Eastman memos. I guess they that becomes a large portion of the conversation to talk about the fact that Trump is a tyrant. Which is encouraging because this debate is supposed to be on court packing, so he doesn't mind us turning it into an attack on Trump instead. All right.
Pence would be presented with 7 false slates of electors, and then Pence would simply just declare Trump the victor. There was a second version of it where Pence would be presented with those slates, and then Pence would assert power he does not actually have, and send those slates
Plenary
back to the
authority?
states to be recertified, which, by the way, Pence legally cannot do.
Well,
Vance is here saying
it was an open question at the time. I agree with you, but it wasn't at the time. It was an open question.
It was not an open question. No.
Well, then why did they change the law?
They didn't change it. They made it more. They made the language more overt, but they didn't really change. Like, they didn't change the law. They just added to it.
They changed the law because the Democrats felt they had to do something. It was largely ineffectual. This was not an open question. And we can go down this rabbit hole. We know, even though you're the lawyer, we can go down this rabbit hole, and I can show you how it's not an open question. We can do that.
Is there like a court ruling you're going to point me to?
Well, no. I'll point you to the actual act that was passed, and was it 18?
No, I mean, for the record, I agree with you. I don't think that it is correct. But when I say open question, what I mean is there is not controlling precedent on it, so you could take an aggressive position on it. That's all I'm saying. I actually agree with you that it's not the correct interpretation. I'm not arguing that it is. I'm just that when I say open question, that's all I mean. It's not decided. There's no controlling precedent.
Okay, he is correct. Yeah.
No, it was decided because you had was it Rutherford it was Hayes versus what was his name? Fucking Tilden? I don't recall exactly. Fuck. But basically, you had a very contested election that had real serious issues, and then the Supreme Court did in fact step in and said, okay, this needs to be fixed. And then the voting, it was called the Electoral Counting Act, that was passed to actually rectify these issues. It was the Electoral Counting Act outright said, here is what you do in this situation, in this situation. It was all laid out. There was no open question here.
And the Electoral Counting Act was subsequently amended by Congress in order to clarify that the VP has a ceremonial role only, correct?
This is in 2022, was it? I don't know. Exactly.
I forgot I forgot the exact year. It was during Biden's term.
Yeah, it was during Biden's term.
That was 2021.
So,
but
yeah. So from when I looked into this last, that was largely just them reaffirming what the act already said.
Well, they passed a law that modified the act.
They were reaffirming what the act already said.
Okay,
but
the law was amended.
So when it comes to laws, the reason that like Ryan is somewhat correct here is that laws in their wording are just like what the law says, right? And what a law says is just words. Words like can be interpreted in a number of different ways, and it's how that actually goes into effect, especially when it comes to different scenarios and different contexts. That's going to be settled by precedent. And so there's I forget which ones, but there's examples of laws where the way that you read it and the way that it works out in reality are drastically different because the judges who dealt with the cases dealt with them as probably in bad faith, but they dealt with them very different. They read it, we'll say, to be as charitable as possible. They read it in a very different way than you or I would read it. And so once the rulings come through, now that's the way that the law works. That's the way that it is in effect.
The text of the bill, if you read
the law
text
was
of the
amended,
bill,
Dev.
nothing was really changed.
The law was amended, Dev.
Yes, but nothing was
and the
really
law
changed
was
in the
amended.
substance
The
of it.
law was amended to clarify that the vice president has a ceremonial role
To clarify, yes.
Yes. However, the act previously already said this is what the vice president does. This is the vice president's role. They were restating what it already said.
So to be clear, the vice president lacks, even if JD Vance is tyrannical, which by the way, I've said earlier that this was the thing about Trump that I hate the most and condemn the most strongly. I don't back away from that.
Not that strong.
But JD Vance lacks the power to do this in the next election. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying he lacks the power to do what you are suggesting, correct?
Okay, so did you actually read the Eastman memo, by the way? Did you read the original?
Yeah, I spent more time with the second one, but I read.
Yeah, it's fair. Do you remember what his logic was when he said that they should do this?
I think the logic was that you could get it down to the House in certain scenarios, and that would. I'm doing this from memory, so forgive me if I'm making a mistake. In certain scenarios, you could get it down to the House where they would have a more favorable chance of voting, and then ultimately would probably go to the court. As I recall the strategy.
Yes.
The more fundamental part of it was that he said, we believe the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional, and we are simply going to behave as if that is true and make them challenge us on it. So why wouldn't JD Vance simply say, oh, that piece of legislation that was passed in 2022, I believe that's unconstitutional, and I'm simply going to act how I like and make you challenge me on it. Because they've already used that logic once.
Okay, now let's play this.
Oh, but again, it's because they believe that they have enough people in Congress to, or sorry, not in Congress, but well, in Congress as well, but in the Supreme Court to where they'll be loyal to Trump and do what it is that he wants them to do. And so I think that his term here has kind of proven that that's not the case. There's been tons of times where he was really expecting them to rule on his side, and they didn't. And so I highly, highly doubt that they would actually rule with him. At least there's some people that probably would, but I don't think there's enough to where he would be able to win a case on this. Fuck, why did I do that?
This out for a second. Let's say JD Vance did this. And by the way, to be clear, just because this is the sort of thing that people love to fucking, make a big deal about when we get into it, because, I do lose fans or whatever they think happens when we talk about this. I completely condemn the Eastman plan. I think it is tyrannical. I think it's an awful, awful thing. It is the reason I didn't vote for Trump.
You don't condemn it enough, my friend.
Well, I don't know what more you want from me than that. But
not supporting the Republicans.
Well, if the option is the Democrats who have no limits on what they're going to do to me, then you're not making much of a convincing case. So
hold on, just real quick. I just want to make sure that I am going to read these super chats in a second, but I want you guys to finish up this thread, and then I do need to make a little money, and then we're going to get back to the debate. Okay, just letting everyone know. What's happening.
By the way, how long do you guys want to go? I
got another 30 minutes in me, maybe.
Okay, so we should start wrapping up
30
our thoughts.
minutes,
Okay,
my
got
butt.
it. One of the reasons, going back to the original topic, that court packing is so devastating is if you wanted to make the Eastman plan work, you'd have to pack the court further. The current Supreme Court would not go for the Eastman plan. They just wouldn't. But if you did pack the court a bit, you could pull it off. And that's the threat that I'm trying to alert you to. Like, if you wanted to do something overtly tyrannical, you need to remove the check.
I assume Dev looks like his picture, no? Wait, hasn't he been on stream before? There's a video game stream that happens once in a while on his channel, and it's mostly his friend that does it, but I believe he's been on that as well, no?
Of the Supreme Court, which currently, based on the way that they've ruled in numerous Trump cases, would absolutely strike that down if it went before them.
Sorry, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I agree with you on that one. I don't think I am. But also, more importantly,
Why not?
Well, hold on. Yeah, I'll just give it to you. Let's just say the Supreme Court does in fact slap that down. I'll just give it to you. More importantly, is that you now have a Republican Party who, in this hypothetical, you have J.D. Vance who's going to attempt to steal an election, and the Supreme Court's going to hopefully stop him. And for some reason, you think that that's not tyrannical enough for you to break away from the Republican Party.
No, it was tyrannical enough that I didn't vote for them when I preferred them as a candidate. I had the option of voting for the party that was going to have my preferred policies in terms of judges, in terms of DEI, in terms of equity, in terms of foreign policy. In many, many ways, I preferred the Republican platform, and I opted not to vote for them in spite of that, because this is a thing I care a lot about. What you're asking for is open-ended support going forward, which I don't think the Democrats have earned, because they appear to be coalescing around a policy of, fuck it, we can do whatever we want because the Republicans are so evil, which is hard for me to not take seriously, given that every time I fucking talk to a Democrat, that seems to be the position they take.
I mean, considering what the Republicans have tried to do, which, by the way, is tyrannical by your definition, it does seem, in fact, to be completely justifiable for the Democrats to come in and say, no, let me finish. For the Democrats to come in and be like, hey, some fuck shit just happened. We need to start investigating every single Republican elected official, every single Republican judge, every single person who worked in the executive branch. They all need to have a fucking microscope put under their fucking lives at this point, because they've all behaved so poorly that is the only thing that can be done now.
Well, I know Wick needs to make some money, so maybe I'll try to wrap up on that point, because I think it's an interesting one. Earlier, you said you thought democracy was cooked. We were in a zero-sum game. I don't think that. And because I don't think that, I didn't vote for the Republicans when it was my preference to do so, because of a limiting principle that I hold. And I continue to hope that we're going to find a way to fix these problems and end up with a better country as a result. If we are in a zero-sum game, I prefer the Republicans win. So the problem with the logic is, once you get to the zero-sum game, then all bets are off. It's blood in the fucking streets.
So you would, just to be clear, you would side with Trump in this hypothetical hot civil war?
If those were my options, yeah.
Trump or in just the Democrats?
Wick, the reason I am on the right is because I generally prefer the things the right advocates for.
I'm simply asking the question. That's all.
Yeah. If we're going to that level, then obviously I'm like, why would I?
Hey, what was the server that we were in before this one? This one just doesn't have enough people. I need to find another server. This is getting ridiculous.
Not side with my team. The hope that I have is that there are limiting principles that would impact the way people approach these questions.
8070.
And the oddity here is that I'm being grandstanded to by somebody who said that he has no limiting principles up front. Like, it's a fucking joke. Like, if you have no limiting principles, Dev, you can't expect the other side to have any either. If you're saying we're in the fucking apocalyptic end times, then we're in the apocalyptic end times. Okay. But the truth of the matter is that this is a line, and that the problem with court packing is it removes any check on the system.
Well, 8070 for me has a very good ping, about 25 seconds or 25 milliseconds, and it is packed full. It's at 41% right now, so this is way better. That last one had maybe 10 people in it.
Limiting principle going forward can be vitiated through court packing, and you end up with what our founding fathers deeply, deeply feared: a tyranny of the majority, where 51% of the population votes to beat 49% of the population with sticks. I think we can do better than that.
Okay, you know what? Here, I will, in good faith, I will walk back some of what I said, because I was probably getting a bit too heated. I'll give you this, okay? America is not completely cooked. Democracy is not over. We are not, in fact, in the end times. The only way out for America, though, in its current situation, is that MAGA has to be destroyed. It's that everyone who's committed crimes in Trump's administration must be punished to the full extent of the law. If the Democrats fail to do that the next time they're in power, then America is over.
I know I was going to wrap up. Can I ask you one question? And it's
brief.
literally.
Well, I just want to be clear. The super chats has questions for both of you that you're both going to answer. But I just want to remind you, if they give you a $5 super chat, don't give them a $50 answer.
Yeah.
But that's all I want to say.
I'll
Go
try
ahead.
to myself. And I know I give Wick shit when he joins in debates he's moderating, but I feel fine with you, Wick, answering this one too, because it's just been bothering me forever. And I put out a tweet about it a long time ago when I kind of switched from centrist to right leaning. And the question that I have is like, if you believe that, if you believe MAGA is like an existential threat to the country, to the world, to world order, to all these things.
I watched Francesca versus Viglin yesterday. I thought maybe I didn't. Doesn't she say that like she thinks that the majority report was like falling for the slopulism a little bit too much from Bram Plattner and shit?
Why don't the Democrats pivot center? Like, why do they always need to go? Like, why don't they make concessions to people?
The problem is that they did pivot center for fucking Biden, and you guys still acted like they were these crazy authoritarian, communists. So I don't think that there's any winning there. Now, I say pivot center. Biden was still like obviously the most progressive president of our lifetime in a lot of ways, but he was also one of the most moderate. Like he was able to get the most legislation passed and work with Republicans and make sure that they were getting the things that they wanted while being a minority. And so I think that's like a fair characterization. Fuck!
Who are intrinsically more right-leaning and advocate for more right-leaning things. Why is it that the left keeps going further and further left while saying Trump bad, instead of being like, if this is an existential threat, let's talk to the normies and get the normies on board. I've been confused about this for the longest time.
Just clarify this for me. When you say pivot to the right, what do you mean specifically?
He says pivot to the center, right?
Come out there and being like, you know what? Racism in the name of equity is still racism. That was fucking dumb. We're not doing it anymore. This whole thing about like trans in like specific places like highly competitive sports and jails and perhaps the military. This was a bad fucking idea. We're not doing it anymore. This idea of like not alerting parents to the fact that their kid is transitioned. That's a bad idea. We're just not fucking doing it anymore. Like there were some bad ideas that we are abandoning. And we're gonna what we are gonna do is we're gonna try to capture people who are center right or center, and we're not.
Dude, I mean, I totally agree with this strategy. I believe it's what we're gonna do. I think that's what Gavin Newsom is. I think that's what John Ossoff is, and those are the two like main contenders I believe for president. Now, obviously, Kamala Harris is somebody that people want to run again for some fucking reason. And Kamala Harris is a trans trender. Okay. Kamala Harris will go towards whatever she thinks is trending in the moment, which is good for, democracy and all, whatever, I guess. But she's not good at it. I'll say. She's not good at actually understanding the trends, following the trends, and she's very bad at like speaking for that group that she's attempting to lead. So yeah, I would much rather have like Ossoff in there instead. But
not going to run further left. We're going to run center, and we're going to actually try to capture these votes. We're going to make concessions. We're going to make some concessions to people who disagree with, you know, some of these like Democratic pillars, because MAGA is an existential threat, and we need to unite against it. Like, I guess that's the part I've never understood.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I get it. Thankfully, because I hate all that shit that you laid out too, thankfully the Democrats are actually in the process of doing that. You know, I watched several Gavin Newsom interviews recently where he straight up said that, like, yeah, the Democrats went too far on the trans shit. That was kind of wild. The Democrats have gone too far on like the equity DEI stuff. No one cares about that stuff. People are more interested in the economy. Like, and you know what? Awesome. I have been begging the Democrats to do this shit for like a decade. Like I said earlier,
me too.
I was right deep in the anti-SJW sphere of like the mid 2010s. I was making those videos along with all my former friends, and like I get it. However, you know, I was ultimately somebody who was a liberal who was saying for 10 years, hey, you guys are going too far left. You got to stop this shit. They're finally learning that lesson, which is why I am much more comfortable just openly supporting them now.
Well, you know what? I didn't think we'd end on a point of agreement, but I don't know whether that's happening. But if that's happening, I will agree with you that that's a wonderful thing and will maybe save us from a bad outcome. But Wick needs to make his money. But I'm glad we found something we agree on.
Cool.
I have a feeling if we didn't talk about this, we'd agree on a lot of stuff. Because like I said,
but this is kind of like the elephant in the room, right?
Yeah. Like, I hate the woke shit in video games. I hate the fucking culture war bullshit nonsense. All that, like, fuck. I hate so much of the lefty cultural nonsense. But man, when it comes to real politics, the right is just a fucking cancer that deserves as much chemo as we can give it.
Well, so here's the weird thing for me. I've never.
You guys keep saying, "Well, I got to make a little money,"
yeah,
and then you keep yapping.
Wick,
when I don't make money,
nobody cares.
You know, Wick, you say that, but you know, we're redistributing the wealth. It is what it is.
Well, I'm sure you are. No, it's been a good.
Look,
it's been a conversation.
Yeah, I guess I'll.
At least, I mean, Ryan sounds a little embarrassed about his modern day debate performance here. He seems to regret it. He keeps like trying to, numerous times during this, he's tried to explain himself and be like, you know, I think my audience understands why I did that, and like, you know, but he obviously did not do it again here. So
last thing, and then I do. There's a lot of them.
I never understood wedge issue voters because I never was one previously, and now I am one. Because like I'm finally in a position where I was like, oh, Supreme Court packing is so bad that, like, you know, when I talk to like Rob, for example, and Rob's super against the conflict in Iran, and I'm very pro the conflict in Iran, I would take a fat L on that to avoid court packing every day of the week.
He came onto my panel. I did a panel a little while ago about the Iran conflict, and I didn't end up posting it because they all just ended up fucking pissing me off by the end of it. But I did a panel on this, and he like, I'm pretty sure he was saying that the main reason for the conflict was oil. It seems fucking wild that he would be like, yeah, I think the main reason for this is for the big oil companies to get more oil. And I'm in favor of it. That's why I'm in favor of it. What?
I'm against political prosecutions. Rob's pro political prosecutions. I would take a fat L on that every day of the week to avoid court packing. Like, I've never been a wedge issue voter before. It's interesting. I never understood the experience.
That's a wild thing to say, that you'd take political prosecutions over court packing.
We can survive political prosecutions.
$10. Well,
we already have.
$10 for no fucking way. Stupid leaf is stupid leaf. The entire argument isn't about court packing. It's about trying to hijack the government in a partisan way. Ryan, looking good. Thank you for the $10. $10 from Rebecca Rowan. The onus is on Republicans to de-escalate at this point. If they're going to race to the bottom regardless, there's no virtue in Democrats letting them do it unchallenged.
I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, it's not. The question isn't whether or not Democrats should retaliate. I actually conceded that I think Democrats are entitled to retaliate in specific ways. The point I was making is that this specific type of retaliation has such an existential risk to the structure and nature of our government that you just don't want to open Pandora's box on.
Okay, I agree with that. I do agree with that to an extent. Like I have like limiting principles here to where there's gonna be a bit more nuance to it than that. Because I think that there's a number of ways to where I would like totally be in favor of this. So I'm not as like staunchly gung-ho as Pisco and Pondering Politics are, and I've had that debate with them enough times at this point that I don't want to get into the whole thing again, but I agree that like the way that they're talking about doing it, probably not in favor of that as much, but the idea that like we have to fight back and that we're that like that sort of way of fighting back would probably be really detrimental to our norms is I think totally true.
On this one, there are other ways in which I would think Democrats are in fact entitled to political retaliation.
Okay, $5 from Stormwolf. For Ryan, do you think that if Trump did not have the majority of the court, he would pack it or not? So if it was a 6-3 liberal to 3 conservative,
it's the question whether Trump would pack it or whether the Republicans would, because the Republicans can't break the filibuster. They keep trying, they can't do it, so they're not going to pack the court. They don't have the numbers. If the question is, would Trump like to pack the court? I think he probably would. He seemed, but the Republicans would not.
One of the arguments you kept making is that the Democrats are definitely going to like break the filibuster. They had control of the Senate for a while. They didn't break the filibuster. There's people on both sides of the aisle, and this is an argument I had with Pondering Politics when he was on here last. Neither party actually is going to break the filibuster. Well, I think that there are moderates on both sides who see the danger of that, and so like they're just I hope I'm correct, but I don't see it happening. Well, at least in the near future.
This is why I asked Pisco, like, do you condemn and disavow X? Do you condemn and disavow Y? One of them being breaking the filibuster, because it's all fair. It's all fine and good to talk about what the Democrats will and will not do. But if you're talking to somebody who is openly advocating for them to do that thing, then that should be part of the conversation, right? Like if Deb's position was they should break the filibuster.
Your argument is that Pisco is being tyrannical because he's advocating for these things. Trump, therefore, is also tyrannical because he's absolutely advocating for these things, correct?
I don't think he's advocating for the full swath of things
yes, he's advocated for breaking the filibuster. Mm-hmm. You've just admitted he probably wants to pack the court.
Has he advocated for packing the court?
He's advocating for the death of his political enemies when he said to hang the seditious sticks, right?
Yeah, he has advocated for packing the court. Oh. Whoa.
You asked me probably to guess what's in his heart of heart, and I
don't think we need to.
Being as good faith as I could be, I said, yeah, I don't think he'd be super opposed to it. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy, but I've never seen him advocate for court packing, if that's your question.
I think that, again, that's why the hypothetical is useful, is because if he didn't have control of the Supreme Court, would he do this?
How about this?
And I think that
if Trump was advocating for court packing, what do you think my reaction to that would be?
No, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. But I'm just saying.
I mean, you still ultimately want your team to win when you boil it all down, so you're not going to stop supporting it.
No, I want
you'll be like, well, it's bad that Trump packs the court. That kind of sucks. But you know what? I still want the Republicans to win. I'm not going to change about anything here. So you're just going to continue on the way you are.
Okay. Remember when I said $5 questions?
That would be an interesting point
answers?
if I didn't not vote for him for that exact reason previously.
Okay. Teal shirt. $5 from Benji Boy. Teal shirt. I'm assuming that's you, Ryan. The Republicans are the party of self-fulfilling prophecy. Everything they have been afraid of in the past, they did it first. Why scared?
I don't know what that means, so I don't know how to respond to it.
Well, it's $5, so.
Yeah.
$10 from the pleb on the left and against court packing. But Ryan, why a problem with Puerto Rico becoming a state and that being tyrannical? They literally pay into the federal government yet have no representation.
There's a lot of territories that pay into the federal government and don't have representation. I don't think that's a good enough reason to make them a state. And especially, I don't think it's a good enough reason to do it for a overtly and admitted partisan purpose.
But I don't think it is overtly partisan. I think the whole idea of like the United States and the values of the United States say that they should be participating in our elections in the same way as everybody else. No?
$10 from tip 35849. How can Ryan say there is no tyranny? Just a few days ago, the FBI started investigating voting rights organizations to intimidate them in my home state of Ohio. That's just one recent example.
Here I'm going to have to quote my esteemed colleague Rob Knorr. As the left has reminded us for 10 years, the bar for opening an investigation is very, very low, which is true.
Whoa.
So I'm sure they cleared the very, very low bar for lawful opening of an investigation.
Okay.
But I don't. That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid. They're using the Russia standard, or the Russia scandal as the standard, and that was not that low of a fucking bar. Like the way that they try to make it out is such bullshit, and I drastically disagree with the investigations into the Russia investigation that stated that it was that they didn't have enough evidence.
Give me 1 second. We both okay if Destiny jumps in?
Oh, Jesus. See, I'm blacklisted and stalked. This will be fun.
Okay. Destiny, if you want to jump backstage, you may. Okay, let me keep reading them before it gets here, and I have to stop. I don't have to stop, but here we go. $10 from Real Determinatus. Ryan.
That sounds cucked.
If your argument
sounds completely cucked, I have to stop because Destiny comes on and I'm not allowed to read any more super chats when he's on my show. I'm not allowed to read my own fucking super chats. Fuck, I should have gotten them.
Is that we'll be in trouble when the right repacks. The honest truth is that that means we are in trouble now.
That doesn't.
The only chance we have to force consequences until they stop.
I don't see.
Did my stream just go down?
Actually, how about this?
I don't know. I don't know if your stream went down. I can't see you.
Okay, are we still there, chat?
Chat, can somebody see Wick's stream? See if it's live.
Apparently
hope we're live. Hope we're here. Anyway,
so I actually do have another question for you then along that line. Just real quick, since I know that Destiny hopped in. You said that you watched my video. Turns out you didn't watch it. That's fine.
I watched part of it.
I understand. At the end of the video, I said the ideal solution that would not actually ruin everything. I do care about that. You know, despite us getting fiery, I do care about that at least somewhat, right? The ideal solution is that you have 13 Supreme Court justices, one for each circuit, and you have 6 left-leaning, 6 right-leaning, one as independent as possible. Is that a compromise that you would actually be okay with?
I don't think that that's the correct way to do it. If we wanted to do that, what I would suggest is, and I don't think it needs to be 13, but if we want 13, what you would do is what they've done in the past, where when they expanded the court, they had it in staggered sections. So you'd say, you pass a constitutional amendment that says that the number is fixed at 13, and each presidential election, it scales up by 1, and you let the presidents fill those seats going forward. That, like, if we wanted to scale up to 13, that would be the way I'd prefer to do it.
Okay, I understand.
Part of this, by the way, is that there's a little bit of a distinction between like the way that at least when I talk to Pisco about this, the way that he tends to view justices and the way that I tend to view justices, you know, like Pisco would say Justice Kennedy is a conservative justice, whereas I would say like he's a non-originalist justice, and that kind of we view him very differently. So like the import of who appointed the person is like a little bit less important to me than it seems to be to Pisco.
Okay. Destiny, welcome to the stream. What did you?
Yeah, Wick sold out for Destiny. He got cucked.
You have to.
Okay, just as a quick thing, because we keep talking about like Pandora's box, which by the way is only ever on Democrats not to open.
Hey,
Republicans open it all the
Destiny,
time.
before
which
you
is
do
great.
this, can I ask you a question?
But the question that I have is that like when we talk about whether or not we should pack the court.
Let Destiny get it out.
Talk about whether or not when we talk about whether or not to pack the court, it doesn't. Or when we talk about like,
am I blacklisted or are you stalking me? What's going on here, brother?
I'm stalking you and you're blacklisted. When we talk about doing the same thing that the Republicans do.
Yeah, I was about to say that doesn't make sense. It's either he's blacklisted and therefore Destiny is stalking him, or he's not blacklisted and therefore Destiny's not stalking him. It's, am I blacklisted or are you stalking me?
To block Supreme Court justices. It doesn't really matter if we do it one time to have like a 5-4 court. Would you be okay with them doing it 2 or 3 times in a row in exchange for what McConnell did?
I don't think the norm exists anymore. I think both sides are going to do it ad nauseum now. And I think.
So you think now it's just normal that a president for the last 2 years of their term no longer gets to have a Supreme Court pick if they don't control the Senate?
In our current political environment, I don't think you're going to get a Senate nomination if you don't control the Senate in your first day. I don't think you're getting a Supreme Court nomination through. I think that norm's gone. I think that sucks, by the way, which is why, you know, when I was asked about it on Wick's show years ago, I said I thought that fucking sucks. I thought it sucked the Republicans did that. But like the norm.
Can you explain to me how? Can you explain to me? I don't care about the virtue signaling. Can you explain to me how it's not more like when you invented this meaningless phrase and called it like an institutional pillar or something that you couldn't pack the court,
a load-bearing norm,
which is totally which doesn't make any sense because it's I don't know how that's load-bearing and not in the Constitution. It can be changed via legislation. How is it not a load-bearing norm that the President of the United States shall appoint or nominate Supreme Court justices and then with the advice and consent of the Senate have them appointed as Supreme Court justices? How is that not way more important than just choosing more justices? That seems like a way more load-bearing norm than just having 14 justices.
I'm confused. Why would that be more load-bearing?
Because the president explicitly in the Constitution has the right to have a Supreme Court justice nominated, heard by the Senate, and then confirmed to the Supreme Court. It's like
no, he has the right.
It's because yeah, at that point, there's the president's ability to nominate Supreme Court justices means absolutely nothing. What do you mean? Why would that be more load-bearing? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Right to nominate, and the Senate has the right to advise and consent or withhold consent.
Yes, but what does that nomination mean? What does it mean? If they're not going to actually bring any of these guys in, if they're not actually going to do any of the things, then what does the nomination mean? It's a meaningless nomination then.
He only has the right to nominate.
So you think it's perfectly fine if the Senate for 4 years doesn't?
I thought it was a norms violation, which I just said, but it's perfectly
just a norms violation.
It's perfectly.
Okay.
If you're asking,
this is the reason
legal?
why I don't know if Dev backed off on it all, but this is why you can't treat these people seriously. Why there are no laws or whatever else that matters, the legal process, or whatever. For you to say that the president of the United States can just no. The obvious answer is that the Senate shall hold votes on Supreme Court nominees from the president of the United States. That's obviously true. For you to just hand wave all of that away and say, well, it's just a norm violation if for 4 years they decide not to do that, means your opinion is just deeply unserious on the matter. And it's why opinions like yours should be completely discarded when it comes to figuring out like what are the load-bearing norms, the load-bearing aspects of our systems.
Was it legal?
Freaking is completely.
Was it legal?
Was what legal?
What Mitch McConnell did, was it legal?
Sure.
Okay. So since it was,
would it be legal to pass? Would it be legal to pass?
Destiny,
Wait.
It doesn't. The question is it legal doesn't seem to be relevant. We're talking about load-bearing norms. So obviously, if we're talking about a norm, it's legal. What they're doing. It's a violation of the norm.
You've been on a fucking tirade. Let me finish my line of questioning.
Let me ask you one.
No,
Would it be
no,
legal to pass legislation to pack the
Destiny,
court?
if you're going
It
to
would be,
fucking
right?
blacklist me and stalk me,
Can you
can
just
at least
answer that
answer my
question?
question?
He said yes to that like 2 hours ago. He already said yes.
all of you, all of you.
So this is
one at a time.
This is
one at a
Destiny's
time.
thing where he crashes
Yeah,
the
hold
show
on,
and then won't
Ryan,
answer the
I just told you to shut up. I told everyone to shut up. Everyone's got to shut up. We can't do this if you're all going to talk over each other. Destiny, finish your point quickly, concisely. Then let Ryan go.
I just asked if it's legal to pass legislation to pack the court. That's okay.
Yeah, so it is. So if it is not illegal, then what Mitch McConnell did, if we're saying it bad, is it's bad because it's a norm violation, right?
Right.
I don't agree. I think it's bad because you're contradicting like one of the express powers of the presidency is the right to have a Supreme Court justice appointed.
But he doesn't have that right. If he had that right, it would be illegal.
No.
So it's not a norm violation.
What does load bearing norm mean then? What does that even mean? What is the distinction between a norm and a load bearing norm? If you're not talking about something that like they have the right to do under the norms, like what the fuck? This is something that like turns a load bearing norm. Okay, so for anybody who just doesn't understand, when we're saying a load bearing norm, this is something that like if the norm is not followed, the system is kind of turned on its head. It's like it defeats the purpose of the way that the system is built. So it's load bearing. It like you have so many other things that are dependent on this norm being followed. And if the norm is not followed, then all of these other things end up decaying as well. And so that is literally what happens here when the president doesn't have the ability to get their Supreme Court nominations through. It's you're losing the president's check on the Supreme Court. That is the like within these checks and balances system that we have, the president's only check on the Supreme Court is its nominations. They don't have much authority over the Supreme Court, which is somewhat of an issue. But at least their ability to nominate people is one check. If you're saying, hey, these guys don't even have to like look at your nomination. They don't have to vote on it. They don't have to make a decision on whether or not your Supreme Court nomination gets through. They can just ignore you and pretend like you never nominated anybody. Your nomination means shit at that point.
What's the point you're making? No, I said it was a norm violation. You said because I called it a norm violation, I can't be trusted. Now you're caught in this position where you have to admit it is a norm violation. That's the whole fucking point. Everyone agrees it's a norm violation. I agree on that. Josiah agrees on that. Pisco agrees on that. Dev agrees on that.
I don't care what any of them agree on.
Agree on that.
It's not a norm violation for the Congress. It's not a norm violation for the Congress to seize from the president the ability to have a Supreme Court nominee's
brother. I said it.
Just hold on, just so I can
clarify. It contradicts.
Destiny, do you think it was unconstitutional?
I would say yes, or at the very least, it absolutely violates the spirit of the Constitution.
Yes. Communicated. Now we're on.
Okay. So since I asked you earlier, was it illegal, and you said no. How do you square it being illegal? Answer no. Unconstitutional? Answer yes. Which one is it?
Because legality and constitutionality aren't necessarily always at play with one another.
You think that if something violates the Constitution, that it might be legal?
Well, okay. Let me think. I was thinking for a second. Okay, so the president can violate a Supreme Court order. And if he violates the Supreme Court order, the Supreme Court order is capable of like ordering people to do X, Y, and Z in order to follow their orders. But if you can't hold the president accountable for that, does that mean that the president didn't do anything illegal? I'm not sure Huh. What do you guys say, chat? If the president, let's say, like, you know, there's the broad immunity clause, right? And it says that as long as the president is doing something within his job description, that he can't be held legally accountable for it, right? So if he does something, is it, I guess it would still be illegal. He's just not allowed to be held accountable for it? Is that the way to say it? Or is it that it's just not even, is it that there's nothing illegal for him? Like, it's like if God creates all morals, then he can't do anything immoral. But then you think about it, you're like, okay, well, I guess he could do something that is immoral. It's just not a sin when he does it. I don't know. Immunity from crime's still a crime. Okay, yeah, I guess if you call it immunity. I don't know. Yeah. I guess that is. Okay. Yeah, never mind then.
Yes, of course. How do you think Supreme Court cases ultimately decide that a law is unconstitutional? It's because a law is passed at some point that is the law, and then eventually, maybe the Supreme Court hears it and it becomes unconstitutional. And then, or because they rule it unconstitutional, it becomes not the law anymore. They have to get rid of the law. So there are laws that can be in place. Well, but it is the law. Why are you laughing like you think you're cooking? Hold on. Let me see if you can take under it. Hold on. You're telling me. No, I don't. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not caught in any trap. You can keep saying that. Hold on. So let me hear you say this. Every single law that's passed, every single law that's passed is constitutional?
No.
Oh, so then there might be laws that are in effect that are unconstitutional, right? So a thing could be legal, but unconstitutional because the Supreme Court hasn't heard it yet, right?
Well, if it hasn't been ruled unconstitutional, Destiny, that's different. But when it is ruled unconstitutional, it is now illegal because anything that is unconstitutional is illegal.
It doesn't matter. I think Destiny's right here. Like, a lot of people would turn and look at and it's not analogous because obviously nobody's advocating for it to be illegal for the Senate majority to decide that he doesn't want to vote on a Supreme Court justice. But yeah, if you're thinking of like gun laws, tons of conservatives would look at gun laws currently and the fact that you can have like gun restrictions, and they would say these gun restrictions are unconstitutional. But it's still the law. It doesn't change the fact that it is still the law. It's just unconstitutional, current in its current form.
That's what unconstitutional means.
If the Supreme Court has heard it and overturned it, yes. But we can conceive of things that are both unconstitutional and legal, or things that are illegal and constitutional. It can happen, yes.
In the best possible faith, I'm going to try to apply that to what you're saying. You're saying that you thought it was unconstitutional but legal, and you said that's because the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on it yet. So you think that if the Supreme Court were to hear a case about what Merrick Garland did, they would rule it unconstitutional?
I don't know. I'd have to look into. I don't even know what the standing could be for that case to be brought. But I don't.
Wait, did he say what Merrick Garland did? He means Mitch McConnell on Merrick Garland's confirmation. Merrick Garland didn't do anything.
I believe that it is within the power of the Senate, when you understand the composition of our government, for the Senate to decide, no, actually, the president is not going to have a Supreme Court appointment. We're not going to allow that to happen ever.
Okay.
Do you think it would be?
Can you point me to the text in the Constitution that you think makes it unconstitutional for Mitch McConnell to do what he did? Since you're making that claim.
Literally, the fact that they're supposed to have a vote on whether or not they're going to confirm, obviously.
The whatever part says that the president shall nominate a Supreme Court appointee or whatever, and then with the advice and consent of the Senate.
He says, okay, I'll read it to you. He says, he shall nominate and by and with the
He
advice and
says.
consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors and other public ministers, councils, judges with the Supreme Court. So,
hey, yo, I'm in first place, baby. Wah, wah,
yes.
wah.
You think that the Senate is obligated to give him consent?
Do you think that this reads that the Senate can indefinitely withhold consent?
I
would say yes. I would say yes to my answer. Would you say yes to yours?
Man
You read this?
$5.
Okay.
Van
Well, we
Drake
just
value
fundamentally agree.
here.
So in your
Wait, what did that say? He probably said, you're a fucking beast. Getting in first place like that on this brand new server you've never even been on. You're all like already coming in and owning these fools. What the fuck? You're awesome at this game. I'm assuming that's what he said.
world, it would be totally okay if they have not stopped.
No,
it would be totally okay if for 30 years the Senate just never allowed the president to have another nomination.
It would be, as I said very early on, it would be constitutional and a norm violation.
Third place.
That was the position I took at the very beginning that you said made me untrustworthy.
What does a norm mean to you?
Well, prior to what Mitch McConnell did, there was a norm that you wouldn't hold up a vote and let,
not
the
this norm. I'm asking in general. What is a norm to you? What does that mean, a norm?
A political practice that both sides, I'm trying to come up with a definition on the fly, by the way, so I apologize if it's not totally glib. A political practice that both sides have abided by, which is not required by law.
Okay, I would say that the Senate is required constitutionally to allow the President of the United States to appoint Supreme Court justices. That has to happen. It's the function of our government. It is the check on where is Supreme Court.
Yeah, like I would ask him, what if there are no Supreme Court justices anymore? Like, what if they've done this to the extent that, oh wow, nice job. What if they do this to the extent that they just are no longer there? Like, they've continuously refused to vote so many times. Like, what then? You just ran out of Supreme Court justices. They've all died. And you've refused to vote on so many. What happens then?
Justices come from. That can't be optional. That can't just be a norm. That's crazy.
Well, okay, there's never been and there never will be a Supreme Court case ruling that for a variety of reasons, but you could take my word for it or look it up. You don't trust my legal judgment much, but I can guarantee you there is no such case and there never will be such case. But they says that he shall nominate and by and with the advice consent of the Senate shall appoint.
Yes.
So
correct.
The Senate
that doesn't say that they're allowed to never give advice or consent, right?
The Senate did not consent.
No, what do you mean? Who didn't consent?
The Senate did not consent.
No, what do you mean? It wasn't heard. It wasn't heard.
They don't have to vote.
They never had the ability to
they didn't vote.
So what?
I can't. All right, I tried. Anyway, I just want to make that clear to the audience. These are not serious.
Honestly, so what?
You can read that.
Do you think
they didn't vote? They didn't even call it for a vote.
Do you think that's the first time in history that someone let an appointment lapse without voting on it?
No, it's the longest absence in the Supreme Court where it was done for reasons that were expressly partisan, that were expressly not constitutional, not understood to be part of how the government shall work.
Well, Destiny, what you're describing sounds an awful lot like a norm violation because
we're not talking about norms. Where did Supreme Court justices come from?
Because previous Senates have let judicial appointments lapse.
Destiny can't deny that it's a norm. I don't know why he's doing this. He can't deny that it's a fucking norm. We're talking about whether or not it's a load-bearing norm. That's the whole fucking conversation. He can't deny that it's a fucking norm if you're coming in here making the case that it's a load-bearing norm. How the fuck do you hold both of those positions at the same time?
Without voting on them so that they could let their guy, when he took office, get the nomination. This has happened before. The norm violation was how long it was. which
No,
is
no,
in-
the
which
norm
is-
violation
which
is
is
a
a norm
norm
violation.
Supreme Court
Guys,
justice.
Oh,
Let me hop
Dev,
in
Dev,
here.
I want to hear
Let
from
me
Dev.
just hop in here. So another part of the video that you didn't watch, Ryan, is that I decided to go back through every single presidency from now until Nixon, and I decided to count up how many appointees were lapsed because the Senate did not vote on them. Because it's not just the Supreme Court; it's also other justices, other functions in the executive branch, and there's been an escalating tit for tat of these appointments not being fulfilled and just not being voted on at all, whether it's yes or no. Since Nixon, the
Yes or
Republicans
no.
started the tit for tat. It's gone up every single presidency, pretty much. It went down a little bit under Clinton, but it's largely gone up every single presidency. And the first time it was ever done with SCOTUS, where they refused to vote on a SCOTUS pick, that was Mitch McConnell. That was a new norm that was violated.
No, that's not
Oh,
true. You just
no.
didn't start your history early enough.
What?
Okay, yes, I went back to Nixon. Yes, it could have been someone
He said he went back to Nixon. So yeah, he's saying no, you just should have gone back farther.
much earlier than Nixon. Okay.
Wait,
I
what is
concede
the
that.
comparable thing to McConnell?
Well, I didn't. Oh, sorry. I screwed up my video. 1 second, guys. Apologies. That's my
He's
bad.
Googling the answer.
No,
He's Googling... Okay, sorry.
I did.
But
I didn't say it was. I am looking at my notes, but I didn't say it was comparable. What I said was it has happened before, and it has. When I did the count for preparation for the modern day debate event, I counted 5 times a Supreme Court justice has lapsed without being voted on. Now I will grant you they were much shorter periods of time than Merrick Garland. So the norm violation was that.
Which presidents, by the way?
Yeah, out of curiosity. Two questions out of curiosity because I don't know the answer. When we talk about much shorter, like what was the amount of time? We're talking a month, a year?
It's substantially shorter. Like it would be like
It would
be like a couple months for those. Though the compounding factor is that in most of those cases, the president withdrew the nomination and then put somebody else up. So like if you summed up the total of all the people,
so that doesn't even count then. Why would you even bring that up as an example?
Because the last one lapsed. There's a series.
Who was the last?
Hold on. I do have to get my
Obama?
notes because I don't remember. No, I'm talking about like in the 1850s or something. It's like I think it's President Fillmore.
Pre-antebellum
Civil War?
SCOTUS. Or not SCOTUS. Pre-antebellum America, or pre-Civil War America, I should say. Are we counting that? Like, I don't know. The Civil War fundamentally changed our country in a lot of ways.
Well, I mean, when I was prepping for the debate with Pisco, like their examples of previous court packing that they were relying on came from that same time period. So
Yeah, I'm not Pisco though. So.
okay, well, no, but I'm saying,
Like, I don't know.
The crazy part about this conversation is the only thing we're talking about is whether or not what Mitch McConnell did was a norm violation, which, by the way, I said it was.
Yeah, of course.
So what the fuck are we talking about?
No, we're talking whether it's constitutional or
You're
not.
saying
That's the
norm
argument.
violation because you know that's a meaningless phrase and it assigns no responsibility to the children that are of the Republican Party. But it's not just a norm violation. That is a power that is granted to the president of the United States. And for you to pretend that it's just a norm violation for the Senate to just revoke that indefinitely and to pretend like it's okay because you want to play a cute little language game, would you be okay with the president not having any of his cabinet level officials ever had a hearing on? Would that be okay to you?
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying it's constitutional. There's plenty of
Do you
things.
think that would be? Do you think it would be constitutional if the Senate were to say,
Destiny,
"Hey, we have a new president, and we're not going to have a hearing for any of his new cabinet members"?
There are a lot of things that are
Filibuster.
constitutional and stupid. Constitutional and good policy are not the same thing. It can be constitutional and bad.
So do you think it'd be constitutional? It would be functional. It would be constitutional to say the president, we know that there's a new president in town, but we have a Democratic Senate. We're not going to have a hearing for any of his cabinet level officials.
Yep.
Bro, there's these 2 massive snakes. And they're both fucking out of bounds. This is fucked.
Not a single one.
It's constitutional, but a norm violation. It's constitutional, but bad.
Would you be more likely to say it's okay if you could push a button and to have a new Democratic president and a new Democratic Senate and everything else? Would you be more okay with them blocking all of the cabinet level official appointments for 4 years, committing to doing that for the next president, the next Republican president, or would you be okay with them passing legislation to add 4 justices to the Supreme Court?
I have to pick between those two things?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were talking about your hypo is, would I prefer? Sorry, could you say it again? I lost the train.
One is where you have a Republican president and you have a Democratic-controlled Senate for 4 years, and they say we're not going to have a hearing for a single cabinet level official. No hearings for any of them. And then in the other world, the Democrats with the House and the Senate, they pass legislation to add 4 Supreme Court justices.
And then they fill those seats?
Yeah.
I would much prefer the no nominations side.
This is just absolutely brainless.
Well, the problem with court packing is once you do that type of court packing in today's day and partisan age, I don't see how you avoid a vicious cycle of like vendetta reprisals. And the vicious cycle of vendetta reprisals would be essentially the end of the rule of law and the Constitution.
Well,
I don't see a way to avoid it.
If that was the case, then it started with McConnell, and you should have had that opinion then, and with anywhere near the ferocity that you have the opinion now. Not a norm violation, not a whatever. Because whatever norms you're talking about, it's less bad for the Democrats to pass a law to add 4 more justices than it was for McConnell to block.
No, I opposed it, but there's a limiting principle baked into denying advice and consent because there's only so many.
Not.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can do it.
No. What do you mean? So many times you can do what?
Okay.
Ryan, didn't you earlier say you would be fine with it happening well, you wouldn't be fine with it. That would be you would expect it to just happen in perpetuity from now on?
I think that's going to be the norm going forward. Yeah. Because
So I mean, like, what's the limit? There is no limit to it.
No, there is a limiting principle. When I say no limiting principle, what I mean is if you get into a cycle of Supreme Court packing, one side does it, it's 13. The next side does it, it's 20. The next side does it, it's 40. Like you very quickly can get to a point where the rule of law just has no meaning anymore.
And then they amend the Constitution in order to stop it.
How they amend the Constitution?
Same way you amend any
Constitution. No. Easily, incredibly easily.
No. This is critical. This is the critical point. The reason that court packing is so dangerous is that amending the Constitution is really, really hard. It's
so easy. If we want to act like
Destiny,
it's very easy, bro. You're so wrong.
Let me finish the goddamn thought.
Yeah.
But court packing, if you were willing to break the filibuster, only requires a 1-vote majority in each house. So the problem is that you can amend the Constitution without having to do the rigorous process required to amend the Constitution, which requires supermajorities and ratification by the states.
Easy.
That's the problem.
How many neighborhoods are in DC? Break the filibuster. You need a simple majority, add states, just add 137 states. You've got plenty of fucking people in Congress to choose from. Amend the Constitution, lock the Supreme Court there. You can kick out the 138 neighborhoods afterwards and go back to 50 states, and boom.
Yeah, that is precisely the tyrannical approach that I chided Pisco for and chided Dev for, and I appreciate you endorsing. Because now at least I know that the other side.
We're already in tyranny. What do you mean? We're already in a tyrannical government. So, it's just a matter of practicing the power now. We're already there, buddy. What are you talking about?
So Wick, just keep in mind that the only one advocating for limiting principles in this entire conversation, though, Wick, I know you would if you were not moderating, was me. The evil Republican.
No, you're not limiting anything. It doesn't count as limiting the principles when you're in the lead. Hold on, no. You have a 6-3 court. Of course your fucking smug ass is laughing about limiting principle. You already got everything you wanted. But I guarantee you that if we were to talk about blocking enough to remake a 6-3 Democratic court and then to find a way to block it or reestablish a norm so that you can't do this type of Supreme Court shenaniganery, which is, again, a ridiculous reading of the Constitution that the Senate can just not exercise their power of advice and consent. That's ridiculous. Right, but you'd be singing a completely different tune. But of course, you're over here now like, whoa, it's limiting principle. Of course, you have a 6-3 court. You'd be okay having a 5-4.
No.
There's no principle and there's no virtue here. You're not limiting. There's no principle and no virtue.
It can't be the case that I just get yelled at in stereo and can't respond. I did advocate for a limiting principle in the hypo that you raise, which is what if the Democrats return the favor on Merrick Garland? I said I would be mad politically because I'm on the right. Of course, I don't want bad things to happen to my team, but I said it would be appropriate because that norm has been violated and there is a tit and a tat is owed. So I actually took the position that the thing you said I would never oppose, I said, actually, I kind of get why the Democrats would do that, and I
That's
think
not
that
a
norm was
tat.
vitiated.
Wait, hold on. Us blocking a Supreme Court pick is not a tat.
The point that I'm making, Destiny,
A tit
is that
for tat
there
is
are
escalation.
but there are some escalations you don't come
The ones
back
Democrats
from.
would do?
No, the one that I mean, like, look, Bork was an escalation.
You say we don't come back. We've expanded the court before. You're just
Bork was a
wrong.
vicious
Historically,
norm
you're
violation.
wrong. We have expanded the court.
And what has? Oh wait, I thought we weren't talking about Civil War examples, Destiny. I thought
You're
earlier
talking
you
about
told
a thing that we
you
can't
told
come
me when I
back
brought up
from.
Civil War examples that's crazy. No one gives a shit about Civil War examples.
You didn't
but
even
now,
have a
but
Civil
now
War example.
Now suddenly, Destiny, when you want to talk about Civil War era examples, now they're good. See what I mean? It just fucking, you don't care. You
Are
don't
you
give a
familiar with
shit.
something? Are you familiar with those concepts called stare decisis? When you say a Civil War example about a norm being violated, about maybe taking longer to hear a pick for a Supreme Court justice, you understand that carries less weight in law, or maybe you don't because you're an Alito fan and he doesn't believe in this, but you understand that that carries less weight in law than the Congress passing a law that the Supreme Court consents to and that the people of the United States seem to affirm, right? That you have totally different apexes of power.
Destiny,
What does it mean
can you
what does it mean
summarize
that
what you just said? Like, I know you're
yeah,
saying
I
you're
can
saying
right now.
words,
You
but
want to
they
keep
have no-
filibustering?
they
Yeah,
have
keep
no
filibustering.
meaning.
Keep filibustering. Right, yeah, it's very
Go ahead,
simple.
yell.
If you're trying to
Can you
compare
put your
to
camera
me,
on so we can
you're
see the
trying.
triangles on your head?
Keep filibustering.
It'd be
Keep
funny if
filibustering.
that was
Keep filibustering. Yep, keep filibustering.
Go ahead.
Filibuster form, Wick. You're telling me that it's the same to say, well, there might have been a delay in hearing the appointment for a Supreme Court justice. That type of quote unquote norm violation or whatever should carry the same weight as passing legislation with the entire Congress and the president in order to expand the Supreme Court. That is an intellectually bankrupt position.
I think that you just made up a position and you're ascribing it to me, which does sound kind of odd, but I don't think that I've said anything similar to what
you didn't
just said.
understand. Maybe we can run it through Claude for you. What did I just say that you didn't understand?
You said that I was drawing an equivalency between norm violations and legal processes in a way that seemed somewhat confused and I don't understand. But if you want to explain what it is.
That it was unfair for me to point to historical examples near the Civil War because I called you out for pointing to a historical example near the
examples from the Civil War. Yes.
What I'm telling you is that a historical example of a delay in appointing somebody for you don't even know the time period, it could have been for a week, is not the same as the historical example of passing legislation to expand the Supreme Court.
Would it be helpful for me to read I found it in my notes since we were talking. I have my notes for the Pisco debate, so I do have it. I just don't know if you want to hear it or not.
Go for it.
Okay. It was a series of nominations which were withdrawn with the one that ultimately lapsed at the end. So I'll just read the two paragraphs. On February 14th, 1853, President Millard Fillmore, a Whig, nominated McCow to fill the United States Supreme Court vacancy created by the death of Justice McKinley. Fillmore had attempted to fill the vacancy twice before, but was unsuccessful. The Senate tabled the August 1852 nomination of Bradford. The January 1853 nomination of Badger was also postponed. Fillmore offered to nominate Justice Benjamin, who had been elected to the Senate for a term beginning on March 4th, 1853, but he declined the position and recommended McCow. McCow's nomination was not acted on by the Democratic-led Senate as it was late in the session, and Franklin Pierce, also a Democrat, was scheduled to succeed Fillmore as president on March 4th. So not acting on McCow's nomination would give Pierce the opportunity to submit a nomination of his own. Pierce ultimately nominated John Archibald Campbell on March 21st, and Campbell was confirmed by the Senate on March 25th. So what you had was a string of unsuccessful attempts to nominate, which were withdrawn because they were unsuccessful. And then ultimately, the nomination of McCow's nomination lapsed. The Democrats took over. They filled the seat. And I agree with you, by the way, the time period is shorter, which I said, it felt like an hour ago because talking to you is an endless eternity, but I think it was only about 15 minutes.
What was the time period between the nomination of McCow?
Shorter than McConnell, which I've already said.
Was it 12 hours or was it like 3 months or?
It looks like the McCow was a period of like a few weeks. The previous ones were, I don't quite know from this text. It doesn't quite say. I don't. But they were
just real quick.
They were
They
were withdrawn. They didn't lapse. So I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Dev. I want to hear from Dev.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So it turns out that McCow was a few weeks, but also he was in extremely poor health and he died several months later.
Bro, I can't believe
Okay.
no.
So sorry. They didn't let him.
trying to get Palpatine in the Supreme Court. Like, that was Merrick Garland, dude. Kill me.
Okay, well, if you want a virtue signal, that's fine. My point was there was there are examples of letting nominations lapse, which there are. Then my point was the time period was substantially shorter with Merrick Garland, which is what I said was a norm violation.
How is that virtue signaling? What the fuck is he talking about? Anybody get that? I forgot he was pretending to read notes. Yeah.
Violation a fucking million years ago, which it was, and then you just grandstanded and filibustered about the fact that I've been proven 100% correct on. So I'm not sure what your criticism is of this point. Like, yes, these nominations have lapsed. Yes, the Merrick Garland was an escalation because the time period of letting it lapse with no vote was longer. This is what I said at the beginning of the conversation.
It's not a matter of time. It's a matter of the. Why was that funny?
Because I'm waiting for you to fill in this blank. I'm trying to figure out what it would be if not time.
What do you think I'm going to say? Take a guess.
No, I would really like
have
you to
no
say,
idea
because you have nothing. Go.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you. The problem was not a matter of time. This wasn't a matter of time. It was the Republican Senate seizing for itself the power of the President of the United States to have his Supreme Court justice appointed. That's what it was.
That's not a power that's given to this President of the United States.
It absolutely
The President
is.
has the power to nominate. That is the power the President has, the power to nominate. And then the appointment happens subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. The Senate can reject nominees. Do you think the Senate has to confirm his nominees?
They didn't hear it.
Sure, and they didn't hear McCall either.
They failed. Who was dying in the last few weeks? It sounds like if somebody's tried to see a guy who already had a Supreme Court justice.
If they were,
this was not them. No,
if they were constitutionally required, then they would have had to do it. But they weren't constitutionally required because they're not constitutionally required. All they have to do is advise, and consent. That's it. That's all the Constitution says.
So they do have to advise and consent? Then you agree then that McConnell was acting outside of the constitutional boundaries when he chose not to advise and consent
includes failing to give consent, which they can do.
For the people
they
in chat
have
listening,
done.
this is why nobody serious
That's
takes
such
serious
bullshit, dude. They're always playing these fucking games with like, with the way that they say things. Obviously, so I disagree with Destiny on the way that he's wording this. I don't think that I would call it unconstitutional because the idea that like obviously the Senate has the ability to choose what it is that they do and don't vote on. Destiny got sidetracked on this because the argument initially was, is this a load-bearing norm? Because Ryan initially was saying that like he's not that, this isn't that big of a deal. He's more mad if the Democrats get rid of the filibuster because this is a load-bearing norm, right? And or like packing the courts, adding seats to the courts would be a load-bearing norm. And so initially Destiny was arguing over whether or not it was a load-bearing norm. And if he had stuck to that, like he would have had this in the fucking bag because it obviously is. It obviously and blatantly is. And the fact that like Ryan is so afraid of the Democrats doing this proves that it's a load-bearing norm. Like that in and of itself, that he thinks that like that this is so tyrannical and that the oscillation afterwards is going to like take away credibility from our republic and from the Supreme Court and like all these things. This is that proves that it is a load-bearing norm. So he should have stuck to that fucking argument, and instead now he got sidetracked onto this instead.
Concept of originalism either, because this idea of like, well, what do these words mean? Well, maybe when they say with the advice and consent, well, not giving any advice and consent is kind of like a kind of advice and consent, so that's like the same thing. This is why nobody takes this judicial philosophy seriously, and why you guys can invent whatever law you want at any point in time you want, because it's a ridiculous reading of the Constitution.
Are you done grandstanding?
No.
Okay.
Just to be clear,
Shall doesn't give room to not make an appointment. That doesn't, sure, but the giving them the ability to decide on who they like do and or when they do and don't vote on things, giving that like there's other powers that give them the ability to do this. It's not that one, but the fact that they do get to decide and that the Senate Majority Leader has the ability to make these decisions, that's where it comes from. So it like that by itself, of course, that doesn't, but other things do. Fuck.
Every single thing, yeah, I will. Every single thing that he is saying also equally applies as well to the president making treaties, to the president appointing all of his cabinet level officials, to I think every other judge in the federal court.
Yes.
So by Ryan's logic, it's actually totally constitutional and A-OK because it's just a norm, LOL, for the Senate to completely abdicate their duty to actually allow the president to nominate and then appoint the people that he wants to these positions that they just never want to hear because that's just like a clever little English trick. The people that wrote, and there's no historical examples of this, by the way. You can't find any besides the guy who was apparently on death's door. There's no examples of any understanding of our Constitution work in this way. Nobody's thought this in the past. It's just a LOL cutesy norm violation, and the Democrats better not go further than the one that Ryan just admitted has no limiting principle on it because now he's saying that for 4 years it's going to be the norm to never give a Supreme Court pick, which is definitionally not a limiting principle.
Well,
so it's just ridiculous.
Destiny said a bunch of stuff, so I'll have to pick apart the lies in some order. I'll do my best to catch them all. The limiting.
I've had a question here for like 15 minutes.
And Dev, I'm happy to, but I can't just be fucking yelled at and then not respond.
I understand.
The limiting principle problem that I articulated is that failing to give advice and consent is inherently limited because you can't infinitely pack the court. You can't infinitely expand it. The reprisals are limited to reprisals in kind. Court packing leads to infinite court expansion, which is the lack of limiting principle that I'm concerned about, which is fundamentally different. By my count, there have been 5 times when a nomination lapsed for Supreme Court without being voted on. I agree they were shorter than Merrick Garland, but that does not change the fact that it is a thing that has happened before. One thing that presidents did to avoid situations where no, you've talked forever. Let me finish.
I haven't talked at all. Yeah. I haven't talked at all, brother. Well, I'm not Destiny.
Well, okay, but if Destiny's going to yell,
I don't even sound like the guy.
If Destiny's going to spur at points, I need to be able to answer them. And
I'm just saying, if you're, and I'll let you go. But if your argument is it's happened before, so is court expansion.
Yes. Because it's legal and a norm violation. You guys are not going to gaslight me out of not knowing what my point was.
Correct. This is what, well, Destiny got gaslit out of knowing what his point was, because yes, this is why the argument was about it being a norm violation. And if they had stuck to that, the contradiction is fucking there.
My point was it's legal and a norms violation. Destiny's batshit point is that it's unconstitutional to refuse advice and consent when it clearly is constitutional and there's no Supreme Court precedent to the contrary because Destiny's just fucking wrong. What's happening is Destiny's doing his classic move where he talks for fucking ever and then tries to gaslight people into having a different position than they held. But what I said at the beginning, which Destiny thought was fucking ludicrous, is that it's clearly constitutional for the Senate to deny advice and consent because they do it all the time. And it was a norm violation in regards to Mitch McConnell, which is just correct. That's just factually accurate about what happened. But Destiny can't admit that because then he'd have to admit that he was wrong about something, which is fucking impossible for him.
I do want Dev to be able to answer, to ask his question. Dev, please.
Yes. So from what I understand, because we have been going for several hours, you are very afraid of the continual escalation of one side packs, the other side packs one, and then things get worse, basically.
Yeah, especially post the 14th Amendment, when the doctrine of substantive due process became a thing, and judges became much more willing to amend the Constitution from the bench, which led to the political nomination process. Sorry, the nomination process getting more political. Vis-a-vis Bork, but there's some other examples, and then that creates a backdoor.
Don't talk about Bork.
Okay, I will if I want, but that
it's not a good example for you.
Which creates a backdoor for constitutional amendment, which is the ultimate concern.
Okay, so here, hypothetically, okay, let's say the Democrats do what I suggested. They pack the court to 13. They give themselves a majority, okay, because they've won in 2028. All right.
Mhm.
Now let's say the 2032 election comes along, and a Republican wins. Okay, and now the Republicans have taken power again in 2032,
Mhm.
and they're looking at a court that was packed, 5 years previously by the Democrats.
Oh my God,
okay?
this is such a good question.
So are you gonna fire up a stream? Are you gonna fire up a stream on your channel and say, "Hey, don't pack the court Republicans because there's an escalation here. You can't do it back to them. We have to stop this right now." Will you come out and say that in 5 years' time?
I think at that point we're in the end game. No.
This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. So this is literally, I'm pretty sure Pisco and Pondering Politics said that they already asked Ryan this question, and they said, okay, so if Democrats pack the courts, you're going to be against it if Republicans respond by packing the courts back, and they all said, no, I'm okay with the Republicans if they do it back. So it's literally just a partisan issue. They try to make it sound like there's limiting principles here, but in reality, it has nothing to do with limiting principles. It's all about the partisanship.
Oh, it's such a good question,
No.
Dev. Oh my God, that was such a good question.
That is the end game.
He's so
that is
fucked.
the end game, Dev. I think that
He's so fucked. He's so fucked. He he just fucked everything there, dude. He just fucked himself completely. You can't keep doing this like, oh, well, I get it. It's tit for tat, but it's wrong because it's gonna hurt us. Why is it hurting us? Well, because it'll end up with this never-ending tit for tat. Okay, so but you think the Democrats are correct in like getting their tit for tat. So when the Democrats do this, then you'll be upset with the Republicans for responding because you think the Democrats are they have to get their tat. So you're going to be mad at the Republicans for responding, right? No, that's the end game, dude. That's the fucking end game.
That's finally hit back. Understood.
No,
now you know why I laid out every single position that I laid out for the past 2 fucking hours. It's because you guys deserve it. You guys fucking deserve it. You need to be completely rolled over. There's no way that peace happens now.
As I said earlier, there are certain load-bearing norms. This is one of them. If that norm goes, I think we're in big fucking trouble. I think we're
Why
in
would such an
big
important
trouble if this
load-bearing
one
norm
goes.
not be in the Constitution? Why didn't the founding fathers write about this anywhere or talk about this at all?
Because when they wrote the Constitution, judicial review didn't exist.
So they had no concept of whether or not more people would be added to the Supreme Court or not. Why didn't any of the people amend the Constitution after Marbury v. Madison?
The Supreme Court didn't have the power to do this when they wrote the Constitution.
I understand. I know you like to repeat it, but after Marbury v. Madison, why didn't they amend the Constitution then to change this if it was so important? Most of the time,
somebody remind me when we're in the debate. At some point, if they ask me a question, I need to just respond with like, no, because we're in the end game then. No, because we're in the end game then. Yep, nope, that's the end game. We're in the end game then.
It is a really big deal. It is very important, but the problem didn't metastasize until after the 14th and the doctrine of substantive due process started to become articulated.
I just want to make this very clear. Just
to be clear, when he says substantive due process, he's mad about the abortion thing. It's already overturned, by the way.
No, I'm actually mad. If you want to know what I'm mad about, I'm mad about Wickard v. Filburn and Social Security, but that's another topic.
What do you mean, Wick? Anyway, no, Ryan.
Yes, of course I'm taking notes. What do you think my snack is doing right now? I'm using him to draw all of the words that I'm writing out right now. Every time I boost and he leaves all those dots behind him, I'm writing out all of my notes currently. You haven't been paying attention.
Just to make it very, very clear for me and my audience, because I don't want to misconstrue or misinterpret what you said. Your answer to Dev's question, right, is that if the Democrats pack the court, then you are okay with the Republicans packing the court in response.
If the norm is gone, the norm is gone. What do we do at that point? The norm's gone.
Okay, so their argument is that the norm is gone because of what McConnell did.
They're wrong.
That's their whole argument.
I understand they're wrong. Like
No,
denying.
they obviously disagree with
the
you,
norm.
right?
The norm with Mitch McConnell was denial of advice and consent, not expanding the court.
Okay.
And to be clear, the advice and consent, that's a thing that is way more founded in the Constitution than any absolute number of Supreme Court justices, of which
I do agree to an extent with this idea. Like I do think that it is different overall. Obviously not in outcome, but it is different in kind. And I do think that on top of that, I think that like the fact that we've had 9 Supreme Court justices for such a long time, this has become a norm there. The fact that there's the fact that we have like an odd number of Supreme Court justices, I also think is important. I disagree with this whole idea of where it's like, no, we get 2 because they violated the norm twice, like blah blah blah. We didn't lose 2 Supreme Court justices, and this is a really weird fucking like math that they do. It's some really weird like bullshit math that they do to try to get to 2. Because it doesn't, the norm violation doesn't matter. It's how many justices did they get. They got 1 justice out of it. They replaced 1 seat from it. So how many norm violations, fucking that's irrelevant. They kept 9 seats and they got one seat out of it. If we add seats, then yeah, like obviously that's changing the number of seats we have, and it's making it to where we don't have an odd number of seats anymore. And I think that like I would much rather have an odd number of seats than having to deal with tie decisions. But yeah, I agree that like this is different. It is different in kind, and the difference is pretty important here.
is completely up to the Congress.
Wait, now you're saying that their power to use advice and consent is found in the Constitution? A few minutes ago, you said it was unconstitutional for them to wield that power. Which one is it?
I said it was unconstitutional for them to withhold that power because it is in there expressly. Yes. Welcome to the conversation, Ryan. Those are 2 opposite things.
So they have the power to advise and consent, but if they don't give their consent, it's unconstitutional. I don't understand your point.
Why did you just have 2 words in the first one and you left out one of them in the last one? It is saying that they shall advise and consent the president when he makes his nominations. If they don't ever advise or consent, then yes, I would say there's an abdication for constitutional duties in Congress.
They said no. They said you're not.
No, they didn't say no. Ryan, why do you keep saying that? Ryan, why do you keep saying they said no?
Are you saying
that's not true.
Are you saying Mitch
you're lying, Ryan? You're lying right now. You are a liar.
No, I don't call him a liar. That's not true. He might be retarded.
Are you saying that Mitch McConnell didn't say that we're not going to vote on this guy? You're not going to get your nominee? He didn't say that?
They didn't vote no.
They don't have to vote no. They just didn't give consent.
Listen. No, not giving consent is voting no.
When he says they, the only person who didn't give consent is Mitch McConnell here, not the Senate. It doesn't say Mitch McConnell gives consent. It's the Senate. The Senate did not vote here.
Not giving consent is voting no.
Sorry.
Let me lay it out.
No. Stop.
No. Hold on.
Stop.
If I'm gonna get fucking ganged up on, I'm gonna at least get to talk. When
you have been getting to talk. Dev hasn't. Dev has had
I
the
don't give
least amount of talking
I
time
don't
in
give
this.
a fuck. This is an equal.
Let Dev lay it out real quick.
Wick, if you're gonna set up a gang up panel, then I'm going
I didn't
to
set
talk
up a
more
gang
than
up
them.
panel. The panel was over. This is the after show.
Okay, if you're gonna have a gang up panel, then I'm going to talk more than
not a
these
gang
guys.
up
Bring a
because
buddy.
It's 2v1.
I
I don't
know,
want to bring a
pack the
buddy,
panel,
Wick.
bro.
I didn't
Bring a
invite
buddy.
Destiny
I
on
don't-
the stream.
Hack the panel.
This is the guy who
He called
stalks
in.
me. So the point that I am making, if we can fucking get to it, often the Senate refuses to fill seats in lower courts because of blue slips.
Correct.
Often they just refuse to fill the seats because the blue slip process means
correct.
that they're only going to fill it for certain people who have certain local ties. Is that unconstitutional also?
That's not even what that means. That's not what the blue slip rule is. And no, it's not unconstitutional because the entire Senate has agreed to it. And like basically the entire Senate.
And if the Senate wanted to overrule Mitch McConnell, they could have. They didn't. He had the votes. If they want,
if there was extended seats that were going empty for I think they only use the blue slip rule for judges, right? If there were seats that were going, they might do it for prosecutors too. I don't know. I don't think it's for prosecutors.
I think it's just judges, but I'm not positive.
If there were seats that were going empty for years or whatever at a time, then I think it would be worth revisiting that because I think that would be an abdication.
No,
of
the
duty
question
of the
isn't
Congress.
whether it's worth revisiting. Is it unconstitutional for them to not?
Yeah, and that's what I
is-
said. I said it would be worth revisiting, yes, because they would be abdicating their constitutional duty to help.
Dev.
So that
Dev has
unconstitutional
tried to
thing
lay
seems
out
to happen a fucking
his,
lot.
his argument. I want to give him a chance to lay out his argument. Dev, lay out your argument, please.
It actually left my brain after I heard that.
That's
Give
why
me a
I
minute.
don't want the filibuster because Dev, we love him, but he has a short-term memory problem. And if he doesn't get it out, he just doesn't get it out. So
Wait,
it's
can I ask a
elite debate
hypothetical?
tactics to avoid dealing with his point by just keep on talking until
fair.
he forgets.
Okay, Dev, write it down next time. Okay, hypothetical. Let's say that the Democrats pack the court next time, and then the Republicans come in, and then you're not going to tell them not to pack the court, okay? And then the Republicans pack the court, so now we're up to 20 justices. 2036 comes around, and Dems are in office again. Are you going to be saying the Dems need to stop packing the court, or are you going to say, well, it's the norm now, so we're all just packing the court?
The norm's gone. What the fuck do you want for me to say? Like, if the norm's gone, the norm's gone. Now it's just political knife fights. I think that's
Okay.
a shitty place to be, and
I'll
I
back
think
in a
that
second.
we can avoid it. That's the whole.
Can you tell me
position I've
why,
taken.
for the states that have expanded their Supreme Courts, some of which have happened recently, why haven't they had 500 members on their state Supreme Courts?
Well, it's happened recently would be the first thing you just said, and the question is, do you think that if the Democrats take power in those states, they're not going to try to repack them?
Thanks for listing that.
I don't know. I haven't seen it happen.
I mean, because it just started happening.
No, they
would
usually don't because people like you come and try to beat them over the head with a set of rules you guys never play by.
Example,
So
that, like in Virginia, they were making efforts to pack their court. We'll see if they do. It looks like they might not. I don't know, but I think that I think once you start these tit for tat games, yeah, there's going to be escalation. Gerrymandering had escalation. Political prosecutions has had escalation. We live in an escalatory time. I don't see why there wouldn't be escalation. Everything else.
what do you
fucking
think would
escalates.
happen? What do you think would happen if the Democrats did pack the court, say by 4 justices, and then in 2032, the Republicans come out and they say, "Hey, this is not good. Let's stop." Do you think the Democrats would continue on a rampage, or do you think that would actually stop the escalatory cycle?
I don't think the cycle stops at that point. I think that once you're in it, you're in it. And the other
We'll engage with the hypothetical.
So Republicans can never stop it. Only Democrats can. Republicans get to infinitely
No.
escalate, and then Democrats are the ones that have to stop
This particular
it.
norm hasn't been violated yet. It once it gets violated, it's very, very hard to stop these cycles. You know, it just is. I've been openly arguing that the Republicans should stop doing political prosecutions. It's very, very hard to convince anybody on the right to stop doing them because there's a cycle.
Just if I may, it's because things that the right says that they care about, they actively don't. These are all post hoc rationalizations. They're going to do whatever they can, whatever they have the power to. And I'm not talking all Republicans, but the majority of MAGA right now. I want to be very clear with what I'm saying. Majority of MAGA right now. Again,
I hate it when people say MAGA. I think I would be okay if we killed everybody who says MAGA. Sorry, Wick, but I think it's time. I think it's time we got rid of everybody who says MAGA.
everything that you were worried about Pisco doing and called tyrannical, Trump is advocating for or trying to do, or you have admitted
But they
he probably would
have
do.
if they
And
had
the filibuster, pack the court, political prosecutions, all these things. The
my
only
point,
limiting thing to Trump isn't principles. It's thankfully
Power.
that we do have a constitution that is mostly intact. That's the limit, right?
Well, I mean, no, even the Constitution doesn't seem to ever stop Trump from doing things, obviously. Obviously, the Constitution has never stopped him before. It's not going to stop him now. That's... What do you mean?
Now, it's not a principle.
The point that
I'm right at all.
The point that I'm making, Wick, is that the terrible Republicans control the Senate and the House and the presidency. So if they had the will to do the terrible things that we are openly talking about the Democrats doing, they could just fucking do them. They have all the power
And the
right
Democrats
now.
And the Democrats
just to
had
be
that
clear,
before,
this is-
and if
well,
the
hold on,
terrible
yes.
Democrats wanted to do
But
that, they
I'm
would have done it, but they
talking to
didn't.
people-
The argument works both ways.
As a clear civics thing,
I'm
as a,
talking to people who are advocating for doing the tyrannical thing. That's the problem, Wick. I'm talking to people who are saying, yes, we should do the tyrannical thing. And I'm saying, no, you
It's not
shouldn't.
tyranny.
So when
It's not tyranny.
when I point to the fact that the Republicans aren't doing that thing, what I'm saying is that whatever you might think of them, they actually, as a group, seem to think the filibuster's worth preserving. They
Their
do
leader
seem
doesn't?
hold on, wait. They don't care about the filibuster, and they would absolutely
Trump's
break
going to
the
be out
filibuster.
of office by the time any of this
They
happens,
would
Wick.
absolutely break the filibuster. The only reason why we're adhering to norms in whatever way we are is because Trump is too stupid to even utilize his Congress. That's why they don't want to break the filibuster. Trump is literally paralleling every part of the federal government in the White House. Trump wants to run every single thing out of the White House. Why would Republicans acquiesce to shattering the filibuster when Trump is too stupid to even champion legislation? He got his big tax cuts through. They can use budget reconciliation for funding the government.
True.
And then that's it. There's no reason for them to really break the filibuster.
They could do the thing that you suggested the Democrats should do earlier. They break Texas into like 5 or 6 states. They recognize
Trump
a
is
bunch
too
of
stupid to
they,
bro.
they bunch
You're
of they
talking about-
recognize a bunch of
No,
islands
stop.
as states.
Bro, these guys
lock-
can't
we-
even get
we
these
locked
guys
the
can't even
Democrats
get
out of power in the
indictments
Senate.
approved by the Supreme or by a grand jury. These guys are not going to be adding states to the United States of America. Okay.
This is your moral high ground, Destiny. Your moral high. This is the moral high ground that you're landing on.
What the moral high ground is the salvation of our democracy.
Because I am
right now we have an undemocratic party that is defended by illiberal people.
Let's be clear. I'm advocating for not breaking more norms. You're advocating for breaking more norms because Republicans are bad and stupid.
Yes, you're advocating for not breaking more norms while you guys have all of the fucking power. You're advocating for not breaking more norms after you guys already broke the fucking norms. And now you don't want us to do it back. You're not principled. You're not like, you don't sound like some highly principled person when you say, oh, well, I don't want you guys to break any fucking more norms. So I'm just putting my foot down. I'm willing to sacrifice. No, I like liberals, Democrats who are willing to push back against court packing. Those people sound principled because they're saying, yes, we've already taken these L's. We've already taken these L's from the fucking Republicans. They've already badgered us. They've already knocked us over the head. Yet, for the salvation of the country, for the salvation of our norms, for the salvation of our rule of law, I don't think that we should do it back. Those people are the ones who are being principled, not the ones who are already like, well, we already ran all the bases without hitting the ball, but we don't think you guys should run the bases without hitting the ball, because that would just ruin the whole game if everybody's doing it, you know? So look, we got 2 points on the board. We're just gonna leave it at that. We'll call it even. And now let's go back to normal. It's going back to normal time. He's right. Oh, I'm so principled. Look at me. I'm so principled. I want to save our country. I'm stopping the norm violations. So stupid, dude. This is so dumb. All right. Everybody do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. I am going cross-eyed over here. I've been playing Snack trying to keep myself awake, but and chugging this Red Bull. But I'm dying. So everybody do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Join the Discord. Once stream ends, that doesn't mean chat ends, okay? We don't stop chatting. We never stop chatting. We continue chatting in the Discord. We got all of these different channels in here. One of them is even pics of pets, because you gotta go post pictures of your pets right here. And then also content suggestions. A lot of the content that I review here on stream, that comes from content suggestions. Comes from content suggestions in my Discord. This is where I find a lot of the stuff that we end up reviewing. So please join the Discord. We're trying to get up to 1,000 members. We're currently at 956, okay? 956. We need to get like 4 tonight just to get to 60. 960, okay? So let's get 4 people to join the Discord. The link is in the description, or we can just put exclamation point Discord in the chat, and Tom Bottery with lies. Okay, what do you mean lies? All right, let's we covered this yesterday. We covered this yesterday. We covered this yesterday. We covered this the day before. We covered this. We covered this yesterday. We covered this the day before. We covered this. We covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. I don't think I covered this one, but yeah. Don't fuck with me. All male suggestions. Did you transition? Hey, I'm all for it. It's Pride Month, everybody.
All right. Okay.
Everybody, W's in chat. We all celebrate Alley Cat's decision to transition. No, it's not. Okay, well, this one was yours. That's your. This one was yours. That's not a male. Okay. This one was yours. That's not a male. Okay. This one was yours. You're still not a male. This one was yours. Still not a male. This one was yours. Still not a male. So about half of them were yours. So that means you're trans. W trans. Pride is over. Nope. We celebrate it this month. Are you gonna get Pal World? Huh? Hey, we need 4 people joining the Discord right now.
I thought I'd experienced everything Palworld had to offer. Then version 1.0 happened. Suddenly, there were massive new islands, stronger new pals, deadlier bosses, and whatever the heck that thing was.
No. No, I'm not getting Pal World. Does it count if I leave the Discord and come back? No! We need to get to 960 people. We're at 956 right now. We need 9 city. Okay? 9 city. Is at 956.
Hi, bitch. Hi, bitch.
Do not come. Do not come.
The wind is bullshit.
The wind is bullshit, guys.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
I don't know why I can't hear that one.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Alright. I'm heading out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, we got a video coming out in the morning. Dylan Burns versus Kid Not Kin, aka Jordy Liebeck. So make sure you guys check it out. Give it a like, see. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.